It's like trying to work in treacle, isn't it? You can't see through it and you can't move through it. Tom, you're back. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I've just realised that my battery is not amazingly high, so at some point it will die. I mean, I like to go back to evolutionary psychology when we're thinking about the sort of problem of evil and good, because, you know, as Nick was saying, like, to evolve to be able to be aggressive is actually really important, because if you can't do it, you're going to die. So, like, literally, if people look at their hands now, if we look at our hands and we compare them to hands of other primates, there's really good evidence that our hands have evolved partly the shape they've got, so we can clench a fist and throw a punch. Another thing, if you look at your hands, for the guys in the room, most of us, in the men, will have a longer ringer finger compared to a pointing finger. And it's thought that this is because of prenatal testosterone lengthening that finger so that you can have a better grip on a weapon. Whereas for the women in the room, the fingers are probably about the same length, or the ring finger might be a little bit shorter. So, like, evolution has literally shaped our bodies to be able to fight under certain circumstances. And then the thing that's harder to grasp, and perhaps more controversial, is that some of our psychology is also shaped in the same way. So, for example, just being able to get angry, and when you're angry, to not care about other people's feelings and to be capable of hurting them, is actually really useful from a survival perspective. We think about anger as being a problem nowadays, because if we get angry with our friends, angry with our families, angry with our colleagues, it causes all sorts of problems. And, you know, anger in society, people can end up in prison. But when the Vikings really are coming, the ability to get into a rage and kill them will help you and your family and your children to survive. And even if it isn't you that survives and it's your nephew that survives, that passes on your genes. And that's evolutionary psychology too. But it goes even further than that, because people think, okay, if it's all about survival of the fittest, how come everyone aren't murderers and rapists? Why is everyone not as barbaric as the Russians? And that's because on a group level, goodness actually evolves too. Because if you've got a tribe that's like, oh, well, he's wounded, I'm just going to let him die, compared to a tribe that's like, he's wounded, let's look after him, let's see if he gets better. Oh, okay, a few weeks later, he's strong enough to fight again. That tribe's going to win. And so, you know, the country that medevacs its soldiers, the country that cares about the individual lives of its soldiers, is actually, all other things being equal, a stronger country. And to the extent that some of that is at least partially genetic, goodness evolves too. This is why we're not all psychopaths, because otherwise we all would be. What possible reason would you have to be good if you could get everything you wanted by taking it? The problem is, for the Russian culture, is that they seem to have gotten stuck recognizing that some myths, like violence doesn't solve anything, is a nice lie that we tell to children. And they think that they're the adults in the room that know the truth, but they don't realize that you can evolve beyond barbarism. And that's the problem, is that they just don't seem to grasp this. And they actually think they're being smarter, and they're not. Sorry, sort of rant over, but that's the point I'm trying to make.
Well said.
Yes, indeed, well said. Mr. Porter, please go ahead.
Hi, Marcus and everyone. Tom, you've just reminded me of two quotes from different songs. One is from Rage Against the Machine, and it goes, "Anger is a gift." And the other one is, "It's okay to punch Nazis." But the thing I wanted to ask is, because it makes really little sense in my head. It's like all the Russians that we see in their day-to-day lives, the horrible scenes of abuse and neglect, and it's like nobody gives a damn about anyone but themselves, which could be understandable given the circumstances. But how on earth do they unite and sacrifice their lives on the front in the mystical cause? How do you how do you go around that?
So are you saying, how do you square the selfishness of Russian culture with this sort of nationalistic fervor to die for the motherland? Is that what you're asking?
Well, you can see all those men like on the front. They're appealing to Putin and asking for help because the commander sends them to the front without guns or whatever, and the situation is really hopeless. So they obviously see that nobody cares, and yet they do go together. Like, why would they do that?
And there's a clear appeal which is deeply vested in Russian society, and the followership. And you can see this since many years also in the interview section, the annual interview Putin has given, where he reconstructs the appeal to the Tsar, where people for hundreds of years appealed to the Tsar to rectify the injustice they had suffered locally and regionally, not understanding that the boyar, the local holder of power, was essentially nothing else than the guy who took the taxes in order to maximize the income for the Tsar while suppressing everybody. But they always appealed to the glorified hetman, in their case, or the glorified leader of their tribe, as a God-given figure who could rectify and justify everything. That deification of the leadership is a clear authoritarian rule which has been in place. And by the way, they actually got this. The Mongols did have the very same thing. Once there was a warrior caste around them, which later on the Tsars mimicked with their oprichnina, meaning a caste of those who are like Praetorian guards. You have this in many long, authoritarian regimes over the course of history. And you can find this whether it's in Egypt or amongst the Romans. Certain, regimes such as the Hittites are reported to have had the same. You always have a case of those who defend the leadership, and for that they are given vast amount of freedom. So the people fear the defense or the defenders and the oppressors, but they do not fear the semi or demigod who rules them. And as a consequence, they feel that there's an affiliation because he represents them all. So they appeal to Putin because supposedly he could rectify and justify everything with the stroke of a pen, not seeing that essentially the whole structure of society is skewed against them, biased against them. And it has a reinforcement effect, and I think Tom can talk about this. By constantly believing this and then seeing the diabolical little items of their lives, the frustrations, they can still project hope upon the Tsar. Russian television has managed to keep that flame up for quite some time. Tom?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, you see these things where they have the television phone-ins and the Russians will say, they're not fixing the plumbing here, or, I've asked the local government and they've not done anything. And Putin is like, sort this out. And they're like, oh, thanks, Putin. God, if Putin was just in charge of everything, things would be much better. So he definitely cultivates that image. On Mr. Port's question, though, I think it was more about, if you've got a culture that's inherently selfish, why do people seem willing to sacrifice themselves for it? And I think actually the truth is that they aren't really willing to sacrifice themselves for it. They know a lot of people are going to die, but I don't think they imagine that it's going to happen to them. So what you've got to remember is we see all over Twitter Russian soldiers filming something, sending it to their families and saying, oh, this is awful, we haven't got any food or ammunition, this is terrible, please sort this out. That isn't being seen in Russia. They're not seeing that. What they're seeing on the news is a highly sanitized fantasy lie version of the war, in which things are a lot better than they are. And if any of the truth actually trickles through, they say, no, that's a Western lie. That's just more lies. I think one of the other things that the Russians have got is this sense of pride at being strong. So I could well imagine a Russian guy in his horrible town with like no decent roads and no indoor toilets saying, well, we might not have as fancy cars as they have in America, but we're strong, we beat the Nazis on our own, which is of course a lie. And so there's this not wanting to look weak fear that I think makes people not want to say no to this. Because I think actually the people that have run away are really sensible in a way. I prefer they fought their own government. But, they're not going to die in a hellhole in a ditch in Ukraine somewhere. But I think a lot of Russian men probably don't want other Russian men and women to think that they're weak or cowardly. And so they've agreed to this thinking, oh yeah, a bunch of guys are going to die, but I'll survive. Until they're the ones that don't survive. And I think that's what it is. I think people just literally don't believe that they'll be unlucky enough to die. Because on their news, everything's going quite well.
The Russian expression is everything is going to plan.
Yeah, okay. I think this makes some kind of convoluted sense. Thank you.
Gunny.
Ahoy, hoy. I have something to add to this, and I just want to run this by Tom. He may actually quietly think this is something to do with the fact I've got a very dark mind, but we'll see. So I was listening to this, and it's really interesting. I think a substantial number of people have the capability of evil. So let's take Germany in the 1930s, the most civilized, well-educated society in Europe. How did a former chicken farmer and low-level bureaucrat end up overseeing a machine that on an hourly basis saw kids and babies walked into a gas chamber? How does that happen? How do people who write home to loved ones, family men, oversee that kind of thing and yet justify it to themselves as being the Lord's work and a necessary evil? So that's a civilized, well-educated society. Now let's take Russia, an uncivilized, largely uneducated society, but still manages to commit barbaric acts the same as Germany did. Now, you could say, well, all right, how does a pilot get into a Lancaster and justify dropping bombs on a German city and killing women and children in a bomb shelter? So we justify this internally according to what society and the people around us tell us. So dropping £1,000 bombs on German women and children is a necessary evil because it shortens the war and it stops Nazism. Killing babies in gas chambers is a necessary evil because the Jews are intent on world domination and have got to be eradicated. Torturing someone in Kherson using a field telephone, well, that's just for fun. So therefore, if you look at that, I would say, Tom, I would wonder if actually very many of us deep down have a capability to do this kind of thing, and it's like a simmering cauldron that's actually contained by the society that we live in. We have societal norms of behavior. We know what's good and bad, be that through just the society that we live in, or we're religious, or whatever. And yet, despite despite this lid that's put on our behavior, when you take the lid off, when you drop people into a mass where the lid is off, and you're told, hey, not actually, you don't just get to do these things, these evil things, but actually we're going to justify it for you. We're going to show you that actually it's not that bad, and what you're doing isn't really that bad. So I would suggest that a lot of people, maybe even just subconsciously, have a pretty bad streak in them, but it's held down. So, like, if you see a video of a Russian BMP going up, right, and you see it all the time on Twitter, whoa, they're toast, barbecue time, etc., etc. Most of the time, it comes from people who've never actually been on the battlefield. So could it be that they are living that nasty streak vicariously through the medium of social media and sort of enjoying it? Because I guarantee you, if I drag some of these people to that BMP 2 hours later when it had cooled down and force them into the crew compartment to look at what 8 human beings look like after a 125 HE frag warhead goes off 6 inches from them, I reckon they probably wouldn't be that enthusiastic about it, but they're being spared that. So they're kind of indulging an enjoyment of violence and nastiness, safe in the knowledge that they're not really going to be ever exposed to that, so long as they're lucky. So, Tom, am I off track there, or am I pretty dark and pretty miserable about the human race, or do you think there's something in there?
No,
I'd say 2 things. First of all, check out Hannah Arendt's The Banality of Evil, which talks about exactly this. I think at one point she even says something like, there were no Nazis. There were just, people who did terrible things. I don't remember the exact quote. The other, in terms of watching the BMP go up, I think you're right. And most of the videos we're shown show explosive destruction, which is quite similar to what we see in war movies. I remember seeing Saving Private Ryan. The first 20 minutes of that film are pretty full on for a Hollywood blockbuster. Bullets go through people in the water and blood goes along with it, and legs come off and stuff like that. And that was considered pretty full on. So most of the violence we're seeing is mechanical violence against an explosion going off. The tank is out of action, and I don't watch too much of the ones where the dog has eaten the face of the body. I try not to. So I try not to think too much about the people involved, but there are times when you see it and you think, well, yep, Russian, screw 'em. I do think that from time to time. So I think we do have to look into ourselves and say, to what extent are we justifying this because we believe, and I don't think anyone here disagrees, but nonetheless we believe the Russians are bad. But definitely Hannah Arendt, The Banality of Evil.
Jacko, you finally managed to get up.
So you haven't decided to not let me talk because I'm too stupid? Can I assume that? Okay.
Not at all, my dear. No, it is entirely Twitter's fault, I'm afraid, today.
Axel's rolling his eyes saying, yeah, shut up. Anyway, he's very interesting to me. But anyway, I wanted to mention that with regard to evil, there's this book by Robert Sapolsky, if you've heard of him. He's popular in the States. He's a neurobiologist, and he does great books and great lectures. But he has a book called Behave, and he starts out, he's a secular Jew from New York. His parents were, from Russia. And he starts out the book by saying, ever since I was young, I have these fantasies of sneaking up on Hitler and blah, 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 and shooting him, whatever he says. And he, plays this out several times. And he says the thing about this is, like, the guy who has this big beard, he's sort of hippie-ish, except for he bathes and doesn't do drugs and things like that. But he says, you know, it's not that we hate violence, it's that we hate it in the wrong context. And that, you know, what we're like, because sometimes, you know, I'm ashamed to say the things I fantasize at times about doing to Putin, though I feel better when I hear from Sapolsky. But, you know, he talks about a lot of things in this book. It's 800 pages. And he talks, you know, it goes from tit for tat and, you know, how people behave and this and that. You know, I'll give you 8 cousins for a brother or whatever. You know, but if you want to understand a little bit more about this, you know, that's an interesting read. But also it's like, you know, they say children who come from abusive families are often abusive, and the Russians are, you know, based on what you see in the military, I mean, they're pretty rude to each other. They're, you know, pushing, you know, they don't go to court. They push people out windows and yada, yada. So, you know, this is just their culture. It's like the difference between, you know, peaceful Indian tribes and the more aggressive ones in a way. So I don't know. It's all very weird because it's just our basic, you know, our reptilian selves dressed in high heels, I guess. But, you know, that's a good book if you're interested in that. But that's it. Thanks.
And Jagger, same author, by the way. Why Zebras Don't Get Ulcers. Highly recommendable.
Yeah, I read Primate's memoir too. That was funny. Probably not as different kind of book than Behave, but yeah, great guy, great educator. Thanks.
Look, you're typing away, but I believe you have something to say, so I will just remind you to try and remember to mute. Go ahead, Nick.
Have we had the tennis?
Yes, we did the tennis,
yesterday.
but you should talk about the tennis again. The tennis. Is it like the cricket?
The tennis. It's an expression, isn't it? Have you seen the tennis? Marta Kostyuk of Ukraine won a WTA title in Austin with a 6-3, 7-5 win over Varvara Gracheva from Russia. There was no handshake between the two afterwards.
He also refused to pose for the joint photograph that they're supposed to take. She didn't want to be anywhere near her. So good for her.
Fair enough. Yep. Interesting that the WTA still allows people to well, I don't know whether she was competing under a banner of Russia. I don't even know if professional tennis players actually compete under you know, the country that their passport comes from. But well, I hope the crowd were behind the Ukrainian. There was a story, wasn't there, of some people who weren't. Was it one of the major tennis tournaments, and they weren't allowing people in with Ukraine flags last summer, autumn? People were not being allowed in with the Ukraine flags. I don't remember all the details.
It was also
Australia.
Yes, exactly. You're right.
But you could. You were allowed in with Djokovic supporting banners, apparently. That's all right.
Well, these are how things go when money is more than morals. Shaggy fella.
Hello, sorry for seeming a bit out of breath. I just delivered some stuff. Yeah, I was just thinking about what Gunny was saying about the difference between a Lancaster bomber bombing a city in Germany and somebody torturing somebody. I mean, from my point of view, the bombing of women and children in Germany, the bomber I don't think goes out to bomb women and children. He just goes out on a mission to bomb a city, maybe with a thought in his mind that back home, when there's an air raid siren, the women and children are going to be running to the air raid shelters and be safe-ish from the bombs, and therefore that must happen in German cities as well. Therefore, he's not bombing women and children if they do get caught up in it. It's kind of more of a collateral damage than actually targeting them. Whereas the difference compared to torturing somebody directly, it's more immediate. It's more personal. You're actually pressing the button and seeing the person that you're torturing or wanting to hurt being hurt. So that would be the big difference between those two, in my point of view. And I think Nick touched on it as well. When you see videos of a grenade going into a tank, where you don't see what happens to the people inside the tank being splattered all over the place, it's very different than seeing those people being splattered all over the place. It reminds me of I'm quite a squeamish person, but I did see my mum die of bowel cancer, and when you have die of bowel cancer, you basically starve to death. And I never thought beforehand I could cope with anything like that. And then when I went through that, I realised that I actually could. So, I mean, that kind of cancer is evil for me, even though it's a natural evil. But I think it has the same kind of lines on it. That's all I had to say. Thanks.
A small personal confession. I'm 62 years old, and I have never been in the presence of a dead body other than in a coffin at a funeral. But I've never seen a dead body, and see how far we've come in the Western world. I think a generation or two ago, that would have been quite extraordinary.
Yeah, I think it
never been in.
Thank you, lucky stars, on that one, Nick. It was not a pleasant sight. It's basically turned into a mummy, a live mummy. So mummy, if you know what I mean. Sorry about the pun on that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can't stop lucky.
Yeah.
I'm talking into a muted mic again. I do that all the time. Lexicon, please go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Marcus. There were two different things. Anyway, all about the tennis. Yeah, it's definitely worth going and having a look, because I had heard on the radio or somewhere that she didn't shake the hand of her opponent or take the traditional joint photo. And so watching it, you just get to see, it's about 48 seconds that I saw on Twitter or something somewhere. And so you do see the last point being played. And she knows she's got it. And tears and all, collapses on the ground. Then no histrionics whatsoever. She walks to the umpire and referee, whatever she's called, up there, shakes her hand, and then goes to whatever it is, press or something. And so it's really dignified. It's beautiful. On violence, I'd wanted to say something that maybe people have said. I didn't hear you all. I found it at the beginning of the war. I know that we always make a difference between stuff we see in the movies and stuff you see for real. And if you've ever been into a situation, accident or something, it is totally different. So at the beginning of the war, as we saw, these sites of Russians being bombarded, hand grenades and trenches and stuff, it really felt sick. Like, that it's live. To me, it makes a big difference to your mind. What's scary is that, so I avoid most of it, but it's like snuff porn, I guess. If you continue to watch it, you get immured a bit. So it is kind of a stark warning. And most of the stuff, of course, you want to see how accurately the Ukrainians can take out a whole line of tanks and stuff like that. So you can understand why we go for it. Anyway, I think we have those human reactions. And there's a danger. Just on the last point people have been making, I think one would have to say that Russian society has produced a very different kind of human being. And the main evidence I have is that every single time we see a Russian soldier being interviewed, any people there in the front, they're just such beautiful people. I mean, some of them would not be, at any rate. That's just anecdotal evidence. Nevertheless, we've been watching for over a year. And the contrary, should we ever see a Russian for whatever reason, whether it's on the front or in prison or or these state propagandists and so on, they're just rather abhorrent characters, some vicious, some obtusely fatuous, and even the ones who are in prison, they get subdued greatly because they're in a very different surroundings. But there isn't anything all that great to write home about. So I think, yeah, the cultural influences are huge here. And I think we can feel there's a huge cultural and social difference in your Russian man on the street and man on the line.
You're right there, Lexicon. There's something that I saw the other day with regards to prison. Apparently, just opened the doors and let the prisoners out. Just went back into their cells. They went back to the prisons. They went out for a bit, thought about it, and went back to the prisons because they had a roof over their heads. They knew where they were. They weren't in a position where they could possibly be shot or abducted. And apparently the lifers at the prison decided to take some sort of control and then sort of, kept them all looked after, made sure that they got fed and things like that. And that is a very different contrast to me, that those people, most of them, were quite happy to stay in the prison and not to go out into the environment. And they actually have been moved to more secure facilities now. But the ones that stayed and the lifers that sort of arranged everything and kept people in order have basically said, we stuck around because, well, we didn't want to get involved with the Russians. We knew how dangerous it was. And also, we thought that it might get our sentences reduced. So at least they were sort of, being conscientious. I thought that was a quite interesting point there, that they just went back to prison and organised themselves. Gunny, go ahead.
Yeah, just replying to what Shaggy said, I think he misunderstood the point I was getting at. I was by no means trying to argue the case that the bombing of the Ruhr was in any way bad. It wasn't. Anyone who knows me knows that I am fully on board with that. And I think the treatment of bomber command crews post-war was absolutely appalling. My point was, I think that this is in a great number of people. And what you see through history and what you're seeing now with Russia is a society that takes the lid off that behavior, which is probably in a good number of people. I think you'd be very naive to think that in any of our countries, any of you listening, if you removed multiple societal norms and reduce the number of rules of governance of humanity and dignity, if you think everything would remain the same, I think you'd be being a bit naive, to be honest. I think these rules that we live and abide by are there, and to a degree, it keeps a good number of us in check. I mean, why do I delight on the Xbox in a well-planned ambush that sees pixelated people decapitated and blown apart? Why do I enjoy that? Why do I sit there with a pint of beer on a Saturday afternoon, chilled out after the gym, and delight in simulated misery and death? I mean, there's a question there, isn't there? So, I think, for all of you listening, how many of you, right, and just think about this carefully, how many of you have delighted in either getting revenge or retribution on a mortal enemy, be it in the office, in the workplace, or whatever, or seeing someone you dislike intensely have a fall, and you've sat there and you've kind of, yeah, earn it, baby, enjoy the pain. Now, why would you do that? Unless they've done something really terrible to you, why would you kind of delight in someone else going through a bad time because you hate them or you dislike them or whatever? So I think that kind of speaks to our internal mechanisms to a degree. Or I've basically spent the past 50 years hanging around with some really dark souls, and they've kind of they've twisted my own soul. But I think in terms of Russia, it's base instinct that their society has taken the lid off and allows them to express to a certain degree. And I think, like the video today, a lot of people watching that would have just been served a reminder of what we are all capable of. It wasn't a BMP, it wasn't a KA-52, it wasn't a T-72. It was a guy fighting for his country who was summarily executed by people who will see no drama with that. These weren't SS grenadiers. These weren't Sonderkommando or anything like that. These were probably just Russian line soldiers, Mobics, who took an unarmed man and then summarily executed him. Therefore, that speaks a lot about their society. And therefore, if you look at that society and society that removes certain rules, got to ask yourself the question: what are we as people? Are a substantial number of us like that? I think it's an uncomfortable kind of thing to address, but I think it's a valid one personally.
So you're saying that we're all just deep down, we're all just dark. Is that what it is? We've all got a little bit of darkness in our soul. It's just, unfortunately, the Russians seem to only have the opposite way round.
I think you could probably argue that, couldn't you? How many people listen have done something wrong? I'll stick my hand up. I've done a couple of things that have been morally questionable in my time. Unless unless you're an angel, I don't think any of us have got an absolutely 100% clear conscience. Why did we do it? There'll be varying reasons for that. Do many of us feel bad about it after? Yeah, we do. And why don't we make a habit of it unless we're a criminal? Because society does not let us do that, because it's not normal, because it's not acceptable, because there are laws, because there are norms of behavior that either we inherit from our parents or we take from religion. And I'm no big fan of religion, but I think religion in many ways is a good moral and integrity governance system, in that it teaches us usually to be good. But that's all society and the people around us, isn't it? Now take all of that away. Take that away, where everyone around you, or pretty much everyone around you, doesn't display basic humane qualities. I think you could say, well, you will probably just follow the herd, and that will reduce you down. And that's why 4 of you surrounding a prisoner of war and shooting him in the head, they won't even think about it. They'll probably be dead in a week anyway, so they're not going to have long to try and reconcile their conscience. But to them, it's just, yeah, shoot him, take him out and shoot him. So yeah, I think that's I think that might be true to one degree or another. Some people listening to this are going to shake their heads and go, well, that's awful. I'm a really good person. All right. Yeah. Okay, great. Good for you. But I consider myself a good person. But, I think most of us have, to one degree or another, had some pretty bad thoughts about other people. I think that's just what we are. We're just governed.
Yeah, I think you're right that some of us have a stopping point, and some of us don't. Anyway, we shall go on to Stephen. Stefan.
Hello. I was going to switch topics, so if Johanna wants to go first on this topic, I'd be happy with that.
Johanna?
Okay, I'll try to be short. So to Gani's point, of course, every one of us is capable of evil. And of course, aggressivity was necessary from an evolutionary perspective. But right now, human society evolved beyond evolutionary, I don't know how to say, needs, let's say. Now you don't have to hunt a bear or kill some animal in order to feed your family. It's sufficient to be an IT specialist or a banker or something like this. So we are beyond that, and our society protects us from the need to be aggressive and evil, and from the desire to unleash what is evil in us. Our society, our families, our community is trying to make us be people that can live together. And bringing it back to Russia, of course, we can all see that there is something wrong there. It's maybe education. I still think that it's probably the matter of trust. When you cannot trust anybody, when you cannot have a feeling of community, when especially when you arrive in such a situation as being in a war and doing what you are told to, and being submitted to aggression from the others, it all goes wrong. Sorry, I just wanted to be short and not go to too many points. So maybe let's go to Stephen. Thank you.
Stefan, I think, but yeah.
I
Axel,
think,
did you have
I
something to add?
think Gunny and many people who've ever been in the military or have seen evil escalate will beg to differ. I do not think that we're beyond that. I do not think that we should ever be beyond that, because then we lose the capacity for deterrence of violence. There is those who commit acts of evil, and then there is those who you can call whatever you like. One term is probably sheepdogs, you know, the ones who actually have to do the job and fight, and the ones who have to do the job and go out there and commit themselves to that situation. And they will have to be sharp, they will have to be violent, they will have to be willing to fight. And if they don't, nothing else works. And if society fails to accept that, it loses everything. If society believes that the game of football should be ballet, it loses both the pleasure of football as well as its raucousness and its attractiveness. There has to be a balance struck. Absolutely, I completely agree. We should not tolerate violence dished out to civilians in the street. We should not tolerate violence against those who can't defend themselves, be them women, minors, likes, dependents. It doesn't matter. Of course not. Nobody says that. But if we do not instill a certain sense of fervor, real fervor, or further into our young population, if there is no will to fight, there won't be any capacity to ever fight. No, we're not beyond that. And by the way, the amount of evil committed in this world goes far beyond the small horizons of population which we have protected by the people on that wall protecting us.
Noted. I've got some good news, folks, that Twitter appears to have started to sort out their problems, and you should be able to see things appearing on your timeline properly soon. We are told that the web link to the Maria Report is now working, so good for you guys. You can listen to us on your web as well. Go on, Stefan. I've kept you waiting long enough.
No, that's all right. Thank you, Monkers. Hi, this is actually my first time speaking, so I want to start by saying thanks to all the hosts and the founders and all the speakers that I've listened to for a long time. I find myself with an interesting problem. I feel like I know a lot of you, and I trust a lot of you, and you have no way of knowing me or trusting me, because I've never actually, I made it into speaker a few times, but it never worked out that I actually spoke. So I'm coming with a little bit of a big one for a first time speaking, but here's the story. So I have a friend, a former coworker of my wife's, who was at the beginning of the war this phase of the war in the Territorial Defense Forces in Lviv. Served there for, I think, about 6 months, and then went abroad for a bit and is now back in Ukraine, and affiliated with the with one of the Ukrainian Air Assault Force brigades. and reached out to me yesterday about wanting to procure an SUV. Now, previously we've worked together to do some smaller fundraising to get some drones so that the defense forces that he was working with could practice and do reconnaissance. SUV is a bit too big for me personally, so I'm really looking for help for anyone who might be able to direct me in what else I might do. Here's what I've done so far. Well, obviously I came up to speak, and Mockers informed me that I should reach out to Ragnar Sass, who I don't know, so I don't have the intro there yet. I also reached out to MriyaReport. Yeah,
Stefan,
that's Mockers mentioned Leonard as well.
We'll get you in touch with Leonard and with Ragnar, and we'll see what works.
Cool. And I did reach out to Ripley's Heroes because I've heard the most over the months of them doing cars. So that's going on as well. And any intro would be appreciated. Thanks so much.
Axel, would you be able to do the introduction, or would you like me to? Beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll cycle down.
Thank you so much, Stefan. Mark, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And again, thanks to the hosts and co-hosts for everything you guys do to keep this space going. I wanted to reflect just a moment on Russian. They were very intelligent. They were very intelligent. They had master degrees in social work, knew a lot of investigating. They knew what they were talking about, what they were looking, and they were willing to look anywhere in the world to adopt a child, with one exception, and that was Russia. Because the more they investigated and the more they looked into it, the more there was more than enough evidence to show that children that were raised in Russian foster care or otherwise were emotionally disturbed to the point that it would have been very, very difficult, very, very challenging to raise a child from a Russian orphanage because, again, the way they were treated was just horrible, and it pretty much scarred them for what they thought would be for the rest of their life. So they're really, I don't mean, Gunny is right on. I think that there's this seed of evil maybe in all of us, but there's something to be said about cultural norms that keep that contained. And we've seen it with the invasion. It's brought to the forefront how just immoral and despicable Russian culture is. And this was just another point of reference that a couple desperate to adopt a child would not look at Russian orphanages because all the evidence showed that that those children were just emotionally disturbed and would have issues most of their lives. So just another point of evidence as far as Russia and why that culture, why they as a country just need to be decapitated. Anyway, just some thoughts on there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. I see I have run out of hands. So I'm going to do what I usually do, and I'm going to have a little look at the things that I normally bring up at this time. So, would you believe, and it's a bit of a shame this for them, I'm sure you're going to feel terribly sorry for them, would you believe the delegation of the Russian Federation, again, didn't receive American visas to participate in any UN events in New York? That's a shame for them, isn't it? Always worth a bit of a chuckle, that. Just love to hear that. We have also heard that there are explosions, or at least very loud booms over the Donetsk region. Apparently, there is air defense going off, actively engaging aerial targets. So, gosh, I wonder what that could be. I know the Ukrainians have said recently that they have plans and they have drones. So, we'll see what happens with those. Nick, are you there, my friend?
Hello? Yeah,
Hello.
sorry. Sticky mic button.
Just checking you're alive.
We should have. I just started thinking of people who remember the TV series KYTV, or the radio comedy series Radioactive that preceded it, and they had presenters called Mike Flex and Mike Channel, and I think we definitely, and an adapter, and I think we definitely need a mic button in this space.
You do.
Yeah, well, I've got one. It's just sticky, and I need a timeout. I need it to sort of just automatically go off and be voice activated.
See, mine's the other way. I have to really tap mine about 10 times to get it put on mute, which is funny.
If we're having a quiet moment, something somebody suggested, and I don't think we'll ever do this formally, but since we have a quiet moment, is in an occasional series explaining some of the jargon and some of the basic jargon that people use and that that goes past, and people perhaps not native speakers of English, or perhaps people with less familiarity with military jargon generally, may not notice going past. And I noticed earlier that Gunny said 2IC, and I believe that means second in command, so the deputy chief officer in any given situation. So I try to make notes of these when I see them go past and think, will everyone who's listening know what that means? And given that, I don't know if you were here yesterday, Mockers, when I got a DM from someone saying, what's an NCO? We had an interesting discussion about what an NCO is. First of all, we discovered non-commissioned officer. First of all, we discovered that it's rather different across all the various armies. But I just thought it was useful because we sometimes get very, very, very into the details here, and the exact range of this versus that missile. And I think we forget sometimes that we have people who don't listen to the space a whole lot, and we also have people who just have absolutely no basic background knowledge on military matters. My own knowledge is pretty limited, so I occasionally like to explain things. And if anyone has suggestions for little bits of basic terminology that we can explain, feel free to either come up now and speak, or DM me and say, you know what, I'd like people to speak. I'd like a couple of people to tell me for 3 minutes about and some subject that you might even be too embarrassed to admit that you don't know. And really, there are no question is too basic, because this is war, and most of us have not grown up with it, and it is completely legitimate to not have any understanding of this kind of thing. And what is the difference between a bullet and a cannon shell, or between an auto cannon and a machine gun, and all that kind of stuff? Right at the beginning of this space, there was okay, is it a tank? And it's like, well, it's got a turret and a gun and tracks, but it's not a tank. And that was quite an advanced argument. And I suspect that we have even simpler questions that a lot of people kind of struggle with. So I would like to encourage people, whether I'm co-hosting or not, if you have DMs, if you have questions like that, DM them to me, and I will arrange for them to get discussed, because I think that's an important part of our education here.
Well, Rebecca has popped up, so maybe she's got a question for you there.
Actually, I didn't have a question. I just walked in on the discussion, and I was going to say that in general, I think one of the great advantages of this space has been that we've gotten a crash course in war. And I think it's very important, if you live in a democracy that has an army, that you understand how war works, because otherwise you make very bad choices.
You know what? That's very true. A lot of the only experience that I've had of war, I would say, would be on the telly, would be documentaries, and half of them in black and white. So I can safely say that, yeah, personally, I've not had any real real idea of what war was. Not really. Not until I've seen with my own eyes what's been going on this year. I mean, I know there have been other things going on in different places, but there's been nothing like this where we are literally seeing the World War tactics and their equipment as well for some reason. Yeah, go ahead, Rebecca.
I was going to say, even documentaries, I think, are very valuable. I mean, I'm a tutor, private tutor, and I get lots and lots of students from private and public schools, and also from colleges. And we just don't teach. We don't. We find, at least in the U.S., maybe it's different elsewhere, but we're very, very of maybe political changes or social changes that happen on the home front. But the idea of knowing what can and can't be accomplished, what the cost is, what how wars are lost when they should be won, how they're won by people who might have thought of it's just not considered. And if you listen to our congressmen and our senators talk about it, or journalists, or even experts in international relations, they just don't seem to have a real grasp on what it is this thing does, other than make people suffer, which it does. And I don't want to minimize that at all. But when I think about the Civil War in the US, which was a war that was fought by a country that had kind of decided it wasn't going to fight wars. I mean, that was the whole, we're going to withdraw, and George Washington didn't want us to have an active foreign policy. The first 2 years of the war are spent kind of trying to avoid really engaging with the enemy, and the Civil War goes on way longer than it should, partly because it takes a long time for the North to decide that they're going to win it, rather than hoping that if they kind of stall, somehow they can get out of it. So, and I feel we're kind of there now. We kind of have this feeling, I'm not us on the Maria Report, but in general, many good people who want the best for the world kind of have this feeling that they don't want to go all in because it's so awful, and they're holding back, and we're just making it last longer. Anyway, that was my thought.
Yeah, I get that. I do understand that feeling as well, that yeah, things don't appear to have happened as quickly as maybe they could have done. However, you see, I'm a terribly positive person. I was a very weird child, me. I used to watch surgery programs, like proper graphic and yeah, history and old stuff. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know where I came from as a child, but my mother used to say that there was something wrong with me because I hated cartoons and liked watching open heart surgery on the documentary channels. Yeah. So, sorry, that was just a complete aside. However, it is very frustrating to know what needs to happen, and to know that people have got this stuff and can give this stuff in a lot of cases, and yet there was so much dragging of feet. And I appreciate that there's a lot of political hoo-haing that goes on, and making of deals and this, that and the other, but I don't know. As far as I'm concerned, you wouldn't, if I had, the equipment in my back garden, you wouldn't have to offer me anything for it. It would just be a case of, you know what, I'm not using it right now. You can have that. If you can make use of that, you can have that. Tell you what, we'll sort it out later. And honestly, I kind of feel as though some countries have totally got that and some haven't. Yeah, the thing about, we've got to keep this for our own safety and our own army and all that, and it's like, well, that's great, but when was the last time you were actually invaded? and needed those. Can't we just,
The US has masses of stuff in storage. We had so much surplus military equipment that we were giving armored personnel carriers to local police departments because we didn't know what else to do with it. So I definitely.
I'm sure they use them terribly well.
The police run around in it, and then they all go. Ridiculous stuff. It's kind of died down because there were some really embarrassing things that were done by police departments, kind of over militarizing, and it did feed into events in the last couple of years. So I don't want to open that kettle of fish at all. But the idea that we're scraping the cupboards bare here in the U.S. when it comes to military kit is just ridiculous.
Absolutely, yeah. Arsenal of democracy has not gained that name for no reason.
Whereas on that basis, France and Germany are the Tranmere Rovers of democracy.
Thank you, Nick.
For the bemused listeners, Arsenal is a top English football team who are currently leading the English League. Tranmere Rovers are a lesser team.
As soon as you can show me that France has rendered 2.6 billion in military aid, basically, plus additional military aid from its industry, we can take those rovers to the Germans. In the meantime, I think they are more like Wolverhampton. We should compare them more to Arsenal itself. Since when?
Yeah, but the last time they won the league, of course, they had a French manager. All analogies can be stretched too far. I have a question from a listener. It's a great question. How many people are in a brigade and other groups, by which I presume is meant things like battalion and company? If there is a brigade of tanks, does that include infantry, logistics support like petrol trucks? Do fuel trucks travel with the tanks? How far can tanks travel? Okay, there's a ton here, but this is all basic stuff. The military people come on here and say a brigade or a battalion, and imagine, I think that people can go, yes, a brigade or a battalion. How far back are the okay? There's the person who asked me this. Thank you so much. We could have if someone wants to come up, but can we start? Will someone with military come up and tell us how big is a brigade and what does it include? What does an armored brigade include? So a great question, the kind of thing we should be talking about, I think.
Well, I can tell you that it depends on who you are as to how many people are in your brigade. In fact, different countries do it differently, don't they?
Absolutely correct. There are some certain standards for interoperability. For example, in NATO, currently we have the setup has changed evidently. So the heavy armor brigades and the likes we don't have anymore. But the current NATO brigade would typically be 14 tanks to each company, and you would have 2 companies form a battalion. Then you have 2 battalions form the brigade. So that's where it is. Proper good old armor brigades, and armor brigades as the US have had it in the past were up to 3 tank battalions. And and if you were to have a division, then that would be anywhere between 3 and 4 brigades. So.
Okay, but how many tanks? How many men? How many men in an armored brigade? How many people would say, I am...
I just told you. It's 42
I missed
tanks. And so if you have, for example, the US setup was always, in the past, 3 tank companies in every tank battalion. That's 42 tanks, and then you have typically 2 lead tanks to lead them. That would be 44. All right, that's classic old US setup. In the meantime, NATO shrunk this to twice 14 plus sometimes 2 lead tanks. Then you add ARVs, armored recovery vehicles, and you put some bridge laying tanks with it. You also don't let your tank brigade run out without any IFVs. You have therapists now in the meantime, so it's a different setup. You would probably have, how should I put this? It really is difficult because, well, it is difficult and it's not. It depends on where you are. Marcus is right. Whether you're within NATO, whether you're within NATO EUCOM, meaning European Command, or whether you are, for example, in a different environment. And then you can drill down and create those setups.
You forwarded me the message from Manuel.
Sorry?
Shall I suggest a private evening?
Nick, you are hot micing again. Carry on, Axel.
So the purposeful question would be, I mean, if you really want a full walkthrough through a NATO, through NATO structures, I'm sure we can arrange that and do this here easily. It's not a problem. We can go through this in quite some detail. For example, our British friends have a completely different, sorry, not completely, they have a different denomination. They organize these not in companies as we would call them, they call them squadrons, but they're effectively the same. Squadrons have a different support. And Gunny could talk to that, for example, despite the fact that he is originally from the Royal Navy and only signed up with the ground pounders to finally get his feet on land. So the question really has to be specified a bit more as to what suits the purpose. If you just want to know the size of these brigades, it really is depends on the purpose. It's roughly 4,800 to 5,000 men. That's a
okay. That was the kind. Yeah, I'm thinking in terms of, and we mentioned this yesterday, the famous sketch of the man trying to buy a gramophone and being told that he needs a hi-fi, and then does he want an amp and how many watts? And he sort of goes, ooh, 2, and everyone laughs. And then he says, no, 5,000, and they laugh. And then he says 30, and they go, oh, 30. So we're an expert now. So if we say a brigade is a brigade of 5,000 people is a sensible brigade. A brigade of 600 people is not, and a brigade of 20,000 people is probably a bit big. So order of magnitude, 4,000 to 5,000 people.
Yeah, there is no such thing as a 20,000 man brigade. That makes no sense.
Right.
Okay. 20,000, for example, what I told you earlier, for example, 3 to 4 brigades, depending on where you are, 3 to 4 modern brigades would form a division. So if you come to your 20,000, that would probably be a division.
Okay, that's just and a battalion is kind of 500 to 1,000.
Yeah, depending on what it's for. So if you have mechanized infantry, you will have more persons to that battalion. If you have an armor battalion.
Okay. Can we have another question?
Sure, if I can answer it. I'm not a ground pounder.
How far?
My father was a ground pounder, so I can talk about it as much as you like, but I can, yeah, please.
So, how far back?
Nick,
sorry?
for anyone asking, I have just retweeted what Gunny has supplied me, which is how to make up a brigade. So people can take a look at that picture, and it gives them an idea of how it's set up.
Okay. Next question, and from the same person, and then
that is what a British brigade is. This the strike groups, or what are we talking about?
Okay. Next question, different. How far back? How far back are things like triage centres, food halls? I didn't write this. Ammunition depots. Are there ongoing resupply runs to the front lines, or are the people on the front lines pretty much on their own? And I think this goes into the question of what is it like fighting a war? I've seen documentaries, and the Ukrainian soldiers seem to wake up in a house somewhere, which I presume they've commandeered or been assigned, and they drive off to the front line in their SUV, and there's some shooting goes on, and then they seem to drive home. Now, maybe that's not the same as the trench phase of the war, but yeah, we've got a front line in Donbass or whatever. How far back from that line will, I don't know, the catering, the logistics, the triage centers, I presume means first aid, be? Will it be a mile back or 10 kilometers back? How how would that sort of thing work? We kind of know, I think, that the Russians have a lot of their stuff some way back, because otherwise they're getting HIMARS. But yeah, what would your setup be in a combat situation? How far back would the local logistics go? I see James. James, I think you have your mic. I don't know if you have your mic on. It certainly isn't hot, but maybe James has something.
This really is a battlefield setup. It is. How should I put this? There are troops which cycle out, no question. And for example, you've heard from Chechnya, the most specialist version, not the classic infantry or mechanized infantry. Now, what we've seen here in trench warfare, so no fortified position. Just take an infantry brigade on the march. They will have their truss with them, and they will have field kitchens in the rear. This in the rear can be quite far away. And they cycle out between what is the line of contact, which is not one line, it is typically an area. Line of contact can be between your own forward artillery position plus another 5 kilometers, and then you are in an area which is at risk. It's a danger zone up to the line of their artillery, because you may just have widely dispersed troops. And I think Yehuda went through this in quite some detail, and so did Chuck. So I'm not quite sure from which time zone the question is, but you have troops cycling out and back to positions where there's a field kitchen, where they can actually rest and recover briefly, close enough. That would be your second line of defense. Depending on the terrain, this can be as far away as 15 kilometers. You try to be out of enemy short-range artillery, but you may well still be in a danger zone where rocket artillery can technically hit you. So you have to be careful. Then there's the third edge, which is further behind that line, but that would not be your frontline troops at that point in time. So that would be, say, for example, a company which has cycled out and has a 24, 48 hours rest period minimum. You have field kitchens, which are, for example, often very close to a depot. Then you can have, say, a field kitchen literally with a platoon, a small field kitchen. And you have, for example, 4 platoons or 6 platoons coming together and using a field kitchen. That's a possibility. You could just simply also be stranded in your trench and in your forward position, where you have to make do with what your meal ready to eat is. And sometimes you may be in a position, as the Ukrainians have shown us, where there's an entrenched position with a bunker, and you end up literally trying to live off what you have. It really depends on the battlefield. It depends on the tactical situation. It depends on where you're stranded and what the terrain is. There is no hard and fast rule. Yes, of course, you try to ensure that you have communication ways and pathways which are safe and secure. Yes, you try to make sure that there is that your support lines are short and that they are protected. But then it really is terrain based. I don't know how else to put it. Did we just lose Nick? Did I talk to a muted mic?
No, you were not talking to a muted mic, but Nick did disappear on us. Yes, these things happen.
Well,
Twitter,
maybe, I mean...
Twitter is working as smoothly as the Russian offensive at the moment.
We need to get someone here who's been recently... The problem is really that it's also a matter of the kind of conflict you're in. Take, for example, what many NATO armies, as well as specifically our Americans and Brits and the likes, have sustained in Afghanistan, where you had a forward operating base. You had a camp, you reverted back to camp, then you had missions to go out. You were probably in the field. Sometimes you had a mission which took you a few days. You'd be out in the field. You're trying to, say, eat in a secure position where you're nesting, and that's it. And then you return back to base. Now, that's not a force-on-force conflict. But wait one, I can get my friend and colleague David up, and then he and I can play a little bit of pinball on this matter. because that is a topic where we can discuss it, because force-on-force conflicts have been few and far between in recent history. And for example, many of the options which we have today in terms of feeding our troops and feeding them properly did not necessarily exist in the format in other conflicts. Now, whether it is a warmer, more, shall we say, tropical weather kind of conflict as in Vietnam, or whether it was an utterly bloody cold conflict environment and terrain such as in Korea at this point in time is different. But David, you're a sapper, you're a frogman, you obviously didn't have the infantry training, but you know your colleagues. Sometimes you just end up in a trench and eat there.
Yeah, no, I was going to say the only once have I eaten in a field kitchen in 15 years, right, of going on exercise and doing stuff. Northern Ireland was different because you were back into a base. Basically, you would go into your little protected area once you're finished your patrolling and all the other bits and pieces. And I would like to remind you, Axel, Royal Engineers, first in, last out for a reason, right? So,
Yep.
No.
Yeah,
it was
tough guys. What did you do there?
Yes, exactly. I hid in a corner, Axel. Yeah. We carried all our ration packs. It was as I said, I was thinking about it the other day. Only once do I remember of getting in a field kitchen, and it was with the infantry. And I was going, "What luxury do you guys have?"
Are these people with
Wow.
tents?
No, exactly right. Tents. Where did those come from? What is this all about, right? They're clearly Swedish or Norwegian or Finnish people, right? Because they get it easy.
Right, I'm just going to jump in here before either of you go again. I'm going to have a little rest, my lovelies. Thank you all for your time and energy today and your ears. And David, I will be doing a little swap with you. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's my pleasure. My pleasure. And I did hear you this morning. I was just going to sleep when you came on. I went, oh. That's not to say you sent me to sleep, by the way.
I understand I have that kind of voice. Right, I'm off skis.
Yeah.
Questions. Questions coming in.
I was going to
Thick and fast.
I was going to fill in a little bit about the field kitchens. It is.
Yes, please.
It is very simply. It's just a case of where, when, and so many vagaries. It could be that you might have, if you were lucky enough to have a kitchen, you could just be less than a kilometre away. It depends absolutely on the mission and the I was going to say your local environment at the time, right? So if there's quite a bit of risk, you probably wouldn't find a field kitchen. As I said, 15 years. Only once we used to carry our ration packs. It would come along and go get it, or we have to go and resupply and pick something up, right? But never was there and there were times where I saw field kitchens, but it was just I looked at them and it was as well as waving away, and we never get to go them. It was pick up our supplies, go on, carry on doing what we're doing, which in the days of the Cold War would be trying to blow up bridges. That bridge done, that bridge done, that bridge done, and there's another bridge. No bridge too far. No bridge too far.
Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just walking my dog about 3/4 of an hour ago, and my battery suddenly died. And it was right after Gunny had asked me about, like, just the sort of banality of evil that just so many people, particularly in World War II, could do horrible, horrible things. And I was just thinking to sort of answer a bit on that if people are interested. It sounds like you're talking about ration packs and things. Do you mind me changing the subject?
No, carry on. I was using. I think the low level questions like that. I've got 3 or 4 saved up. I'll try to go through them when we finish this topic, just because the people who asked are probably online. But I think it's even if they aren't, some of the answers to fairly basic stuff I think will be of general interest. But I think it's very much background, and I think other when people come up with individual, more meaty topics, that's absolutely fine. So go ahead, Tom, and then we'll go to George.
Yeah, thanks. So I think, Joanna had been saying, why are the Russians destroying things simply because they can't have it? And I talked about that as being like sort of narcissistic rage. And then Decoding had mentioned about the problem of evil, which is obviously a huge problem. And I said how the word evil itself is almost a kind of mythical word. It's in a lot of our myths and legends. It's in the Bible, and it doesn't necessarily help people to have the best explanation psychologically for why people are that way. And then I think that's what Gunny was kind of getting at, is that isn't it really the case that a lot of people could do things that we consider to be evil, and it's some sort of thin veneer of society that really keeps a lid on it? And I've definitely seen this in my work. The first place where I've seen it is actually in the sort of the neuropsychology of frontal lobe brain injury, which might sound like a weird place to start, but the brain is really the sort of the hardware for all of our behavior and things that we do. So if you understand it on a brain level, it's a sort of deeper level of analysis than the society level. So let me give you an example. There's a lot of guys, if they get frontal lobe injuries, and it tends to be guys because we get into fights and accidents, or serve in armed forces and things like that. Certain frontal lobe injuries, particularly the more ventral parts of the frontal lobe, which are sort of behind the eyes, are really, really critically involved in like self-control. And people that get bad damage to those areas can become really quite disinhibited, really quite, for want of a better word, quite nasty people. It boils down to two things. One is a loss of empathy, so you don't care about other people anymore. And the other one is a loss of fear, so you don't worry about getting into trouble. If you take away one or both of those things from people, they'll do all sorts of things. So I've got a patient at the moment who I want to slightly anonymize just for reasons of confidentiality. So this person has multiple sclerosis, which attacks the white matter in the brain. And this person, I believe, has had damage to the white matter tract that links their amygdala, emotional decision-making areas, to the orbitofrontal cortex, which is just behind your eyes at the front of your brain. And this person doesn't give a damn about anything or anyone. They're not worried about hurting people's feelings. They're not worried about the future. And they're making like violent threats towards their family. And I need to help this person so that they don't end up in prison, or that if they do something illegal and get in trouble with the police, that people understand that they've got a serious brain injury here. And one of the things that working with such people has made me realize is that things that all of us think but don't do are actually really quite normal. So a lot of the guys that I've worked with these sorts of brain injuries, particularly when they're so misbehaved that they end up in secure hospitals, are very sexually disinhibited. Let's put it that way. So they'll see a female member of staff that's attractive and they'll just want to grope her. And something that's made me realize this is it's like, I'm not as much of a monstrous pervert as I thought I was. I just control myself. Whereas these guys have just had that completely stripped away. Now, this is the kind of hardware of sort of morality or good and evil in a way. The two things that hold us back are caring about other people's feelings and fear of getting in trouble. Now, if you have a culture where you take those things away, simply having the hardware isn't good enough. The fact that your frontal lobes work doesn't mean that you're going to use them. So if you've got a culture that says these people are evil, it's okay to kill these people don't count. In fact, they're not people. They're rats, they're cockroaches, they're Untermensch, they're pathetic, they're not as strong as us, they're not as decent as us, they're not humans, you dehumanize them. That enables people to do violence. It enables people to not care about people's feelings and to see them as less than human. Gunny made the point about, is it any different with a Lancaster bomber dropping bombs? I'd say it's very different. Pressing a button that causes death at a distance, you don't get to see someone dying. Killing someone up close with a weapon in your hand or your bare hands, a lot harder to do. The other thing that a culture can do, though, is to take away any fear of retribution. So normally, murder is a bad thing, and people won't do that. And as much as people won't do that because they think killing is wrong and they've got a sense of morality, quite a lot of it really is the fear of getting in trouble. And if a government gives you a gun and says it is okay to kill these people, then that takes away a lot of the fear of getting in trouble. And in some cases, this is perfectly just. I mean, you know, Ukraine has done this, handing out assault rifles to civilians and territorial defense and all the people they've conscripted and trained. So in a way, it's good that we can inhibit our own inhibitions and say it is okay to kill now. But at the same time, it's bad because that can lead to war crimes. All of us normally, when we lose our temper, temporarily can hurt people. And that's just normal. There's no brain damage. There's no being a psychopath. There's no horrible society telling you to do it. It's just anger. And, you know, that's a normal, natural, evolved response. But I think the Russians have probably got a combination of a lot of these things. I dare say some of them have got slightly damaged brains from alcohol. Culture that tells them that this other culture, these other people are inferior and it's okay to kill them. And they've been told that this is fine. And everyone around them is doing it and their superiors are doing it. And that gives them a message that it's okay to kill. It's okay to be evil. But they don't even think of themselves as being evil. They think the other side are Nazis. So a bit of a rant, really. This is what I was going to say 3/4 of an hour ago when I was walking my dog. But that was to answer Gunny's question, really, and Joanna's question, if Gunny's still there. But does that make sense to you guys? Feel free to critique me if you want to, Nick.
Sounded pretty good to me. Sounded very, very sensible. Yeah. George.
Yes, I was just wanting to foot stomp what Tom was saying. I haven't really come up to speak before, and so I might be a bit awkward. I had spent 4 years as an infantryman in the 101st Airborne in Iraq and Afghanistan, from 2001 2005, and the command climate, like what your officers and NCOs let you do and tell you not to do, makes all the difference in the world. And when people are getting war crimey, if you have a strong NCO corps that is empowered to, smack your hand before it gets bad, after that first crack upside the head, it stops, then you don't end up in The Hague. And, I worry that the Russians don't feel at all empowered with their, lack of an NCO corps to really try to get 18, 19, 20-year-old men who are not the most stable people in the world to take a minute, calm down, and not, do these horrible things, field executions, beatings, that sort of thing, even amongst their own soldiers. I mean, I don't even know if they want to not do that. So that was my point.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a sort of a paradox for soldiers, and I say this as someone who's never served, so if I'm wrong, please just forgive me. I think it's that simultaneously we want these young men, and they are for the most part young men, to kill, which is something that we've told them is wrong their whole lives, and that actually there's quite a lot of emotional and psychological pressure not to do. And then, as much as we want to be able to train people to be capable of killing, because a soldier that can't do that is actually not any good, unfortunately. We simultaneously want them to not kill the wrong people, which is someone that surrendered, a civilian, a non-combatant, etc. And that must be really, really difficult to be like, I've been brought up my whole life not to kill. Now you say it is okay to kill, but not that person. And that's just something that I just wonder what that's like for soldiers. And as I say, I've never served, so go ahead.
I mean, as somebody who served as an infantryman, I mean, we were taught, like, just as part of our battle drills, we go out in the back 40, we'd have, our squad level element when we're doing battle drill 1 alpha, move to contact, and it's driven home again and again and again. While you're passing through the objective, your gun's free. You can shoot pretty much anyone you want to. But as soon as you have secured the objective, passed through it, you're supposed to turn it off. I mean, they're very clear, and they try to be very clear about, once someone is no longer combat, like a threat to you, and you've moved past them to where your support element then comes up behind you, you're not supposed to finish anybody off. And, I mean, we go through in basic training, a couple very boring hours of law of land warfare for enlisted men, but then it's practically reinforced by our units. And I just don't get the feeling the Russians get very much of this. I hope, and I suspect that the Ukrainians are. So I mean, it's hard to keep people in line, and especially when there's this much, hatred and anger, and you get someone in your grasp. You have to have leadership within the platoon, within the company, that recognizes that, hey, this person is now a non-combatant. They're probably more valuable. Well, they're almost always more valuable alive, because you can show to your enemy, hey, we treat our prisoners really well, we don't execute them, and that makes them not as likely to fight to the death. I mean, just like in World War II, Germans were very happy to surrender to American soldiers, knowing that they probably wouldn't get killed, versus having to surrender to a Russian where they were going to get summarily executed, or if they're lucky, get to go spend a few decades in a gulag somewhere. So that's my point.
Yeah, definitely. I think that historically, like, armies and soldiers were pretty brutal, but something has happened in the West whereby NATO and the Western allies in World War II, and possibly going back further in history, although my history isn't that good, decided on some sort of civilization being brought to warfare and rules of warfare. We've got the Geneva Convention, there were things that preceded that. And that brings something to warfare, some sort of civilization, some sort of rules and law, which I don't think every culture has adopted to the same extent. And it's really disturbing, some of the things that we've seen. We've seen some pretty horrific things. I'm just thinking about the mass graves, the torture. I don't have to tell you guys, you've seen all of this. But clearly the other side is not behaving that way. And it's pretty horrifying. I don't know, George, if you were here when it was months ago, probably last summer, we had a guy that had been in the army, I think in the Soviet times, in the Russian army, when it was the Soviet Union. And he was talking about what they call the dedovshchina, which is often translated as hazing, but hazing is far too weak a word for what they do. He talked about daily beatings. So people just beating the shit out of new recruits every single day. And there are stories that are like new recruits being raped by other soldiers. I mean, this is just completely nuts to us, right? But it probably enables people to do a monstrous level of violence to others, which in some ways, if all you're interested in doing is killing, is probably good. But in other ways, you're not making soldiers, you're just making a gang of killers. And it's really quite horrifying to hear about. Dedovshchina is the term for anyone that isn't familiar with it.
Two points with my psychologist hat on. There is lots of interesting literature some of it more reliable than others, but it's always a good read, about the history of the United States Army in particular. Spends a lot of money after World War II on psychological research to try and improve the percentage of soldiers who would actually go and shoot at the enemy. And I think in World War II, they estimated that something like 30 or 40% of soldiers did not take clear shots at the enemy when they were able to do so. You know, it's like, no, I'm not going to fire my gun at that man, because we don't like doing that. And the challenge is to get your soldiers to the point where they're very keen to shoot at the other side without also needing to rape or beat up their own recruits, or go home and smash up their house and their wife and their kids. The other thing that occurred to me at some point along the conversation is, we kind of have a rule in scientific psychology that we try not to extrapolate beyond what the data shows us. And these days we're increasingly limited in what we can do in terms of imposing either direct or potential psychological harm on people. Milgram would never get permission today to even make his subjects believe that they were administering shocks of several hundred volts. But I think we also have to, so he wouldn't be able to do that. But even if what he was doing, what we can to inflict on people that they can't see, to inflict on people in that experiment, actually, it may have occurred to them that, hold on, I'm probably not actually administering lethal electric shocks to people, but I might not get paid for my participation if I point out that I've worked that out. We can't know that. But even if every single one of them was totally taken in, it only gets us as far as, are you prepared to hurt somebody who you can hear screaming, but you can't see? And already that is different from a war situation. That said, I did read, but I only saw the headline going past in a journal, that there has been research done suggesting that drone pilots who operate out of a base in, I believe, Henderson, Nevada, which is kind of handy because Henderson's like a suburb of Las Vegas, and you can pop down for some R&R in the evenings. But the drone pilots, flying, blowing up the wedding parties in Afghanistan out of Henderson, Nevada, have apparently a certain percentage of, or a certain amount of PTSD going on from knowing that they've, I don't know whether it's because of the accidents, whether they feel bad about killing people generally, whether they feel bad about killing the occasional innocent civilian, but there have been cases of PTSD recorded. And so you don't necessarily have to have shells going off 100 feet from you or your position. You can, the guilt of having caused death is, again, from this headline I read, there are cases of PTSD among drone operators who never left the United States. So yeah, we'll learn more.
I'm pretty well situated to comment on that very last point, because I've worked with the United States Department of Veterans Affairs quite a bit, and it is the case that drone pilots or former drone pilots, they, and I think it's because of the good optics that people have, that and the bomb damage assessment following a strike, you get a very detailed picture of what happened at the site of one of these attacks, especially in Afghanistan and Iraq. And the nature of the drone program itself, it's controversial for many reasons, one of which is local people on the ground in Iraq and Afghanistan, especially in Afghanistan, sometimes would use the United States to settle scores. And many weddings were set up to be destroyed on the basis of informant intelligence without actually having American eyes on at times. And that's why you had the back and forth in the United States administration of, are we going to have closer targeting control or more lax targeting control? And how far up or down. And also those two books that you were talking about. One is On Fire by S.L.A. Marshall, which is a great book. And the other one is On Killing by Dave Grossman, who it seems that he's gone on to speak mostly to police rather than soldiers in the last several decades, trying to encourage them to shoot more and not be more careful with their friendly or fire against civilians. So that's been one of the critiques against Dave Grossman, is he's made most of his money in the last probably decade speaking to police departments in the United States and consulting in that kind of regard. So, well, thank you.
I learned about this because I have an academic article with 40 or 50 citations evaluating the US Army's comprehensive soldier fitness program, and that got me into this whole question of military training and the psychology that goes in. It's really fascinating to see what has been tried, what doesn't work, and how we still really don't have anything good for preventing PTSD. Shaggy fella.
Oh, I was going to add something, if I may.
Sorry,
to
David,
the
yes.
current thing. So my uncle, I think I've said before, is or was a Lancaster navigator bomb aimer, and it was one of the questions when I first joined up. I joined up very early at the age of 16, and he was. We had this conversation. He says, because I was joining the army, of course he was in the RAF. He's going, well, it does mean that you may have to shoot someone. And I asked him, I said, well, what was it like for you? And he said, well, I didn't see anything. All I was given a target, and then I didn't see anything that was there. It was night time, and I was just pressing a button. And here's the thing, at the MriyaRig, the nicest person you could ever come across. Very, very interesting. He never said that. He didn't talk about it a lot. It's not something that people, as you know, from those generations would boast about and talk about. But it said never had any real repercussions from doing the bomb dropping that we know of course.
And David, I'd be inclined to think that that's what George was talking about with the optics.
Oh, exactly. That's what I meant. Yeah, I was highlighting exactly. That. Sorry.
Yeah. They couldn't see anyone dying, whereas the guys that are piloting those Predator drones can see really well bodies flying into the air, bodies on the ground, and that's the difference. If you can see that you've done something, you can see you've killed a human being. I mean, that's what George mentioned On Killing. I haven't read that, but I've read On Combat, which is like a sequel to it by Colonel Grossman, and he talks about killing as being a universal human phobia. Like, we don't want to do it on the whole, particularly those of us that have been raised in civilized societies where you spend your whole life telling people killing is wrong, and then when someone's 18 and they're a fresh recruit, you're like, right, I want you to shoot that person. It must just be absolutely bizarre for people to get their heads around what Nick was talking about, the proportion of people that would shoot in conflicts. They had data for like World War II and then data for Vietnam. And one of the things they did was went from like bullseye style targets for like rifleman training to like cutouts of a man with a gun type targets. And just from shooting at something that looks a bit like a person, more people were prepared to shoot at real people. And it sounds bloody obvious, but like, obviously they didn't realize that in the 40s.
No, yeah, good point, isn't it? If you make something more human and you're shooting it, and I suppose it would beg the question: do people who go hunting find it easier to kill human beings as well?
Shaggy fella. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Shaggy fella.
Shaggy fella.
Yeah, going on from that, actually, I've had my name written on a I think it was a big mortar round, knowing that it's going to help the war effort. But I mean, I haven't thought about the flesh and blood being blown up at the other end of it, even though I know that's going to happen and kind of hope that's going to happen in one way. And that's one reason why I haven't put my name on, for instance, a little bomb dropped from a drone and seeing an actual human being being blown up by it. It's the disassociation. So kind of, yeah, my justification for sticking my name on a bomb and donating for my name going on a bomb it is probably justifying evil, what we were talking about before. And that's kind of the point I was trying to make regarding Gunny's point regarding the Lancaster bombers. Yeah, you're just dropping bombs, so you don't actually see any women and kids being killed or anything like that. You're just dropping bombs, whereas nowadays, as has been said, with drone footage and stuff like that, you actually see what's going on, so it makes it a lot more personal. But regarding Russians, I get the impression that the society's basically been brutalized over the centuries and over the decades, and it reminds me of when you hear of like murderers being convicted and then hearing about their past and they were beaten up or abused as children, and kind of that goes on. And it seems like the Russian society as a whole has been brutalized, and if you've been brutalized, brutality becomes normal, especially in a society where it's legal to beat up your wife, and it's legal to do a lot of things, or a blind eye is turned to a lot of things which in normal civilized countries or states it's not. So it's a normalization of the brutality. And if you're like a woman who live in a society where it's legal for your husband to beat you up, then when you hear of rapes going on by these husbands who become soldiers and whatever, it's like, well, whatever. It kind of goes on here, so why can't it go on there, type of thing. So it's kind of a normalization, I think. Do you reckon, Tom?
Yeah, I think so. I'd be curious to know, like, how does Russia deal with like playground violence? You know, like when kids are punching each other in the face, do they say, do they punish the bully? Do they say that's wrong? That sort of aggression is wrong? Or do they berate the child that's been bullied and say, well, you should be strong and stand up for yourself? That's what's going to happen if you're weak. Because I suspect it's something closer to the latter. The sense I get from everything that people have shown me, from what I've been seeing on Twitter, from what I understand, is that they've really instilled a belief that might is right, that if someone else was more powerful than you, well, that's what they'd do. So you'd be stupid not to do it when you've got power over them. I honestly think that the Russians believe that we are just as evil, if not worse, than they are. That Americans would be torturing Russians, that Ukrainians would be torturing Russians if the shoe was on the other foot. And so they're just like, what? Don't lie to me about this stupid morality. That's just Western propaganda being good, Geneva Convention. They're just like, that's the sort of thing that a weak loser would say, oh, it's not fair, don't torture me. It seems that they just think this is the way it is. It's the law of the jungle. If you don't believe that, you're stupid. And that's very much the impression that I get. I can't really put my finger exactly on why, but I think things like the Dedovshchina is really part of it. If they're like, that's normal and that's a good way to train soldiers, that speaks volumes about their culture.
And I can add a little bit to that, Tom, as well. So there's a lot of stuff on Twitter from phone footage and hacked webcams, etc., of Russians just beating up, Russian teachers beating up kids in the school. Right, there's one that's been that was going around the rounds. It was a kid who was crying. It's a kindergarten, and I think the teacher slaps him around the face, basically tells him to harden the fuck up, right? And then someone who was doing there was someone who was it looks like a cleaner in actual fact, who comes along a little bit later and gives him a good smashing as well. And as we know, we tend to think that people do what we do, don't we, Tom? So people who are nice, like us, think that other people are nice. But if they're just horrible, and I can't say the word I want to say, but they will just think that everyone is like that as well, right? They'll just think, I'm a horrible, and that's what everyone else is like. So this is normal, and that's their normality, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's essentially the slice of reality that we've got. We think that's what all of reality is like. It's sometimes called a representative heuristic or an availability heuristic. But yeah, the experiences that we grow up with, that's how we think the whole world is. So, if you took some, Russian 15-year-old out of Russia and put them into another school and people were being nice to them, you'd think, they're being nice to me because they're scared I'll beat the crap out of them. So clearly they're weak. Because why would they be nice to me? I'm making a massive overgeneralization. I'm sure that not all Russian people are this way, but that's the sort of sick culture they're being brought up in, I think. If your own teacher beats you up because you've been bullied, and that's normal, and you think that's what normal is like, you're going to assume that France and Germany and Russia and UK and United States are exactly the same way. And we're not. That would be considered pretty horrifying over here. I'm sure it occasionally happens over here, but when it does, it's considered horrific abuse. But yet these things seem to be normalized in their culture. And I didn't know any of this. I knew about Stalin. I knew about World War II, but I did not know any of this stuff a year ago. It's completely nuts.
I mean, it's really, really gruesome stuff, isn't it? And but what we do know is obviously sometimes abusers often, I say often, quite often, become the abusers themselves later on. Learned behaviour, hey?
Yeah, most definitely. And I think in our culture, it's a bit hard to know what is nature and what is nurture because, if your dad abused you, well, he may also have genes for being an abusive psychopath. So, is it genetic? Is it nurture? Hard to say. But I think when something's culture wide, I think there's a larger cultural influence than there is in cultures that say that that's wrong.
And I'll go back to I'm sure heavy metals are involved somewhere. If only they could take some of the bodies of the dead Russians and take tests of their brains, right?
Yeah, I mean, the other one that I wondered about was, and I've been looking at pictures of Russian soldiers to look for fetal alcohol syndrome because the levels of alcoholism in Russia are really high. There's got to be, sadly, some Russian women that are going to be drinking during pregnancy, and that does horrible things to a child's brain. I've only seen fetal alcohol syndrome a few times, but once you've seen it a few times, you instantly recognize it on someone's face. And I've only seen one or two. I haven't seen as many as I thought. I was thinking, oh God, maybe fetal alcohol syndrome is completely rampant in the Russian armed forces. Doesn't look like it is actually, but I have seen one or two. And then also there's just the violence that you'll do when you are drunk as well. Just soldiers being drunk will do worse things than soldiers that aren't drunk. And we know there's a hell of a lot of drinking going on in the Russian armed forces when they can.
So literally drinking the bar dry.
Shaggy fella.
Yeah, I've seen some videos like David has seen of teachers kind of beating up kids in Russia. I saw one where the teacher was slapping the kid around and told him he should be shot. He deserved to be shot. So yeah, it seems like a very brutal society, and or probably a lot of peer group pressure. Well, societal peer group pressure to be brutal. If you're in a brutal society, then your peers are going to be brutal. So it's basically dog eat dog. You are more brutal than the brutal person next to you, otherwise you won't survive.
Yeah, and what I'd really like, and I haven't seen just because I don't know if it exists, would be some actual research on levels of playground violence, levels of domestic violence in Russia. Because what we're seeing when we see those clips is obviously true, but you don't know if that's something that's really common, really rare, or reasonably common, but not every teacher's that bad. It's really difficult to extrapolate from those individual videos. The problem is we can fall victim to our own availability heuristic, where we see a few videos of Russians beating people up and think, oh my God, they're all like that. And that might be a bit brutal even in Russia, but actually, I don't know. Maybe that is normal in Russia. I haven't got enough data and I'd want a study on it. Rather than just those videos. But those videos do speak volumes on their own. It's just we don't want to overgeneralize too much from it.
I could give you anecdotal evidence from 15 years of travel in the country, from east to west, north to south. Whilst I haven't seen playgrounds as many, of course, but I can definitely tell you I've seen schools, seen university and colleges. I've seen many company environments and outings and social events and the likes whilst traveling there on business. And the level of violence permeating society is what we would call favela level.
You're using the term, I believe, to refer to a slum district of a Brazilian city.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just really, really sad, isn't it? I knew that Russia had awful things in its history. I knew how their soldiers were in World War II. I knew what Stalin had done. I knew that more people died in gulags than died in concentration camps. But I imagined that some of that had been put behind them. And maybe compared to Stalin levels of millions of dying, it has. But it clearly hasn't been fully put behind them.
I mean, I think even if they were having a sort of explicit program to eliminate that, if the chances of you getting rid of, even if you got rid of 90% of a social problem like that in one generation, you'd still have a pretty big one if you start at Stalin levels. It could be actually that if we zoom out, we might see that things are improving. And sometimes we miss the wood for the trees. It could be that things are improving because they were so messed up before. We still are a long way away from a soft landing. Jingu, welcome.
Thank you, Nick. So I was hearing what Tom is saying. Don't mean to hijack the topic, but Tom, if you're interested in this topic, that you are studying how the Russians are brutalized, I recommend you take a look also into the Chinese culture, especially the legalism. It's called legalism. That's actually the core of the Chinese imperial culture. So, but the thing is that the 外儒内法, what means is the Confucius is the cloak. The real tactic is legalism. What legalism is basically the most ancient and I would say several thousand year old fascism, and how to brutalize your people to institutionalize it. So here's the story. Legalism started in northwest China, okay, and then because of legalism, the Chinese first imperial empire was established. However, legalism is self-cannibalizing. So if you impose the legalism throughout your empire, it will collapse because people will not trust each other. They will turn against each other. That's exactly what the totalitarians want. But you cannot maintain a society that way. So over the time, it collapses. What happens? Massive reduction in the population, usually up to like 70% to 90%. So all of a sudden, people die out. Then new forces come in to fill the vacuum. They also pick up the legalism. Now, why is that important? Because Tom, you're saying that it's hard to say what's nurtured, what's the nature. Actually, there are human rituals, human activities that can institutionalize and these behaviors to cause a trauma, to implant a trauma in people's early age. For example, if let's say this tribe encourages abusing the kid when they're 5 years old, all the way to their 10-year-old, in order to cultivate manhood. Let's say that. I guarantee you, all the boys coming out of that tribe bear some common psychological trauma, or even the physical trauma. So the tribes from Siberia came down to mainland China, they absorb these things, and they use that weapon as the weapon to expand. So therefore, I always laugh that people think China will one day turn Russia into the client state. Never. It's always the new, fresh tribes coming from Siberia, absorbing these tactics, take it to the next level, then establish a new dynasty in China, horrible oppression. Then they use this to expand to beyond the Far East. It's always the case. So if you are interested, I'm thinking studying that link is very interesting. And also the other thing you notice, the Mongolian westward expansion is marked with brutality, right? When Mongolian left, they left a tremendous legacy with the Russians. So the Russians are, imagine a person, okay? This guy wanted to be looked upon. However, because of the behavior, personality, and skill, this guy is not taken seriously by this Western society. So he's trying to catch up. However, he finds it very hard. So from time to time, he's resort to cheating. Then from time to time, he's resort to the brute power subjugation. That sounds like Russia. So whenever he goes back to his old tricks, it is mostly coming from the east side. I'm not denigrating the Chinese culture, but this is a very toxic element that's coming from the Chinese culture. It's permeating through the world. That's my point.
Yeah, that's interesting, Jingu. When you talk about legalism, do you mean the sense of like state-sanctioned violence being legal and there being other sorts of violence that are illegal?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean by legalism?
No. Let me explain a big primer. So the Chinese, the indigenous thoughts. There are many schools. Okay, the most prominent one, is the Confucianism, right? That's what we know. Then there's another piece, very important. Is called the legalism. Legalism is a thought process. So if you do a wiki or Google, you will see that, or do a chat GPT. So these are the things about the legalism. So let me give you a couple of things, okay? So as the monarch or the ruler of the country, you should weaken your society. You should turn your people against each other. You should make your people stupid. You should make them want things material, but they don't think. By doing so, your ruling of the society will prevail. You should always treat your people by governing them by fear. Okay, there are several type of people. These are the freelance professionals, including the merchants, the craftsmen, and all these people. If, for example, they all of a sudden find it hard to find a job, right? They're all over the place. Your economy is in downturn. You should find a way to execute them, because their being around is a menace to the society. When people are not locked down to the land, when people are not locked down to their day-to-day toil, and they have such hard labor that they cannot think about their future, your society is in potential trouble. That's legalism. If you study what legalism is saying, it's appalling. This is the darkest element in the human history. It's a well documented school of thought. And very unfortunately, every single Chinese empire, they built on that. So Confucianism is like a facade. Imagine that as a sugar coat of a pill. The pill itself is legalism. That's the Chinese culture. So that's why, why I keep saying every Chinese empire is very, very dark. But Chinese culture without Chinese empire is cool. Look at Taiwan. Look at all these cultures that stepped out of the Chinese empire. It's very similar to all these states which won permanent freedom from Russia, right? Finland, Baltic states, how lovely they are, right? The Ukraine in the making. So every state that broke away from these two very dark empires, China and Russia is going to be a very, very productive, very cool member in the global community. That's my point.
Jinku, this is an interesting point. So you highlight and stress the fact that there is a perspective for light and hope. And whilst both Taiwan as well as Singapore, for example, if you take two cultures sprung off, have shown their capacity for such betterment and improvement and integration into a general rules-based order, they also have had their, shall we say, more significantly authoritarian approaches. That is another cultural dimension, and I'm not going to comment upon it now. What they do have, however, in common, and what separates them from many of those nations you just highlighted, is that they are still part and parcel of the Chinese culture as such. So there's even more to be respected how much they have managed to unshackle themselves. For Estonia, for example, or Latvia, or Lithuania, they were never part of the Russian culture. Even during the suppression of the Tsarist Empire, they were their own culture. They had to fight against the Russian culture. Their ethnicity is different. Estonians are Ugric, as are the Finns. The Latvians have a completely different setup than the Russians, as have the Lithuanians. You might argue that, for example, in the 14th and 15th century, the Lithuanians may have had a proclivity to have a little bit more appeasement in their mind towards the Russians as Eastern Slavs than the Poles, but still, the Lithuanians are as distanced and different from the Russians ethnically and language and culture-wise as you can be. The same would apply to other, say, satellite states the Russians have created by means of their subjugation, because these are different cultures. So how do you see this? I mean, I think Taiwan is exceptionally commendable for its capacity under the suppression of what the Chinese Communist Party and its regime have done. But I think we should just differentiate it. It actually speaks to your point more than, but I just want to correct it on the other end.
Yeah, let me respond to it. So yeah, actually, you'll be surprised. It's actually much, much closer than you experienced. However, probably what you and your parents experienced was what probably my ancestors experienced 300 years ago. Okay, so give you an idea. Today, the most important cities of China are Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou and Hong Kong, right? So I can tell you 1,000 years ago, none of these cities have anything to do much to do with China. Okay, take Shanghai I came from as an example. My ancestors are supposed to be the barbarians living in the hills and the mountains. Okay, they up to 1,500 years ago. Okay, their monarch wrote to the Chinese ruler in the north, and basically they're saying, "You guys are foreigners, right?" And the other side didn't get offended. It's not like they view you as a rebel who declared independence. The guy who wrote back and basically you read the tone is, yes, we are foreigners, but we want to acquire you, right? Then after Shanghai, up until today, the language is completely different. Okay, so we are supposed to speak Mandarin in the school if we are in China, but back home we speak Shanghainese. The difference between Shanghainese and Mandarin are as different as the Italians versus the Dutch, or even more. Okay, so when I speak Shanghainese, there's absolutely no way if the person never spent time in Shanghai could pick up a few words. I was in Canton, Guangzhou. Okay, my uncle moved there, and my niece grew up there. So pick up single word people are saying pick up single word people are saying on the street. I could not know anything. I don't know anything. Yeah, I felt more foreign, to be honest, than I was actually traveling in Tokyo. Because in Tokyo, there's still people speaking English. On the Guangzhou street, everybody was speaking the Cantonese. And I was like, how come they are considered the same country? I was there. We eat differently. They like the things I don't care, right? Sometimes they eat the snake meat and the cat's meat, Cantonese. I don't care. This is in their diet, right? Because these are the tradition they kept when they were mountain tribesmen, because you don't have the agriculture. You catch whatever you can get to eat. So they hunt lynx and all these things and become the residual of their diet. So I cannot judge them for that. But from the very early on, I just feel we're totally different. When I was in college, my school is equivalent to, let's say, a Dartmouth of China. Okay, so we have students from all over China. We're just very different. Okay, we speak Mandarin. We say we're all Chinese, but down to the heart, we know we are very different. Let me give you one example. If a Shanghainese is dating a guy from, let's say, 500 miles away, even from a major metropolitan, it's going to be like a major uphill battle for her, for him to convince the girl to convince the family that marriage could happen, even though we're dying to love each other, because their parents just don't see how this can work. And the other thing is, if a guy is from another city, okay, the guy is an ace in the class, then the guy wants to find a job in Shanghai. It's a no-brainer, right? That here in the United States, if an Iowa boy goes to New York to find a job, what's the big deal? No, you cannot. You need to get special permission. Then you can apply for a job. You are treated completely like a foreign worker in the visa system. So under the facade, we know it's completely fake unity. It's just not the case. Now, the difference between people like me and the difference between from a Uyghur is that my ancestors have been tamed maybe 200 years ago. So the Uyghurs are being tamed right now. That's the only difference. I cannot see any difference other than why it's run this way. So every time when I hear China is a country with 1,000 years of unified histories and unity and so on, it's completely fake. Let me tell you something. Taiwanese never mix with Shanghainese well. Why? Their language is different. Their food is different. Yes, we all speak Mandarin, but with different accent. It's just like accent. We're all here speaking English, right? Everybody here speaks English, but that does not make us one nation. So down to between our friends and smart talks, we never speak Mandarin. And we always talk about, oh, Taiwanese, they're bad, don't trust them. The Taiwanese are clean. Shanghainese, don't trust these guys. You cannot really take anything they say by the face value. If we found there are people we can trust, we're so elated. It's such a jewel. You think about that like that. Basically, if we find we can take their words at the face value mutually, that will keep us so elated for 3 days at least. That is not what you see in the same nation. That's my point.
Thank you, Jingu. George, you managed to make it up here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, about those, discussing the Russians and their craziness and the whole nonsense about them.
George, your mic is not great.
Can you hear me now?
I don't know if it's your signal. That's much better.
All right. So the problem with these goofballs is, it's people say it's learned behavior. That's true, but what happens when the fake machismo, that whole don't show emotions and be such a big tough guy, that persona become the mainstream instead of the the minority. And that's what it is in Russia. Look, there are countries that have those same type of people, but fortunately for us, they're in the minority, right? It's what we would call the knuckle dragging Neanderthals, the idiots, like here in the States that have to wear an AR-15 to go to the local drugstore to pick up their medications. Hopefully they're psych medications, but anyway, You see that whole persona that, you know, you don't show emotions, you're a guy, you have to be tough, you know? God forbid you hug your kid or something like that, you know? You have to be standoffish, absolute brooding ogre. And but in Russia, that's how they're raised, right? That and it's the predominance of the culture is like that. You got to be a real man, you know, that type of nonsense. And you know, and the women, because they don't have any rights, that's they've acquiesced to it. They support it because they think that's the way it should be. You know, any type of liberalization, any type of normalcy, any type of reform when it comes to women's rights and things like that has been thoroughly crushed. And this is the end result. It's an empathy, it's a society lacking empathy across the board.
Yeah, it's really sad, but I do get that impression. That the only thing that I would say is that we're seeing such the most awful side of Russia, and that's understandable because they're doing a brutal war and a genocide. But I don't know. I don't want to overgeneralize too much about a country I've never been to. Like, I do trust what Axel says about having traveled there extensively. I do trust what the Ukrainians tell us, having lived with these people for
one time.
Generations. Go ahead, George.
No, I was saying one time. I've been there one time. It was for almost a month, and that was in the early '90s. And you know, you saw it. You saw the way you know the men interacted with the women. It was just there. It was below the surface. But if you know, you went and you hung around with Russians, and you know you could see that that was the mindset. This is the I don't know how to put it. It kind of reminded me of something you would expect from like maybe 1930s, 40s, or 50s America. And I'm talking about woman to man relationships, things like that. In that respect,
I know that.
you know that whole it's a patriarchal society. Men are always right. Shut up. You know, stay in the kitchen. Okay, we used you during World War II because I had to go out to the front and fight, but now we're back, and you know, you go back to the kitchen. You know, and it was that way too for a lot of American women. You know, and but we're talking 1950s, right? United States compared to 1990s, and that was a difference. This whole development of you know the women's rights and things of that nature, who you know just kind of skipped the whole Soviet Union, even though that was supposedly you know everybody's equal and things like that. No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
Jingu, and then perhaps I have another listener question. If we can, if you want to finish off on this, and I'll ask this other listener question, which I think is a fascinating topic.
Okay, so George, and also Tom, here's what I'm thinking. Usually the behavior is exactly like you observed. The behavior, human behavior, is much more normalized or pressured by the institution they belong to. Okay, so that's why when you have dominant institutions, like for example, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, if they're dominant in one area, right? Then, for example, God forbid I got in and strive to move up. Yeah, I may recognize certain behaviors are not right. However, I have already invested my time in this institution. I'm moving up like the ladder. I'm garnering more, the whatever the respect or badges on my list. it's going to be very hard for me just to recognize, George, what you're saying is correct. I'm going to change my behavior. Just look at, for example, The Godfather, right? Nobody is more smarter, more strategic, more determined than Michael Corleone. What's his outcome? He was totally defeated. So imagine if, let's say, in a society, the very lucky part for the Western society, for the American society, is our dominant institutions are different. Our dominant institutions are, the Marine Corps, the Army, the Royal Academy of Science, Cambridge, all these things. These are the institutions you join to garner respect. Now, let's read Putin's biography. Where did the young Putin want to go? To garner respect. KGB. What is KGB? A communist espionage apparatus. Mostly it is a criminal organization. So therefore, for little Putin or the Putin wannabe to garner respect, his top choice is going to join a crime syndicate. Now, if in this country, God forbid, if let's just say in one tiny little area, if a crime syndicate, if a Proud Boy, Oath Keeper, become the dominant player in that place, and they become what local people look up to, imagine what will happen. We're already seeing that, unfortunately, in some areas. That's my point. So they will have tremendous ability to shape people's behavior, normalize it for a very long time to come.
Yeah, maybe just to finish, Jingu, I had just a little look at legalism, and it sounds philosophically similar to what we would call Machiavellianism. Just to summarize Machiavellianism, it's essentially, it's better to be feared than to be loved. You need to manipulate people, and if you keep people divided and downtrodden, then they can't plot to replace you. And it sounds very similar philosophically.
Yes, and a very unfortunate part is the Chinese Empire has been practicing this for 2,000 years. So if you really want to talk about the Chinese culture, like I said, Confucius is the sugarcoat, legalism is the pill, and that has been practiced for thousands of years. That's one thing that I said, my fellow Chinese men, okay, be honest. When we talk about the glory, the so-called glory of the Chinese culture, please do not act like a used car salesman to talk only about the sugarcoat. The sugarcoat by itself is not that good, but you need to really be honest about the pill that's down underneath. And also, people like me, right? I'm a Chinese because my ancestors were tamed like animals maybe a few centuries ago. That's the badge I'm wearing.
Okay, I think the discussion has reached a nice natural close there. So I asked earlier on for some questions, and it's difficult. It's difficult to prioritize them. But here's a nice one. I would like from a listener. I would like a rundown of the basic rules of war and international law. Why were these rules and laws put in place? What are their enforcement mechanisms? What makes Russia's invasion illegal? What are the obligations of captors to POWs? Help us understand let's have a look. A lot of us are ignorant about these things, but learning the whys and hows of things makes it easier to give people the reasons they need to throw off whatever cynicism is infecting them. Help us understand the necessity of our idealism. So my sort of first stab at a response was to say that ultimately international courts don't really have many teeth. This came up in discussion about the European Court of Human Rights. What happens if the European Court of Human Rights says that Russia has been abusing people's human rights in Ukraine? And the answer is, well, very little, because the whole point of the European Court of Human Rights is it's a club, and the worst they can do is kick you out of the club. We don't have any way to stop Russia or the US, from that matter, militarily doing what they want. The UN doesn't have that. The only thing that will stop them for doing what they want militarily would be military counterforce. And I drew the distinction between that and a national law enforcement system where the state, with what Max Weber called the monopoly of violence, can essentially always deploy more firepower than the bad guys. And actually, when it can't, we call it a failed state. You know, when the narco terrorists or whatever are essentially able to either bribe or outgun the police. But in most normal societies, we have the ability, if someone is violating the rules of that society, we have the ability to break down their door, drag them into a courtroom, put them in a jail, and keep them there, you know, with electromagnetic force. And we don't have that in the international court system. And to that extent, I sometimes wonder whether we need actually a different model for the international courts to acknowledge the fact that they are not implementing state power. So if anyone would like to help and comment on this, so yeah, what makes Russia's invasion illegal? Not immoral, not terrible, it's all of those things. But what makes it illegal? And I'm not quite sure I know the answer to that, if anyone has thoughts on it. Kerry, you came up and you have your hand up, but I think maybe you came up to for a different topic.
I'll
Sorry,
talk,
were you?
or if
Sorry,
you wanna go ahead, Kerry.
were you just calling me, David? I just had to drop off my Wi-Fi to
No, I was
pick
calling you to
up.
say I've just asked this question and I've seen you've come up with the invite I sent you, but I wanted
Yeah, and you're right. It was different topics, so I'll hold
to...
on
Okay,
to them. It
all
goes
right,
back to what we were saying before.
all right, we'll come back to you.
I'll have a go.
James, Tom, okay.
Yeah, so I think that the thing with law is that law is something that's, you know, it's a socially constructed thing. Essentially, the people that are in charge, the government, the judges, the police, whoever they might be, come up with that law. And over time, I think laws evolve. If they're a law that the vast majority of the population agrees with, it tends to stay. If they're a law that the vast majority of the population disagrees with, and certainly in democracies, they eventually tend to change, and it very, very slowly evolves. Now, in any individual given country, you've got, you know, the government, the judiciary, the police, with varying levels of independence. And if someone breaks the law, the police are there to hold them to account, and the judges are there to judge them and, you know, decide on some punishment. The problem with international law is that there isn't really a global policeman with enough power to hold anyone to account. And even if there was a global policeman, and the closest thing we've got to that are our American friends, people would say, well, you're biased. And in some cases, they might be right. So the problem that we've got is that we're not capable of holding people to account internationally in the same way that we are capable of holding people to account within a country. Now, that's not to say that we shouldn't try. So, you know, for example, you know, United States and allies such as United Kingdom attacked Afghanistan after 9/11, and no one really minded that because there was a very good reason that the country had harbored people who planned 9/11. And literally even China and Russia didn't really say anything about that happening. A few years later, when they wanted to go into Iraq, and you feel free to correct me in a moment, David, if you want, that I know that America at least argued with its allies, including United Kingdom, for a UN resolution based on weapons of mass destruction. That didn't pass, and so I believe they went into Iraq based on an older UN resolution, which was related to the invasion of Kuwait. So whether or not that was legal, the point is America tried with its allies to argue that it was legal, and in the eyes of some people would say it was legal, and in the eyes of other people they would say it wasn't legal. The point here is Russia hasn't even tried. I'm sure in its own terms, it would say, those Nazis in Ukraine were killing people in the Donbass, and Crimea has always historically been part of Russia. But that's just their own bullshit. It might be legal in Russia, but in the eyes of the international community, it's illegal. So I think really what makes something legal or illegal is what people in power think and what the majority of people think. Like, legality really is a social construct. It's a judgment that human beings make. I hope that makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah. So I was going to add a little bit. I'm not. So maybe we'll get a load of people who say this. Did the United States, the United Kingdom, attack Afghanistan, or were they invited to help? Now, I'm not saying it turned out great, but there's the question. Operation Enduring Freedom. Maybe someone else could be able to tell me the history of that.
Wasn't Article 5 invoked? Wasn't it a NATO operation under Article 5 because the US had been attacked on 9/11 and was making out that it was from Afghanistan because at the time the Taliban were in power in Afghanistan, and NATO went in to help the Northern Alliance get rid of them. So my understanding is that it was actually NATO invoking Article 5 rather than.
I meant, really, was it an attack on Afghanistan as opposed to an organisation? If you see what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, David. I think Nick's right. I think I do recall that Article 5 was invoked. Other NATO countries, including United Kingdom, agreed to help, and you could say it was retaliation rather than attack. But it wasn't really an attack on the country. It was a regime change against the Taliban because they refused to give up Al-Qaeda people. And I think because everyone could see that the United States had been attacked first, like, there were people didn't see it as being unjust. I remember, I think it was Yasser Arafat, a Palestinian chap, who was giving blood to people in New York because everyone suddenly felt for the United States. And because they were a victim of this aggression, everyone saw it as being just for them to retaliate. And because people saw it as being just, I don't really think anyone said this is in any way unlawful. Whereas, years later with the whole Iraq question, a lot of people were saying this isn't really legal, although America was trying to argue that it was. But the point is, the fact that America and its allies, including us, the United Kingdom, the fact that we were trying to argue that this is legal shows that we care about rules of international law, whereas Russia doesn't even care. That's the difference.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll add a little bit of that to there as well. There's a lot of people who talk about Thomas Aquinas and the fair and just war, isn't it?
Yes, when we talk about is it a casus belli, a case for war, that it needs to be just? That's very often
from Thomas Aquinas that I think.
I'm not good on my Thomas Aquinas, but I think that most people understand retaliation and see that as being more justified than an unprovoked invasion. An unprovoked invasion people see as being unjustified and hence less lawful, just on a sort of moral level. That's different from the actual legality of it. But as we said, because there is no international government, judiciary and police force, we can't enforce things and say whether something's legal or not on an international basis. But we should still try. We should have that as an ideal that we try to head towards.
It's interesting, is it not, that Russia sort of couches its excuses in terms of what would be reasonable if it was true. We are just defending ourselves against expansion, etc. So they feel the need to pretend to come up with some form of language, which is, perhaps a microscopic small positive point. It's huge, it's massive bullshit, but at least at least Putin didn't say, I'm just going to invade Ukraine because I can. He at least, gets his embassies and whatever to at least try and persuade one or two tankies that in fact there was a threat to Russia from Ukraine or whatever it was. But he does it in, to some extent, the language of the international situation, because I think everybody deep down wants to be part of the civilized club, even though they aren't prepared to actually walk the walk.
And there's a thing, isn't it? The Russians involved in their lawfare, right? Using the legal, our own legal systems against us to conduct war, right? But I give you so Thomas Aquinas. According to Aquinas, 3 requirements must be met. Firstly, the war must be waged upon the command of a rightful sovereign. Secondly, the war needs to be waged for a just cause, on account of some wrong the attacked have committed. Thirdly, warriors must have the right intent, namely to promote good and to avoid evil.
So you're saying we can invade France again?
I think that's what it's saying.
James.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. I think we're missing the boat. We're particularly missing the boat with Aquinas. We're particularly missing the boat with describing international law and how it operates. The great criticism of international law is that it is not law. This is something my friend Robert Cryer and I used to get into all the time. He wrote the standard textbook on international law and procedure. He was a professor of law at the University of Birmingham, and he was a prosecutor at The Hague. He and I would sit around in the pub, and I would just put it to him, like, the problem with this is that it's not law. And he would admit that. And he would put his beer down and look at me and say, yeah, but I locked up Milosevic, didn't I? The thing that makes any action illegal is the same now as it was when we held the Tokyo trials and when we held the Nuremberg trials, is if we defeat those enemies in war convincingly enough that we can incarcerate their leaders and put them in front of an ad hoc tribunal. Is no international regime with sovereignty to prosecute people. And it's not about interrogating the reasons. It's not about saying, oh, well, Aquinas said you have to have casus belli, and you have to have, a good sovereign, you have to have good reasons, and your soldiers have to be on board. No, even if all those factors exist, Putin isn't going to be bound to deliver himself to The Hague. The sources of law are the same, no matter what law you are describing. And in any first-year public law course in any law school in the world, they'll tell you the sources of law are the Constitution, written or unwritten, the laws made by the legislature and the regulations thereunder. In a common law jurisdiction, the decisions made by courts. Those are the laws. Everything else is not a law. Notably absent from this list, treaties. So organizations that are established by treaties, like the International Criminal Courts, respectfully, the United Nations, are not laws. The laws are the domestic laws passed under things like in the United Kingdom for the Human Rights Act, which for some time it gave effect to the European Convention of Human Rights. But even then, one of the greatest legal minds in the history of the United Kingdom, Lord Denning, when deciding the case in McCarthy's and Smith, refused to say that European Union law was law in the United Kingdom. He referred to things like the doctrine of indirect applicability and called it an overriding force. He certainly admitted you had to consider it, but he refused to call it law. Why? Because it's a treaty. So we can interrogate, the goodness or the badness of any of these invasions. And I denounce Putin. I think Putin is public enemy number one. But when you start to talk about legality, and we'll come back to Aquinas in a second, like the first thing you have to identify is a law. Now, what Aquinas says about the law, which respectfully contradicts sort of where David's going, with the reasons and all this, is, and we have to understand Aquinas both as a legal philosopher and as a religious moral philosopher. And what he's saying here about the law trumps what he's saying about the just war, because he does not say that there is some law that exists that will punish a ruler who goes to war unjustly. In fact, in a number of ways, because he's, a Dominican, he
follows strictly to the idea of the divine rights. He comes from an era where monarchs ruled by absolute fiat and were not themselves subject to laws, particularly laws of other rulers. He says the first rule of the law is it must be made by the lawmaker, which, fundamentally aligns with what I was saying about the sources of law that we learned in law school. If you are not a sovereign, if you don't, and someone mentioned Weber earlier, which is very good, if you don't have the monopoly on the force, if you're not sovereign, you can't make laws. Full stop. So there's no one here, since Putin isn't participating voluntarily, right, with authority to do that. He then says law has to be founded, in reason and made for the good and for the benefit of the people. Those things follow, and he's what we would call a legal normativist. We were talking about, we didn't use the name, but we were talking about legal positivism a moment ago. Just, the idea that laws are made by the powerful people and imposed on, weaker people. But Aquinas is a normativist. He's something who believes that the law comes from God and God is benevolent, therefore it exists to provide good and to make more justice. But even he, doesn't say that there's an international regime of natural laws to which all rulers can be punished in the form of an actual court. So, my old friend Professor Cryer, has some merit to what he's saying. He's like, oh well, I put away Milosevic, and he did, and his memory is brave, for that reason. But remember that we beat Milosevic, so we can say intellectually that, we believe this invasion is illegal because we belong to a regime of countries now in the modern world, since the Second World, that say territorial expansion is no longer a just reason for any conflict. We don't abide it. But that's quite different, than saying, that there's some international ruler that has made a law to which everyone is subject that makes it formally illegal, which there isn't.
No, yeah, although I should make it clear, at no point was I saying there was a law. I was really saying that it's a philosophical set of rules to if you should or shouldn't, for someone who wanted to listen to them. And yeah, you're right. Might is right in that respect. As an interesting side point, in the British Army, a lance corporal says to a private who is sober, "You are drunk. I am charging you for being drunk. As far as the army is concerned, they're drunk." No right to it. It's just that's what they're doing. That's what the military law says. If I go, you're drunk. The army goes, yep, he was drunk. And unless there was something really, you managed to get yourself some sort of blood test, the army's going to say you were drunk. That's it. We're going to punish you for being drunk.
Something similar happened, or perhaps used to happen, but certainly until 10, 15 years ago in France. By definition, a jury verdict was the correct verdict. Now, the French don't use juries as much as the UK or the US, but for major crimes, murders and things like that, they use juries. And if the jury found you guilty, you were guilty, and the only appeals that were possible were, if something had gone wrong procedurally with the trial. But if the fact that the jury just came to a incorrect verdict, there was no way to test that in an appeal. I think that may have been
that
changed.
remains the law in most common law jurisdictions. It's called issue estoppel, and it's good law. I'm not sure if you're criticizing juries. Maybe you could expand your point.
I have absolutely no time for juries, but in the case of the French juries, by definition, their verdict was correct, even when it manifestly wasn't, and it became extremely hard for people who were wrongly convicted of crimes, and on typically the most serious crimes, to get any sort of restitution. And I believe it ended up at the European Court of Human Rights, but I'm hazy on what happened after that. I have absolutely no time for juries. I am fully in favour of a 100% judge-led legal system, but that's a philosophical matter, I think, for a different time. Tom, and then I hope we can get round to Kerry's point.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to say, yeah, I hear what James is saying, actually, because there is no international legal authority to which Russia submits, or an international police force which could grab them and bring them before such a court. Technically, yeah, there is no law which says that the Russian invasion is illegal. And I know you denounce Putin, you denounce it. So I suppose what we really mean when we say the illegal invasion of Ukraine is the unjust and unjustified invasion of Ukraine. Ukraine didn't do anything to deserve to be invaded. There was no sort of just casus belli. And yet the Russians lie about that. I mean, literally, Lavrov was in India, I believe, and said this war, which the Ukrainians started, and, you know, the audience laughed at him, which is a good thing. But it just goes to show that even they know in some level that what they've done is unjust. And so they lie about it, because they wouldn't lie about it if they had a good justified reason for going in. And the Ukrainians possibly wouldn't have quite as much support if they'd done something awful and everyone was like, oh, no wonder the Russians have invaded their country. So yeah, technically it's an unjust invasion. I do think, though, that international law is something we could aspire to. And whilst things like conventions on human rights, the Geneva Convention, are conventions, they're treaties, they're not technically laws under an international authority. I think it would probably be a good thing for humanity if we evolve in that direction. So I'm fully in favour of us evolving in the direction of international law, even if we're not there yet.
It is interesting, this latest proposal to have a by the EU to fund or even institute a court for the prosecution of the crime of aggression, and that will be an example of, yeah, you have violated the international law about not committing aggression, and the lawyers will have fun, I think, with you and whose army, you and whose law. Where's that written down?
Why? I
Because,
mean, you know,
yeah.
I could say that I don't recognise the king and I don't recognise this Sunak chap, any of the laws. In fact, my house is now its own nation and I can do what I want. But I suspect that the police would disagree with me. There's a lot more of them than there are of me. The problem is we can't take that same approach with Russia.
We're back to
But isn't that
monopoly of
what
violence.
I was going to say? Isn't that what Milosevic tried to do? He says, I do not recognise this court.
Well, we didn't care because we had him in custody.
No, exactly, and therein lies the thing. So the court, whilst the law is there to protect us, the law, in actual fact, does might is right, isn't it? There's more of us than there is of you, and we can force this on you.
Oh,
I mean,
if
sorry, go on, Nick.
Sorry, no, I was going to say if Ukraine, when Ukraine wins the war, I hope that as many as possible of the trials will take place under Ukrainian law in Ukrainian courts for the crimes committed in Ukraine. If Russia were to win, God help us all, they would put the Ukrainian leaders on some kind of show trial. So we have to acknowledge, I think, that, you know, the trials are held by the victors. That doesn't mean we don't want to be the victors, and it doesn't mean we probably shouldn't have them. But I think we should at least nod in the direction of saying only one side is going to be holding trials at the end of this war, and it's going to be the one that wins.
It's also the case that the vast number of these crimes obviously were committed by people on the territory of Ukraine. So there is very sound reasoning as to why they should be tried there.
And they're already doing it, aren't they, Axel? They,
yes, very successfully so. Very successfully so.
The pilot who dropped the bombs on Kharkiv, 12 years.
I think we forget that because our model is so dominated, our mental model is so dominated by Nuremberg, where there wasn't really a German authority that could, in place, that could have held those trials. And even the crimes that had been committed, you know, the crimes had been committed all over Europe. It would have been a legal nightmare. But I think Nuremberg is probably the outlier here.
Yeah, because
Tom,
it was a pan-European war.
Yeah. Tom, and then let's get Kerry's waited very patiently.
Yeah, thanks for being patient, Kerry. I just wanted to make a distinction between might is right and the law. I think might is something that is a prerequisite before you can have law. If you haven't got the might to enforce it, it doesn't matter what your laws are, because other people won't care. So you need might, like military or police might, to enforce the law. But I don't think it's sufficient for the law. Might is right is, I've captured you so I can talk to you now, right? That's might is right. That's what Russia's doing. The law is, we've got strong enough police, strong enough army that we can do what we want according to this rule book. That's the difference between might is right and the law. You need might to be able to enforce law, but might on its own isn't law.
Yes, I was not suggesting that, but here's the thing, right? You can turn it around the other way, as you said, right? If this was Russia, they would be doing exactly the same thing. It's just a philosophical point on where you stand on that in that argument, right? We tend to believe that these are the rules, these are the laws, these are the laws we obey, and we've got these people who are going to enforce them, and if they need to use violence to do that, then they will. So they will. That's
But
society, right?
Even in Russia, torture, I'm sure, is technically illegal. I think that they just don't care and they just don't enforce the law.
Okay, Kerry, you wanted to mention something referring to the previous topic, but I think maybe this topic has also had a kind of influence on that. But go ahead, please.
So there is a comment I wanted to make or notification, but I'm going to hold off on my previous point because I love the way that our conversations flow on the space and things have moved on. And I think there's still quite a lot of mileage in what we're talking about now. So I'll listen in and see if an appropriate point comes up. But
okay, write it down. Write it down on a bit of paper because you'll forget.
Yeah, and then Axel, I've just sent all the Antitilla information to you. So there's quite a lot of photos, some little video clips, and some supporting stuff. So I've got the whole YouTube Bono clip in there that I've captured from someone else, and also the little clip from Antitilla going to Warsaw for the night with Ed Sheeran. That's rather lovely. Little interview with them for a national news broadcaster when it was saying about musicians taking up arms. So a few bits and pieces that I've pulled together for you, okay?
Wonderful. We look forward to it. I don't see any more hands, so I'm going to go with another of these questions. And
so just a last point on Nuremberg, if I can.
Yes, please, if we go ahead.
So we seem to have reached a consensus that the reason why the Nuremberg trials were necessary were because the crimes committed by the Germans in question were part of a pan-European war. That is not the legal consensus. The legal consensus is that the actions that they carried out were legal under German law. And German law, like British law or Canadian or American law, would apply to members of the German armed forces no matter where they were in the world. So the issue was not jurisdiction. The issue was the black letter of the law, because we'll remember the Fuhrer, under the system of fusion of powers that Germany had in the 1930s and 40s, was not only the chief executive and legislative officer of Germany, he was also the chief judicial officer of Germany. So it's important, I think, as we understand Nuremberg, and explain it to a lay audience, to just say that the things that they did were lawful. And so a new system of laws and a new court was necessary in order to prosecute people like Reichsmarshal Goering.
There is or has been the discussion when setting up the court in Nuremberg for various reasons, and I tend to agree with you that there was definitely a legal risk in that, but there was a discussion, and I think this was helped by a number of very rational legal thinkers, that essentially the last laws prior to the criminal regime of the Nazis, last laws of the Weimar Republic, could have been used because the Third Reich, as it stipulated itself, whilst having showcase of and a mockery, and made a mockery of, say, changes in laws, was not an acceptable counterpart anymore after the Allies had discovered that essentially first concentration camps were done, created in 1934 in order to get rid of political adversaries and the likes. And that there is a high degree of illegality in some of the laws which were passed right after the assumption. So there are good reasons as to why this. So there are good reasons as to why this could have been challenged technically and on a formal basis. Sufficient, but the problem would have been that then you could not have actually done all the pan-European stuff, and worse for it, you would have had to have jurists who simply either had been killed, gassed, left the country, or had been compromised thereafter. So there's many good reasons as to why, fortunately, Nuremberg was set up as it was set up.
Yeah, no, I have to challenge that. The idea that it would be open to some court to revert to the laws from 1934 or before, like the basic principle of legality in a criminal prosecution is the person who is accused of the crime must be accused of something that was a crime at the time he did it. If you pass some other law later, good for you. If some law existed before, good for you. But at the moment he did it, or is alleged to have done it, was it actually against some law? So even if we can philosophically say, oh, we could revert or we could pass back, you're not going to make an order what we call sort of nunc pro tunc, which means, here for now, to say we're going to imagine that the laws have always been what they were in 34. And I don't think there's any chance, although I'm not an expert on the laws of Germany, that a German judge would say, okay, let's play make believe and imagine that the laws from 1934 had just always prevailed. I think that poses issues of constitutional.
That doesn't exist. There's the illegality of the change of the law. There was an element of massive illegality in that changing of the law, because a series of those changes passed with a majority, which Hitler had created for himself, were illegal by means of the constitution, and he used a series of, shall we say, quite illegal measures in order to get there. But having said this, before you go there, because I know that it doesn't fit into the common law practice, and that's fine. But we don't want to. I don't want to go into a legal seminar on the Weimar Republic, albeit that it would be interesting.
Let's do it.
We will, but let's do this after this war, when there's time and when you and I can nerd out completely. But one thing is certainly true, that the executions of prisoners of war, gassing civilians under the control of armed forces or civil forces, were never legal. The Wehrmacht did not suborn that, but its officers did tolerate them. They did commit war crimes which were not covered by their own laws. That's how far they went. That's the problem. There is no law which could have sanctioned, even under German law, there is no law which could have sanctioned the eradication of Gypsy and Roma under the control of the SD or the SS. That law doesn't exist, even at that time, despite the crazy, absolutely inane, atrocious concepts of law. There is no justification for any of these, which is why, for example, fortunately, a number of generals of the Third Reich got their fair punishment after, because they allowed this to occur rather than opposing the Austrian corporal in 1934, 1935, or in 1938, or thereafter. They could have said no. Manstein, Guderian, Rommel, all of them could have taken their pistol and shot him. They didn't. Therefore, they deserve infamy in history.
And while we had this little break, so I've been, Robat was messaging me. Robat at the bottom, where you'll see a little heart icon. If you tap that, you'll see a hand, and if you would normally put your hand up, but I'll invite you to speak anyway. Ah, yes, well done, done it, great, Robat.
Oh, hi everybody. Thank you very much. It's pronounced Robert. It's actually just the Welsh
I
way
do
of spelling
apologise.
Robert. No,
Oh, yeah.
don't worry. It looks like Robert. Yeah, yeah. No, I was just very, very interested in this conversation about international law and especially, gosh, what was the speaker? One of the speakers before, I think it was James. James was saying about there is basically no international law, and it just reminded me of my first year international relations theory, and we were sort of one of the key texts was Hobbes's Leviathan, and essentially you need an absolute authority, strong authority to impose order. Otherwise, you have an anarchic system, and that's what the international system is. I mean, some parts of it are more sophisticated than others, like the European Union, to a less extent the UN, of course, but it's an anarchic system. So, I wonder if anyone would like to comment about that, or James, or anyone. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Robert. Did you go to Cardiff Law? Is that where you studied?
No, London School of Economics.
Okay, I went
Yeah.
to Cardiff, so you and I crisscrossed.
It's a great
each other.
city. I used to live in Cardiff. I really
The
like it.
biggest party in the world. I
Oh,
absolutely
yes.
had the most fun of my life in my 3
Friday
years
and
in Cardiff.
Friday and Saturday night.
London School of Economics, I believe, is Axel's favourite university.
I think he's going to call you a communist in a moment, Robert.
No, communist curious. You don't know what he made of it.
Yeah, there were some truths in that, Axel, but I've moved on from then.
There you go. But you could have gone to one of the two universities, as Sir Humphrey Appleby once called them.
Yeah, I didn't get the grades. I was asked. But,
I did, and I was never even remotely communist curious.
You can call them the two universities if you want, but the last time I saw a sporting event between Cardiff and Oxford, it was ice hockey, and Cardiff beat Oxford 10-2. And by the end of the game, the captain of Oxford was crying on the ice. So which one is a real university? I'll just say that.
Oh, I thought it was
You said
three
ice hockey. You
universities.
said
Hull's
ice
involved
hockey.
somewhere.
You said ice hockey, and you involved English people, as opposed to ruggedy, hardcore nations involved in ice hockey.
Yes, it was an ice hockey match between Cardiff University and Oxford.
Anyway,
lots of
Robert,
expats,
you were
right?
saying.
yeah, I was just wondering if James or anyone would like to comment about the anarchic systems and Hobbes, Leviathan, and or is it just a bit too?
I think you've come to it nicely. I think you have a good understanding of the philosophical underpinnings of the argument. I think you've sort of played along nicely, and there isn't a dispute between us, and that's sort of why I moved on to general subjects and sort of tried to say hello and make small talk about Wales, which is just because I don't think there's a dispute between anything that you've said and anything anyone else said, because I think you've understood it.
I might jump in on this then, Robert. I think it's interesting that, in order to enforce the law, I suppose, you need to have a sort of an absolute power, or at least a power that's sufficiently superior to others that other people can't oppose it effectively. And I think within lawful countries, we do have that. But between the different countries that we have and the different legal systems that we have in the world, I don't think it's completely anarchic. I don't think you were saying that anyway, but I think there's a big distance between complete anarchy, where no one's in control and it's nothing but might makes right anywhere all over the world, and there being a sort of one world government, Hobbes Leviathan, that can enforce any law it wants to. I think we're in a sort of chaotic and complex system that's somewhere in between the two, where in some places it's might makes right and it is anarchy, You know, the favelas that Axel was referring to would be an example. War zones would be an example. You know, many other places would be. But then there are other places where there are laws that hold and enforced pretty well. So, yeah, I think we're in a sort of complex and chaotic halfway in between total anarchy and a total leviathan, if that makes sense.
Yes, totally, Tom. You know, and there's other sort of theorists who've sort of obviously expanded on Hobbes's theory and suggested degrees of anarchic systems, including, you know, highly sophisticated anarchic systems like, you know, the European Union or Western democracies in general.
Yeah, and I wonder if, irrespective of actual law, there's a sense of that the world is watching this, and that if Russia is able to get away with territorial expansion and the rest of the world accepts it, the message being sent to every other country is territorial expansion is okay, as long as you're strong enough that America and NATO isn't going to attack you, and whoever you attack can't stop you. And we'll see a lot more wars. Whereas if Russia fails, the message is going to be, you know what, territorial expansion is not acceptable. Even if you don't get attacked by America or NATO, or you don't get beaten by the country that you invade, other countries are going to help that country to defend itself, and you will be beaten and isolated from the international system. So people will see that there is a consequence for bad behavior. Whether or not that is law doesn't really matter. It's if they can see that the behavior of invading another country gets them what they want, they'll do it. And if they can see that the behavior of invading another country sees them punished, economically sanctioned, etc., people will be less likely to do it. And that will be a good thing for the world. So this is another reason, quite apart from the fact that Ukrainians deserve to live their lives in peace and without being invaded and having a genocide committed against them. It just makes the world a safer and better place if the Russians are beaten.
Of course. But before we go any more, I was asked to read something out. It was Jason J. Smart, a tweet. Putin's tribunal, a Hague judge explains Russia's right of veto in the UN will not help Putin. A tribunal will require at least 90 votes. Putin will be judged by an international court. Ukrainians will be able to judge Gerasimov and Shoigu themselves.
See, I think Putin needs to fear the judgment of the other Siloviki, the other power players in Russia. I think that's who he fears far more than anyone else. And I think that's justified.
Oh, and given the fact that they're arming up, they're creating their own private little armies, I suspect he is fearing it.
I don't understand this 90 votes thing. It's not going to be the UN General Assembly.
Nor me either.
Okay. Randy, is it on this topic?
Absolutely. Finally used my Georgetown law degree and 30 years of litigation, including a little bit with treaties. This has all got very theoretical. A treaty overrides national law, which is why the United States has not ratified the Rome Statute on establishing the International Criminal Court. Neither has Russia. However, there's an excellent article from Council of Foreign Relations, How Russia's Invasion of Ukraine Violates International Law. Russia is a signatory to the UN Charter, which in Article 2, Section 4, prohibits the use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. The famous exception is Article 51, which is self-defense. Which is why they tried to couch what they did as self-defense. The problem with the United Nations is the enforcement of these matters goes to the Security Council under the Charter. And Russia has a veto in the Security Council, which is why this provision has really never worked. Now, when they walked out in the Korean War and made the mistake of taking their veto with them, there was a UN resolution that justified the defense of South Korea. And that's why the forces were called the UN forces, because they were acting under the UN Charter. So we've been confusing a lot of things here. The so the invasion itself is illegal, but the means to enforce that is non-existent. Now, enforcement in the Gulf War relied on the fact that there were UN resolutions and Security Council resolutions that were addressed to Iraq and what Saddam Hussein could do and not do. And the argument was he was violating those resolutions, and the resolutions left open enforcement by member states. So that's how it wasn't a UN force, but it was the U.S. argument was that it was under the resolutions. So there's the international criminal law. I don't know how the General Assembly can, no matter how many votes they have, create jurisdiction for the International Criminal Court. Maybe they'll try something ad hoc, but it has, since Russia is not a signatory to the Rome Statute that establishes the International Criminal Court, they can't be brought before it. There were countries that were trying to prosecute the U.S. in the Vietnam era, and Henry Kissinger had an arrest warrant out at one point, I guess, in Belgium, but the United States never signed the treaty for that reason, because it feared political prosecutions would end up before the court. So you can get rid of your national sovereignty to the extent that you sign a treaty, and that treaty then will control things. So now Russia is a party also, I believe, to the Geneva Conventions. Now, I haven't checked, but the problem is the enforcement mechanism for those is limited, since there's no the Geneva Conventions are enforced by the International Criminal Court, and the Genocide Convention and all those things. So if you're not party to the Rome Statute that sets that court up, you can claim there's no jurisdiction. And legally, you're probably right. So, but the invasion is illegal under the UN Charter, and Russia signed it. So I mean, there's, but again, it's a question of might doesn't make right, but might has to be used to enforce right, and there's no real enforcement mechanism here, except what NATO and the Ukraine allies are doing. And what they're doing is legitimate under Article 51, and what Russia's doing is not. So that's all I wanted to say.
No, great points. I suspect this is something that we could spend a very long time discussing, couldn't we, all, Tom?
Finally, someone on. Sorry.
I just wanted to ask you, James and Randy and Robert, actually, because we've got people that understand the law, and that's a big hole in my knowledge. Is okay. So if we've got the UN Charter, I'd always imagined that took the form of sort of treaties, agreements between countries. And so I just don't have enough knowledge of sort of international law and international treaties. Are these things laws, or are they treaties, or is this just semantics? Is there such a thing as an illegal invasion? I thought we were saying there wasn't technically.
No, that's what I disagreed with. The UN Charter was established by a treaty. So when you sign the treaty, you were agreeing to the Charter. And the Council of Foreign Relations article I posted on MriyaReport Twitter space, the article that analyzes the legality of the illegality of the invasion. So the Charter is what it is. Now, it's got a lot of ambiguity there. The inherent right of individual or collective self-defense in the event of an armed attack. Sometimes that's you would argue a preemptive attack. They were on my border and they were ready to attack, so I bombed them. And you would try to claim Article 51, which might or might not fly depending on who's deciding. The problem is the UN Security Council decides, and Russia has a veto. China has a veto. So basically, that will stop. That's why there hasn't been in the post-World War II period the aspirations of the United Nations were not realized because of the nature of the vetoes that would block things that affected any of the great powers. So they can go after anybody who signed the charter who doesn't have a veto or doesn't have one of the big guys that will veto for them. and they're fair game. But the big guys, the original charter members that have the veto can block anything. So to that extent, philosophically, I guess you could say Might is right, because they all the original charter members. Now, of course, there's an argument that Russia is not the representative of the Soviet Union, because they were not the last to leave the Soviet Union. The last guy there could say we were the ones that closed the door. We should have that veto, not Russia. But that's that and the dollar somewhere will get you a cup of coffee. But anyway.
So finally, I'm glad to have someone on stage I disagree with. It always makes a discussion more lively if someone takes the opposite position. Randy took the wind out of my sails a little bit by sort of mentioning that, in fact, Russia may not be the proper successor of the USSR at the United Nations, which kind of contradicts something he said earlier, which was that Russia was a signatory to the UN Convention. No, the USSR was. So that's a technicality, and we can debate how unimportant that is, but I'll put a pin in that there. On the broader point of constitutional law that Randy raises, that a treaty trumps domestic law, with the greatest of respect, it does not. This is a point of law so old it goes back to the Roman Empire. The Romans had a term for it, pacta sunt servanda. And the idea is that a treaty only obtains the force of law when the legislature passes a statute giving effect to that treaty. And it is the statute that is the law. The treaty itself is not the law. Then you have to consider questions like federalism. So if I'm the governor of Idaho and Joe Biden goes and makes a treaty with Canada about what the price of potatoes will be, we have to talk about whether he had the power ever, to do that. But at no point in our interrogation of the hierarchy of laws, respectfully, does a treaty enter into it. A treaty is not a law. A treaty is an agreement between two sovereign nations. It is not a proclamation by either nation about what the law is.
So, guys, is the UN Charter then a treaty or international law? Because I literally don't know.
All these conventions, like the conventions of the European Union, the Convention on the Geneva Convention, the United Nations Convention, all of these agreements between all these, whether they're called summits or convention, they're all treaties. And to understand the content of the law, you have to look at the statute and the enabling legislation in each of the relevant jurisdictions, each of the parties of whatever convention or treaty or body you're talking about, and understand how it's binding, and then understand how it can be revoked. So let's imagine that I'm just going to come up with a wild hypothetical here, but let's imagine that I'm the Prime Minister of Canada, and I start undertaking all kinds of war crimes because I've been inspired by Putin. I wish to be more like him, so now I'm engaging in war crimes. I have control. I have one-party control of the Parliament of Canada, its Senate and its House of Commons. I say I'm revoking our membership in the United Nations. I'm revoking our membership in the Geneva Convention, and I'm going to do a bunch of war crimes. What law prevents me from doing that?
I would guess nothing in Canada, given
Nothing
that you've
is
got
the
complete.
correct answer. Thank you. Gold medal for Tom. Tom gets the apple.
So
it gets
the issue
it gets a little more complicated with the European Union, where which is kind of the European Union Accession Treaty is kind of a meta law, in that you agree that when on certain matters the European Union will make decisions, and that you agree that they will pass into your domestic law.
Well, sure, but the European Union is a great example of what I just described, because the United Kingdom just decided to leave, and not to dwell on the decision of Lord Denning, which I always point to, but
Well, I don't. Was Denning talking about EU law or the European Convention on Human Rights?
Both of those things are European Union laws.
The European Convention on Human Rights is not European law. It was brought in 1949, before even the European coal and steel community was just a glint in Robert Schumann's eye. So that was why I asked. The ECHR is
Well, if you'd like,
nothing
I can
to
pull
do
up
with
the
the EU.
decision, but my point being, you know, to take the example of me being the tyrannical Prime Minister of Canada and apply it to European community law, it was open to the United Kingdom to leave. If they didn't like...
Yeah, because in the treaty, was an explicit clause saying, if you want to back out of the treaty, you write us a letter and give us 2 years notice. But
right, let's
a
imagine
lot,
that clause
a lot of international treaties do not have that clause. So, for example, something that people who wanted to remain in the European Union were fond of pointing out was that there's no absolute right to withdraw from international treaties, which is why Spain, for example, cannot say, well, we're a bit tired of the Treaty of Utrecht, we're going to come and take Gibraltar back. So my point is only that you can have a treaty in which you even go to the level of giving legal access to that treaty, giving that treaty, if you like, a back door into your national law. So not many treaties do that, which is why the European Union is such a unique setup. And it is an exception.
Right.
But
I'm going to put a very
treaties.
simple proposition to you to answer your question. And my simple proposition is this. If you are the leader of a sovereign nation, there is no power in the world that can stop you, regardless of the content of the treaty, regardless if the treaty has a backdoor, regardless if the treaty has any kind of provision of any kind. If I'm the sovereign of a country, I can withdraw from any of the treaties that country belongs to, full stop.
Yeah, let me go back a minute to your argument about treaty requiring legislation. The U.S. Supreme Court has said under Article 2, Section 2, some treaties are self-executing by their nature and do not require legislation. And the UN Charter, I believe, is one of them, because there's nothing, there's no legislation that will better, define Article 51, for example. It does not depend on legislation to implement it. Other treaties do. There was a famous migratory bird case before the Supreme Court. I think that was where they were arguing about whether the treaty was sufficient. So if we signed a treaty on air traffic control, which I think we have, that would require legislation to implement it. But the basic rights of self-defense and definition of aggression do not require implementing legislation. And under Article 2, they're the supreme law of the land in the United States. Now, every country is different, but under our Constitution, that is why we don't sign some treaties like the International Criminal Court Treaty.
Well, that and because of Mr. Kissinger. But to your point, many treaties don't seek to create laws. Many treaties are polite international agreements about belonging to certain associations or parliamentary friendship groups, or, recognizing and thanking people who have done by a lawmaker. Now I respect that the Constitution of the United States gives certain, but that is the law. The law, just as I said, the legislation made, under the Pacta Sunt rule is itself the law. The thing that gives the effect to the treaty is the Constitution of the United States of America. And absent that, the treaty would have no effect. So my general point that treaties are not in and of themselves laws stands.
Well, in the United States, they are under Article 2. If they're self-implementing and they don't, by their nature, require legislation.
Let me try that again, Randy, because
I think we're getting. I think we're getting a little bit away. We're getting a little arcane here. Two lawyers arguing is what I call a court case. So I'm going to, if Tom, if you want to round this off, and if not, then I think I think that what's left on the table here can be left on the table without prejudicing too much of the rest of the evening. So, Tom, if you want to close it out, and if not, I have other topics.
Yeah, I'll try and close it out if I can. I mean, I think, you know, my understanding of treaties with not knowing barely anything about international law is that it's essentially an agreement between two or more countries, and that people can renege on treaties. It's not necessarily law within an individual country. It's just that if you do renege on treaties, people come to see you as untrustworthy, which may not be a good thing in international diplomacy and politics. I think what underlies a lot of the motivation behind laws is people's quite innate sense of right and wrong as to whether something is just or unjust. And I think the reason why people, for example, didn't question, you know, United States and Great Britain and others, you know, attacking the Taliban government in Afghanistan was that America had just been attacked, and the whole world sort of saw this as a righteous retribution. And so questions of law, I don't think, were even raised. Whereas just a few years later with Iraq, because no such attack had recently taken place, as was the case when they invaded Kuwait, people thought, hang on, is this right? And so then you start to get into legal arguments. What we need to make sure happens in the current conflict, in whatever way we can, with whatever tiny bit of influence we have, is that the Russians don't get away with any kind of bullshit justifying their invasion. Whatever lies they tell about the Ukrainians massacring people in the Donbass and etc., it's just a lie. They invaded another country that's generally considered to be illegal, even if there is no international court to arbitrate on that, and no international police force that can force Putin to go to jail. So I think we just need to at least make sure that people see it as unjust, that it was wrong, that they shouldn't have done it, and that there's extremely powerful negative consequences for Russia for a long time for doing what they've done, so that other countries don't get similar ideas. I think that's where I round things off.
All right, and with that, Catton, you put your hand up earlier. I don't know whether it was to join in this discussion, and then you would put it down if you're still there, if you had a question. Catton Janssen. Always like to give people a couple of seconds, because I know when my screen locks, it's a real fumble to unlock everything, get the app back up, press the microphone button. But I don't think we're going to hear from Catton. I had a question. So we're 2 hours into me asking people to send up their simple questions, and some of the simple questions have led to some pretty good radio. So here is one, and it's a military related question. How does escorting a ship out of your seas work? Are there any UN protocols involved? And the questioner went on to say, the Russians tend to violate British waters and get escorted out. Was wondering how the protocol works. I put it to Gunny offline. Gunny said he didn't think that the Russians did tend to violate waters. But when you read about, maybe David can help, or Axel, when you read or you see a story and it said, British warships intercepted a trawler or something like that was inside territorial waters. I certainly remember that happened, I think, during the Cold War. What actually happens? Do you sort of come very close to them and shout at them through loud hailers, or how does that go about happening? And perhaps similarly, I suppose, we occasionally, so again during the Cold War, you're always hearing about Russian bombers coming close to UK airspace, and fighters would scramble and sort of wiggle their wings at them, whatever they did. But maybe someone can just give us a little bit of, what does this look like mechanically on the ground? what happens?
You know, Nick, I don't recall hearing very much about that happening with ships. I recall quite a lot of hearing about that happening with Russian bombers.
So,
Yeah,
so
go
I
ahead.
remember it in the,
yeah,
I
yeah.
remember it in the Cod. I remember it in the Cod War,
Anyway,
1974-75 Cod War.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Anyone?
I can, yeah.
Okay,
Me
Nick,
too.
can you hear me? Okay, great. So let me explain it. I was going to say let me call it a boat. You say Gunny's not here. You get very upset. Many different ways to do it. Nick, it depends on the size of the vessel, how fast it's going, what they're doing, and many other things. So, for instance, there was I think it was about 6 years ago, there was a point where they had boat squadron went onto a boat because it was carrying drugs, and they found there were some ex-members of boat squadron on it, right? So it depends. A small vessel, you might just come up with a rib and get onto the side of it. It could be something like a really big ship, naval ship that comes up, and there's the gunny got his hand up. Yeah, it could be a really big boat, right? And people coming up. There's so many ways forward. I could let Gunny talk now.
Yeah. All right. All right. So there's different things. All right. So people hear RAF escort Russian bomber out of UK airspace. No, it doesn't happen. Right? It's just hacks. Journalists not understanding what goes on. There is your sovereign airspace, and there is the air identification zone. The air identification zone is like a buffer zone, and that's where, as opposed to simply tracking it on radar, you take a very active interest in it, and you'll put a couple of jets up to go and have a look. The Russians, as a rule of thumb, do not enter UK airspace because they know it's considered to be a little bit naughty. You just don't do it. Probably has happened in the past, minor infringements. There was a case a few years ago. They turned off their IFF and they went into Republic of Ireland airspace, which was naughty, caused a bit of a problem with air traffic control. But they don't tend to do it at people who are a little bit scary and might bite them. All right, so that's the aircraft. It is different if you are operational and an aircraft approaches what you could call sovereign airspace, which is the bit of airspace around the ship. That's very different. So an unknown aircraft, not an IFF, approaches a Royal Navy ship in the Gulf. And you come up on guard, first of all, because you don't know what its intention is. And you will say, unknown aircraft, 20 miles, south-southwest, Bandar Abbas, tracking south, speed 400 knots. Be advised, you are approaching UK warship. Then you give the international call sign, please state intentions. And then there is an incremental rise of warnings leading up to you getting a round away and killing them if necessary. Unless the US Navy, in which case you just start firing missiles and shoot down airliners. Hey ho, better safe than sorry, I suppose they'd argue. Ships, again, different. So no, Russian ships, surface ships, warships do not enter UK sovereign waters. Doesn't happen. Submarines, no one knows what goes on underwater, but you can safely assume Russian submarines have and continue to do so enter UK sovereign waters, especially off the west coast of Scotland, because they want to track the bombers leaving Faslane heading for deep water. That's a thing. How they are shooed away is something for submariners, and submariners will probably just nod sagely, smile at you and say, we do things underwater because we're in submarines and we know things. And that's all that you'll get. Suffice to say, underwater, it's as near a war footing and always has been as you will ever get. That's why submarines occasionally collide, or you hear stories, anecdotal, about submarines maybe even being shot at, if not deliberately, even inadvertently, because they've managed to stumble into a live firing exercise. Trawlers and things like that. I did a year on a fish squadron. Economic zone, you can be boarded by a sovereign state's navy, you would warn them first. You would say, my intention is to board you and carry out an official sort of inspection under the guise of net sizes, things like that. Make sure they're playing by the rules as regards to fishing. And then they would be instructed to heave to and prepare to receive a boarding party port or starboard side. And they never, ever don't do it because it's a fishing vessel and there will be legal repercussions for it. So basically, as a rule, everyone kind of plays nicely on these kind of things. There are occasional exceptions to it, and you will have strategic reconnaissance assets that might break these rules, reference airspace, but nobody really talks about it. You know, you're talking about U-2 aircraft, things like that. U-2 is still up, the SR-71 is long gone, but there will be assets used for reconnaissance and signals intelligence that might break those rules, but we will never really get to hear about it, or at least there'll be a 50-year ruling. So when you see escorted, right, if a Russian destroyer sails through the English Channel has a traffic separation zone, a TSS, and under law, the Russians are free to transit that. No dramas. What we do is we send a ship, A, just to say, haha, we're interested, and B, because sometimes you might find that the Russians let a little bit of intelligence go. You know, normally they will have their sensors, most of their sensors in silent mode, so they'll be turning, not burning, but you might get a good look at something inadvertently. There might be a bit of signal leakage. You can get nice photographs, that kind of thing. And for submarines, it's like a courtesy, because for submarines in a traffic separation scheme, it's quite dangerous. So it's actually as a courtesy, we send a ship just to follow them around as well. And then, you know, once they're in the English Channel and they're at the TSS, happy days, and you'll probably find something black with a conning tower and a periscope on it will take over and follow them from there. So it's just accepted kind of procedure.
All right. I hope that answers the person who asked me a question. That was 2 hours ago. I hope they're still around. I believe Prince Heather may have something for us.
Well, I was just going to talk about something real quick. Finance pointed out, because he is an observant Jewish man, that tonight begins Purim for our Jewish friends. And I abandoned research on Ukraine very briefly so that I could be brought up on Purim a little bit. And tonight, I think that we may focus on that a little bit, knowing that Ukraine has a very, very big, very, very large Jewish population, which we have heard repeatedly from Yehuda. But I wanted to point that out. We are on, let's see, it's 7 p.m. to 10 p.m. Pacific time. I know that because I am his co-host this evening. But I think that there are three things that stood out to me. Go ahead. No, I was just going to say something real quick, Finance. There were three things that stood out to me that made me feel like this was really very appropriate. Because if we talk about Purim a little bit, three of the things that are were highlighted in some of the information that I watched was to give money to charity, to share food with friends. Well, and then there's the get drunk part. Nick, you got a hot mic, sweetie. So the giving money to charity and food to friends, and we can leave out the getting drunk part, even though it is a very big part of Purim. But I think those two messages fit really well with what we're doing here at MriyaReport. And I'm looking forward to having some conversations with finance tonight about this. And I think it's going to be very interesting and a very good topic. And we will figure out how to tie it into Ukraine. But I think the giving money to charity and food to friends sort of hits that pretty well. And I think finance wants to say something because I might have butchered his idea or given it away, but I think it's going to be a really good time, and we're often slow that time. So if you're available, come and join us because I think it's going to be great.
All right. Real quickly, unlike Sabbath, Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, many of our other holidays, Sukkot, Purim is not a biblical holiday that prevents work. So I can be on and co-hosting during Purim. I will have had a few drinks since at 5:30 my time, I will be going to synagogue and I'll be doing some partying there as well as hearing the Megillah, our text. Some interesting things that I'm sure I'll go into later tonight after my few drinks is the fact that the Purim story is all about the Jewish people surviving genocide in the ancient Persian nation, and the actual way in which it happened was by killing everybody who tried to kill us with the king's consent, and of course at the time by the sword, and hanging up for death Haman and his sons who attempted to cause the genocide. So if you actually read the text, for Christians, it's the Book of Esther. This is the holiday we are celebrating. For Jews, it's Megillah Esther. And yeah, it's the Purim holiday tonight. Looking forward to it. It's a fun one. I will also be celebrating by co-hosting tonight. So you will hear me after I'm at synagogue, having a good time. And yes, I have some non-family friendly language saying where Haman needs to stick it in my PMs. And for that, I want to say, yes, we 100% agree. Haman needs to go. Modern Hamans need to go. This is the Say No to Genocide holiday by military victory. So I cannot think of anything more appropriate to support Ukraine on than this one. And again, as Prince Heather pointed out, is also the holiday where we celebrate by giving charity. So it is also quite appropriate for MriyaReport and thus the giving of Maria Aid and the many other charities that we like here that support Ukraine. That's my brief commentary on it. You can hear more tonight as I'm hosting.
Is there an official cigarette of this holiday?
Funny you should ask that. I'm talking with the Atacam's brand marketing department about having a Purim Sameach from the Atacam's marketing team, specifically for all the Jewish soldiers in the Ukrainian Armed Services, and of course the significant number of Israeli veterans that have found themselves fighting for Ukraine. We do thank for their service and hope that they are finding joy wherever they are in Ukraine right now.
Nick, have we talked about? I've seen some reporting today that Russia is hesitating to buy. I can't talk yet. It's not late enough in the day. Russia is hesitating to buy ballistic missiles from Iran out of concern that Ukraine's allies in response would supply ATACMS. So that is just that was from an article from the Financial Times. I haven't read it yet because I haven't gotten to that part of my research of the day, but I'm wondering if that's been talked about because I think that is a very interesting viewpoint.
It certainly, to the best of my knowledge, has not been talked about in the last 5 hours. Mockers, do you remember that topic coming up earlier today?
Oh, hello, what's that? Sorry, were you talking to me then?
So Prince Heather raises a question or an article from the Financial Times suggesting that Russia may be deciding whether or not to buy ballistic missiles from Iran because they're afraid that would lead the West to supply ATACMS to Ukraine. Prince Heather would like to talk about this, but I don't think she wants to talk about it if we had it on an hour and a half ago, but I don't remember it since I came on at about 5 this afternoon on my time, and I wondered if you'd heard it during the earlier shifts today.
Yeah, it coincides with the movements which have been indicated in the past couple of weeks that Azerbaijan, which as Finance and I have been discussing here last year, has traditionally been one of the more accommodating cultural environments, and since its establishment as an independent state, nations in relation to Israel has evidently given positive notice that it would be willing to support Israel if and when needed for Israeli pilots to escape out of Iran in case of a potentially necessary hit, which is a very, very interesting way of escalating the threat or creating a more significant threat matrix towards Iran. That's where this all coincides with.
Prince, you want to? I don't know. You read the article. I haven't seen it, so.
I actually have not read the entire article yet. I sort of go through topics that I would like to see and then follow up by perusing the articles a little bit. And sometimes the Financial Times is hard to access for me because I don't have a subscription. But the clip here that I'm getting in a tweet is that Russia is hesitating because they're afraid they're going to get that Kyiv will get the long range rocket. Although Iran has sent hundreds of drones to Russia, and they believe that Iran will continue to supply military aid to Moscow, to Russia. They are concerned, though, about sending these ballistic missiles for the repercussions it would have. I think it's a very interesting way to look at it. We hear all the time about Western countries being concerned about escalation, and here we're hearing about Russia being concerned about escalation, which is a little bit of a switch, and it's sort of nice to see. And also, when you throw in the recent news that I've been seeing, that China is a little bit upset with Russia because it was leaked to the United States about them supplying weapons to Russia. And so now we're hearing from China that they have no intention of supplying Russia with any military aid. So it seems like loosely, as Gunny says a lot of times, or other people do, loose lips sink ships. It appears that some loose lips in Russia may have sunk the idea of China giving aid to Russia. And Moscow, Russia is concerned about if Iran supplies them with ballistic missiles, it escalating the conflict, because the United States and other countries may then provide longer range missiles to Ukraine. So I think it's a very interesting way to look at it, for a difference of Russia being concerned of escalation rather than the West being concerned of escalation with Russia. So I'm just curious about what other people may think about that, because it's a different thing than what we've been hearing for the most part.
It is an interpretation by the security establishment. Key thing is that the threat for Iran is so intense that Iran has highlighted before that it may not wish to continue the even delivering. That's the whole point. And now Russia needs to find a way to opt out from that. It's derived. Key thing is that Iran is under pressure because they know that they are at risk of being hit hard.
By the way, just Prince, for the Financial Times paywall is one of the easiest to bypass. I think I may even have two methods of doing it. Let me go and see if not using JavaScript, which is my favorite way of bypassing paywalls. I've got a plugin. There's 12foot.io, but I think I saw someone say once that the FT actually knows that its paywall is easy to bypass and doesn't really mind too much. If the kind of people who are prepared to put a little bit of effort, read their articles for nothing, they probably think it increases the overall IQ of their readership. So not that it isn't already a reasonably high IQ, I would have thought. So yeah,
I can send you the article.
Yeah, no, most people can get past the FT paywall. Chingu and then Abdullah, and I see that David has dropped down. So I'm if you all watch your display carefully, you will see Alan appear by magic in a few seconds from now, I hope.
Yeah, so I just want to respond to Prince's comments on the basically the Russian leak and so on. So this is, I wouldn't really say that's Russian loose lips sinks ships. No, Russian intelligence. If you have done the comparison, pound for pound, they are far more sophisticated and disciplined than their Chinese counterpart. So if China is not leaking this and Russia leaks out, there could be only one possibility, which is Russia is somehow not very sure if China is going all in. We know China is definitely going all in because Russia is using this leak very Machiavellianly, pressuring China to sort of, you have the receipts on my hands, okay? So jump on in. I'm not going to let you settle between the two sides. That's basically that move. So basically, it'll be very interesting to see what China does. Now, the other thing is the amount of information given to the United States got to be quite significant. And otherwise, United States, if you read the Financial Times, basically Blinken and Biden was working feverishly behind the scene to seek Western allies to back a potential sanction if China steps one step further. So basically, you could imagine that in the process, China was not forthcoming. At the same time, Russia somehow letting information out. Now, there's 20% possibility that it's somebody who is anti-Putin who is helping the Ukrainians by doing so. Their sources near Putin. Okay, 25%. 75%, I would bet. The Russian intelligence lead that on by intention. Basically, that's basically to say, don't be a smartass. Okay, you have receipts. I have your receipts. So jump on in. You're on this side. You're not going to get anything from the other side. I'm not happy with your contribution yet. Okay, there are a lot of things that we have seen. That, for example, the Iranian drones, their leapfrog with the drone technology, all these things. You would have to kill me to let me believe that China is not involved. I have no doubt China is. But to Russia, it's probably not enough. And probably given the frontline situation, Russia is like too little, too late. Sort of, we are making a complaint on the NATO support to Ukraine. So view Russia and view China pretty much like a mirror image to what we are doing. That's much closer to the reality. That would be my guess. That's my point.
All right. Thank you, Jingu. Hello.
Interesting conversation all day here.
We've had, as somebody said, some good radio this evening on what otherwise appears to be, well, I'm sure at the front it is not anything but a quiet day. But I think in terms of war news coming out of Ukraine, it is a quiet news day. So let us continue. Hopefully this rather productive, I mean, really, this has been a good productive discussion with Abdullah.
Abdullah, can you hear us? If you can, please go ahead. Abdullah.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Alan?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Yes. Good evening. Thank you so much. Just wanted to ask Jingu. Has he left? Is he still with us, Jingu?
He's still with us, Abdullah. Go ahead.
Perfect. Yeah, Jingu. Yesterday I saw an article about the German Chancellor. He said that President Xi has promised him that he will not supply any weapons. So does this mean that if the Chinese were to go ahead and supply weapons to Putin, that we might be able to get the support of Scholz when it comes to sanctions, maybe cancel the deal when it comes to the port of Hamburg? Just wanted to get your take on this. Thanks.
Okay, so Abdullah, the reference point to anything China promises is to look at WTO. Okay, so when China gets into the WTO, it promises it won't do everything, right? How many has it come through? The other thing is to look at the North Korean nuclear treaty. So basically, the way you look at it is not China has promised it will not do. Okay, you should view it for the venues the Western powers are monitoring. Don't expect China to send things through that route. For things that's not yet detected or monitored, China is exploring. And because of that, just imagine the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Okay, the problem with the Ho Chi Minh Trail on both sides. On the American side is that basically America is not effective in cutting that off, right? So basically, the Ho Chi Minh Trail keeps going. Okay, on the Viet Cong side, you should view that as pretty much a pain in the tail. Why? Because there's no, let's say, a highway or railroad, anything that you can do mass transport through. So it's a route that's a very costly, trickling things in. That's probably Russia is getting, and that's probably Russia is not happy with. And that is probably Russia will continue to get. And because of that, she is basically saying, for anything that's your satellite is flying over and so on, we will do everything we can to not let you detect it. That's how you should read it. Okay, I promise you, I will not let you catch us. That's how you should read it. Okay, that's about it. Then anything beyond that, it's up to your imagination. My point is, if you look at where Xi Jinping is going, okay, in his so-called reform, what is he doing in China? His reform. It's entirely undo the last 40 years. Entirely, right? So that's basically telling you he is doubling down in totalitarianism. He's heightening the country's totalitarianism, controls and everything. In this background, we always say diplomacy is an extension of domestic politics. Well, in his domestic politics, she is going all in totalitarianism. And he's saying it's not enough. I'm not undoing all the reforms after Mao fast enough. If this is what he's doing, what would you expect be his foreign policy? Do you expect him to say, oh, I'm going to implement hardcore totalitarianism. At the same time, I'm going to subscribe to the Western value to open my country up? It's not going to happen. You get my point?
Thank you, Jingo. Thanks a lot.
So, Nick, I just scanned that Financial Times article very quickly. The Financial Times article that suggests Russia is hesitant to buy ballistic missiles from Iran because they fear the West would then deliver long-range missiles to Ukraine. I find it kind of a strained way of reasoning. I don't think there's much Russia needs to do at this point to stop long-range missiles coming to Ukraine. And I would also point out that Ukraine itself has developed its own longer range missile. I mean, they're going to suffer the consequences, it seems to me, whether they get ballistic missiles from Iran or not.
I haven't read the article, but it's interesting to see this logic being discussed because, of course, up till now, almost all the discussion has been, if we, the West, provide weapon A, what will Russia do to escalate? So I don't know if this is based on good intelligence and the Russians are actually thinking about this, then it would be really interesting. But I also wonder if it isn't some kind of projection, along the lines of we heard that the Russians weren't getting them and filling in gaps. So I really don't know. I'll go and read the article quickly. Now I've got it up on my screen, but I find it quite strange. But it is interesting to see this, the very similar logic. If we discover that the Russians are indeed not only so afraid of ATACMS, but also so afraid of the idea that the West will start retaliating for what Russia does in terms of arming itself, if that was actually the case, I think it would be actually quite huge news, would it not? What would it tell us about Putin's confidence in his ability to, to reassure his people, to win the war? I don't know. It would be. I think, as they say, as the kids say, huge if true. But let me go and read the article and see, what kind of evidence is presented.
Well, it seems to me if Putin's choice is to run out of ballistic missiles or buy them from Iran, he's going to buy them from Iran and take his chances. I mean, I find it an odd twist of the narrative we've heard so far. David, what do you think?
Yeah, so look, maybe we should look at it as another way, right? Maybe, just maybe, someone's messaging that they're having problems getting said missiles from Iran, and here you are. Why not use that just to push another lie that says they're worried about X, Y, and Z? Maybe Iran has thought about giving those ballistic missiles or something along those lines. There are so many twists in this story that we could bring in, given that we know that whatever they say is a lie, then we sort of we can't get any further, really, can we? It could be so many things about it. I would just go, sounds a little bit like nonsense, personally, because they just lie, right? So whilst the story may make some sense in some ways, but it, as you said, Alan, isn't it? It doesn't make any real sense, is it? Given the atrocities and everything they've got, and they're worried that they may get that longer weapons, and that because they already know that long range weapons have already been fired, and they already know that the Ukrainians have their own homemade missile now as well, albeit with the slight, with reduced accuracy.
Exactly my thoughts, David. Nick, did you scan the article? Well, I think Nick is still scanning this article from the Financial Times that is suggesting.
I'm just getting myself some. I'm just getting myself some tea here, so I will go and do that now.
Okay, Nick.
Do you want to summarize the article, Alan? I think you've read it, haven't you?
Yeah, I scanned it, David, but I can summarize it. I think it's a good idea. The headline, and this is from the Financial Times, the headline is Russia and Iran hesitate over cooperation as West warns of costs. And the subhead, Moscow held off buying Iranian missiles over fears Ukraine would receive long-range rockets, say officials. Well, now, who are these?
According to assessment by Western officials. So, yeah, okay. Someone got a briefing off someone.
So then the article goes on to summarize, Iran has sent hundreds of armed drones to Russia. Actually, I believe they have sent thousands so far. And these drones have been used to attack Ukrainian critical infrastructure. Western capitals believe Tehran is open to further military cooperation with Moscow. But despite pressures on its own supplies, Russia has held back from purchases of Iran's long-range ballistic missiles, which fly faster than the speed of sound and have larger explosive payloads. One significant factor, according to assessments in NATO countries, has been the threat of the U.S. providing Kyiv with the long-sought ATACMS missile, whose 300-kilometer range could reach deep into Russian-held territory. So the officials making this assessment are from the West, from NATO. The article doesn't delve deeply into what intelligence they might have coming out of Russia to suggest that Iran and Russia are hesitating in this arms deal. But Nick, my impression is honestly, it's a pretty thin piece of reporting.
I had it as when I read it, I listened to some of the last parts sort of go, oh, right, made up piece of reporting, isn't it? Right. Because look, it's something that people would be interested in. There's nothing that's saying where anything is. And guess what? Right. When has Russia ever held back? Hasn't held back on rape and genocide, right? And all these other things. So we're being asked to believe that this is the thing they're worried about.
The only thing which is worrisome is the context which I tried to provide at the very beginning of this discussion, and that is Azerbaijan having now finally given the nod for Israel to use its airspace and, if need be, air bases even to land in case it needs to rule in and rein in Iran. That is one of the most interesting
I did not
pieces
hear
of
that,
information.
Alex.
Yeah, well, I sent it around earlier. Anyway, this fits into the context of all the noise you're hearing about Iran and Russia, because evidently the right to self-defense and the need for Israel to maintain that Iran cannot overwhelm the region by means of its nuclear threat, whilst at the same time, and this is what Yehuda had been stressing many times over, whilst at the same time keeping a balance in its relation to Russia, whilst there are still many Jews still in Russia, despite the fact that many have left, but many are still there. So one has to keep a balance, but there is one way to make clear that Russia can't play as much as it likes, and that is throttling the potential supply of weapons from Iran in future by means of taking out relevant infrastructure in Iran, which would not be limited to what is necessary to be taken out for the purpose of reducing or constraining, impairing, infringing upon, or however you want to call it, or constraining the Iranian aspiration to have their own bomb for their mullahs to go nuts about it, and to find the arrival of the Mahdi earlier. No, this would also mean that Israel could actually, if need be, terminate any and all production of such drones to Russia. So Russia is forewarned. That's my whole point. Do something to the Jews in Russia, you will lose your supply chain. That's what the Israelis are saying. That's significantly more important than the noise coming out of the FT.
The supply chain from Tehran, in other words, Axel, right?
Yes.
I will say, there are a lot of diplomatic tightropes out there that many nations are tiptoeing across. Israel is on a tightrope. Ukraine is on a tightrope. Well, Russia is on a tightrope too. I'll tell you who's not on a tightrope. Is the NATO alliance. The United States is not on a tightrope. What they have is a wide bridge they can drive across, supplying Ukraine with everything Ukraine needs. The difference is we have people like Olaf Scholz and some spokespeople inside the Biden administration characterizing this turnpike bridge that should be filled with supplies to Ukraine. They characterize it as a tightrope, but it's not a tightrope at all, in my opinion.
100%.
Nick,
I'm going to say 100% as well, Alan.
thank you. Rarely do I reach 200% this early in a broadcast.
Because 200% does not exist.
Well,
a multiple of 2 exists. There is 1, you could say 0 if you want to, 0% to 100%, and that's it. It is in the name. The name gives it away. Mathematics, 100%.
Rarely do I reach 2,000% this early in a radio broadcast. Shaggy, your hand is up.
Rarely
Please
do
go
I
ahead.
reach peak Allen so early.
Shaggy?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, my hand was up. I just started to deliver, but I can ask my question. This goes back to the UN, actually. So I did a little bit of research because I was going to ask how the Security Council was set up. And apparently it was set up by the General, set up in the UN Charter, actually, together with 5 other UN bodies. So then I got to thinking, okay, well, how do you change the UN Charter to set up another UN body? And apparently that just needs 2/3 of the UN General Assembly to vote on it, and then 2/3 of the General Assembly to ratify it. So the problem seems to be at the UN with the Security Council and its members having veto powers. So what's to stop the General Assembly creating a 7th body, basically a UN Security Council Mark II, or at least another body with enforcement powers that can then give legal authority to enforcement powers, a bit like the UN Security Council does at the moment.
This reminds me a bit of the episode of The Simpsons where there's a secret society that sets up a splinter movement called the Society of No Homers, which includes all the members of the previous society except Homer. I don't think this is a starter. The UN is a huge and complex system, and it is itself the consequence of World War II. The UN, the term United Nations, came into being at one of the conferences. I can't remember which one, but one of the conferences between Roosevelt, Churchill, and Stalin, relatively early in World War II, I think perhaps 1942. And it was the brand of the Allies. We tend to talk about the Allies, but the brand of the Allies was the United Nations, as opposed to the Axis. And that got carried forward at the end of the war. But from the beginning, the United Nations was the US, the UN, the UK, sorry, Russia, de Gaulle when he turned up, and China, meaning until we sold out, Taiwan. Meaning the Chinese government that later went into exile in Taiwan. And we already have an international body that decided to be the UN without Russia in it, and it's called NATO. And Leonard came on here a while back and gave us a very clear explanation of that. The UN was meant to keep the peace. It became abundantly clear that that wasn't going to happen with Russia in it, and so NATO went away and created a defensive alliance for the democracies of the Northern Hemisphere. There isn't going to be a UN without Russia in it. That's just not going to happen. The UN will come to an end before that happens, because the UN has essentially, it's great that we've got UNESCO and the World Health Organization and all those other kind of civil society things, but the UN as the UN has never really fulfilled its function. It's only ever been able to do anything if Russia and the United States didn't object to that. And, so I think we have this, I think we need to lose this rose-tinted view of the UN, which I certainly grew up with. I used to get annoyed when Republican particular politicians would say, we have to leave, America has to leave this or that UN body. It's a waste of time. I would ascribe that at the time to my dislike of those Republican politicians, but you can't get much done at the UN unless Russia wants to. But the kind of things that we think the UN does, it doesn't, and it never has done. Where was the UN in 1979 when the Soviets invaded Afghanistan? That was already, where was the UN in 1956 or 1968? So, the UN has never done what we think it has. We kind of got a little bit of nostalgia for it over the last 30 years because we thought the Soviets had gone away, but they haven't really. So I don't see the point. I don't see the point in doing that. I mean, as I say, it won't happen. What's to stop it happening? Well, I suppose nothing if these countries decide to get together, but it's not going to happen. It's not going to actually happen. These things don't work like that. But I don't think they should. I think we're coming to the point at which the utility of these rather utopian bodies is becoming less and less as we develop other ways of living together. And I just think that the UN needs to just gently shuffle off until people become aware of just how irrelevant it is in terms of any peacekeeping thing. We were talking an hour ago, international law. Well, international law says Russia should leave Ukraine. 141 votes to 5 or whatever it is. But who's going to push them? The UN doesn't have a policeman with a big enough stick. It doesn't have a jail big enough to put all the Russian leaders in. So let's be realistic about it. That's not actually going to happen.
Well, I think
Well,
Nick,
that was my actual point, though. I wasn't calling for a UN without Russia. Yeah, I was calling for a seventh body of the UN. Yeah. Now, if you, I agree as well. 141 to not very many voted that Russia is being an ass. Yeah. So that seems to be over a 2/3 majority in my view. So if we got 2/3 majority to create a new body, a seventh body with enforcement powers like the Security Council, then we don't have to go.
When you say how do you enforce something against a country with 3,000 nuclear warheads?
well, you can't do it with blue helmets, but at the same time, Nick, while there might be a utopian halo surrounding the United Nations, it is an international organization that, to me, is needed. Its aspiration is needed. And now, some people would say it's an aspiration to one world government. That's not true. It is an aspiration to international cooperation of the kind that must continue. It must be strengthened in certain ways. I don't know the rules and laws of reforming the United Nations or rewriting the charter. So
I looked it up. It was 2/3 majority in the United Nations General Assembly. That's all that's required. So that's made me think, okay, there's more than 2/3 that kind of don't like Russia at the moment, and therefore I'm pretty sure if the US decided, and the UK, and some Security Council members, some bigwigs in the UN decided, this is not a bad idea, let's try and do this, then it might take off. I mean, people who don't like the UN and think it's useless, obviously are going to think it's not a very good idea. But from a legal point of view, why can't it be done?
Well,
I wouldn't underestimate the difficulty involved in getting 2/3 of members to vote for that. These 141 to 5 or 7 votes are the exception. There have been 17 votes in the General Assembly on Ukraine since 2014, and in only about 4 of them did the number of votes in favor of Ukraine exceed the number of formal abstentions.
That was kind of before Russia did what it did in the full-scale invasion.
No, there have been other. Well, yeah, but it's still the appetite simply isn't there. You've got to remember there's an awful lot of countries, and a great many of them can be bought for very little money. They will say that they kind of condemn Ukraine for whatever reason, but but for a start, China would not approve of this, and India would not approve of this, and their acolytes would follow them. There is not going to be a 2/3 majority in the UN to create a body just to annoy Russia. There really isn't. It just isn't how these things work.
If they can be bought, who's the richest country in the world? Who's got the most money in the world? I'm pretty sure if the G20 bought them off, then it could be created.
I don't think we should be advocating for that level. I mean, I'm literally talking about large sacks of dollar bills. If you want to advocate that the G20 should be sending large sacks of dollar bills to the leaders of this country just so that we can feel good about having a chunk of the United Nations without Russia in it, I'm not certain the end justifies the means.
I'm not after the United Nations without Russia in it. I'm after
or even a body. You can't. You know, this will involve a great deal of corruption, and I don't want to go down the road of all of the corruption, all of the horse trading, all of the stuff that would be needed to get this done, simply so that we can say that there's a corner of the United Nations which has, as I say, theoretical enforcement mechanisms of Russia that will essentially end up being competing with Ukraine for weapons. Because right now, there is only one place in the world that anybody should be sending arms and soldiers and resources, not soldiers, but arms, resources, training, and that is to Ukraine. And you know, we're not talking about a peacekeeping force. We have the peacekeeping force. It's called NATO. We need to get Ukraine inside it as soon as possible. But the United Nations, I think, is just a distraction here. It's just a distraction.
Yeah, and Shaggy, I really do want to take some additional hands here, and this reform of the United Nations, although interesting, is pie in the sky kind of thinking, or even worse, a blancmange in the sky. So let's go to Abdullah, to David, and then to
Cool. The only thing that passes the central bank governor is apparently going to visit Tehran, and also coming with her will be the head of Gazprom. So they're planning to integrate Russia's banking system with the Iranian bank. That's the only thing that I could really trust from this article. It's poorly written. So take it with a grain of salt.
I'm just saying, Abdullah, it's thin. That's all I'm saying. And the integration of Russian and Iranian banking systems has been reported for over 2 weeks now. So that's not news. It's just background to a very thinly reported story. That's all.
That's right. Yeah, I was just gonna ask regarding the UN, Alan. I was just reading that the budget, the US pays about 30% of the UN budget. How is that so? And what is the US getting out of it? I call the UN the holes of corruption. That's all it is. As Nick was saying, they haven't prevented a lot of the
thousands of
travesty
unpaid
that
parking
happened the last
tickets.
100 years.
Yes, the United States is the primary funder of United Nations programs. Now they do it in a kind of line item way. They withhold some money from some programs and fully fund various other kinds of programs. The United Nations funding is something of a political football in the United States. There are people who don't want the United States to give a penny to the United Nations. And then there are politicians who want the United States to fully fund this program, but not that program. Why does the United States contribute as much to the United Nations as it does? It's because the aspirations of the United Nations parallel the aspirations of the United States. And we have to remember it is an international body that came into existence because of Franklin Roosevelt, the Prime Minister of Canada at that time, and Eleanor Roosevelt, FDR's wife, was, I believe, the first Secretary General, then followed by Dag Hammarskjöld. But it has a long history, and it is a history of aspiration. I think that's kind of the way I would look at it. David, what do you think?
Oh, yes. So I was just coming up to stick my hand up and say, Nick, I'll put a tenner on you that some of these people in Russia will find themselves in front of the beak at some stage. Maybe not through normal reasons, but they will find themselves there. Nick isn't putting his hand up for that £10, is he?
Yeah, I was going to say, Nick, you're not going to take that bet.
Sorry, I was googling. What's the bet?
That some of these people in charge in Russia will find themselves in front of a court. It might not be that they've been handed over, but they may have been collected.
Oh, no, I think they'll be upside down from a lamppost before that, frankly.
Some will, but I suspect there'll be some people really want to see them rot in jail.
I do think we will be seeing, for quite a few years after this war ends, a certain amount of Mossad Shin Bet style activity by Ukraine.
I mean, as it stands, they could just probably wrap them up in a carpet somewhere and send them home via drone, couldn't they?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very opposed to the judicial death penalty in all its forms, but I don't need to know exactly why some of these people didn't manage to make it from their office into the van that would have taken them to the airport to go on trial. Put it that way.
Anyway, Alan, I actually do have another conversation that will probably take five odd minutes. If you want to do that after something else.
No, let's go to that conversation right now, David.
Peter's had his hand up, though.
Oh, yes, so he has. Thank you for reminding me. Peter, please go ahead, and then we'll get to David's topic.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Yeah, Lavrov was addressed the Rossini conference in India and claimed that Ukraine was a puppet of the West and America, and their real war was against the West and America, with Ukraine as their tool. And it met with hysterical laughter throughout the whole conference. So I thought that was brilliant. But just coming back to what's been said, I'm just bringing up a few points on Jingu, who made some comments. There are 3 tier 1 trading blocks in the world. That's America, the EU, and China. And those 3 blocks lay the rules out that all the tier 2s have to follow. Now, China, as I've said before, has more than 50% of its trade with the West. Now, China is not, I know the government is terrible, I know there's been massive atrocities, etc., but China is changing slowly in the sense that the income of the various inhabitants of China is increasing. A flat in certain areas in China costs the same as in London, and they do like to have their flash cars now. And if you look at COVID and the problems they've just had with COVID recently, there was an uprising of the people against the restrictions that were trying to be made on them. And it was such a strong uprising that the leaders there had to back down. So is a missile going to come from Russia to Ukraine with made in China written on the side? No way. I just don't buy that at all. I still think China has got too much to lose. I still think its economy is too damaged at the moment to do anything but saber rattle and try and assist Russia in the way that it possibly can. Is China going? Sorry?
Peter,
Yeah.
Peter, as long as we have Jingu here, and I don't know how long we will have him, we should ask Jingu to address your question, I think. But the one thing I will say, the idea that autocracies change themselves is wishful thinking. And we should all be newly convinced of that just by watching Russia. But Jingu, can you address Peter's question here?
Peter, I'm going to be very honest with you. There are some reasonable elements you're saying, but your fundamental logic is completely wrong. It's not 95% wrong. It's 100% wrong. So there are a couple of things. You're a good person. You've never lived in the totalitarian regime, so that's why you're wrong. Good for you. Now I'm going to tell you why this is totally wrong. So the first to think about China, as you called the tier 2, tier 1 trading bloc, is negating the very fact that China is actually, its economy is very parasitic. If China does not infringe the copyright, steal, and follow the WTO, China's economy would collapse. Okay, the reason it does not want to do that is because it cannot generate the technology it needs. So every now and then, it needs to steal the technology, infringe on its agreement as a way to, like a blood infusion. Okay, so that's you should know. Number two, exactly like Alan said, a totalitarian regime could not reform. Here's how. Here's exactly where you got it wrong. So I understand your logic, right? So people rise up. They're going to, the government back down. She will learn to, adapt to the Western market-oriented economy. Then she is eventually going to learn it's much better to go with the West, right? To follow the rules, and therefore it will somehow magically evolve into a democracy over many generations. That's actually what you think. That's also what many people who supported China to get into WTO think. They were so wrong. Let me tell you why. If you know what she is doing, she is right now quietly, although he's backing down in public, he's quietly doing one thing: dismantle everything Chinese Communist Party implemented to enable the economic growth, the so-called economic miracle of the last 40 years, while at the same time setting up institutions, empowering them, expanding their power to go to full-blown totalitarianism. Why is that? Because here's the deal. They did exactly like you are seeing, right? When people have economy, when the economic freedom, when they have resources, they have access to the to external world, even they have visa to go live out abroad. Okay, these people are less controlled by the communist regime. Now understand, every communist regime is a funny coalition between the bankers and the bank robbers. Bank robbers need bankers to do certain things for them. But bankers by themselves, they want to whitewash their wealth. How to do it? By starting a democratic reform like you hold. So therefore, they can throw the bank robbers into the jail eventually. Okay? That's exactly why she is elected. Put these bankers under control. So, Peter, I know you want to talk. You want to tell me what I lived through, what I learned over the last 50-some years, my first 26 years in China is not true. What you imagine is true. Okay, I understand that. Just hold on for a little bit. Let me finish. So, Peter, every time your very kind thinking becoming overwhelming for you to believe that's going to be true. Think about one movie, Godfather. Think about how difficult it is for Michael Corleone to bring his family to do completely legal business. Michael Corleone is someone who has the banker's competency, who is a bank robber, but he wants to turn the entire organization into a legitimate bankers association. Isn't that true? What's the outcome? Now, understand, Chinese Communist Party, the regime, is a much more brutal, much more complex, much more determined than the Corleone family. So yes, I understand you want to convince me that can be true, but that's a pipe dream. If Michael Corleone cannot convert the Corleone family, what Xi Jinping is going to do to follow your wish, he's not crazy, he's not suicidal, okay? He's never going to give it a try. And I tell you, in the last 10 years, if you look at the institutions she has done and the latest organizational change he's making, what she's doing, he's going to make the Chinese communist regime look much more like a Pol Pot, if the Khmer Rouge, okay, and look like Kim Il Jong. That's exactly what he's doing, and he's illogical. Okay, that's my point.
Yeah, I understand that, but he's also going to weigh up that one side he's got a lot to lose, and the second side he wants to support Russia. So I think he will take a balance, and he will kind of play both sides, because I take all your points that you're saying, but I still think he will try and take a balance somewhere in between, where he appears to be supporting Russia, and he won't push things too far. But yeah, I mean, Iran, I mean, you know, he's got Iran. I mean, at the end of the day, he still has to have money for his weapons, and I totally agree with you. He will do his own attempts in the future on getting territory to himself, but he will do it when he's ready to do it, and I don't think that is now. I think he will actually not supply Russia with missiles. I think that would be suicidal for him, and I think he knows perfectly well that the result of him supplying, because this isn't a level playing field with Russia at all. Ukraine has been bombed. We've all seen pictures of cities not just destroyed, but they look as if they're the result of a nuclear explosion. I mean, there's just nothing left of these cities, and it really turns your stomach to see it. So he, you know, I mean, it's not a level playing field. Ukraine is desperately trying to bring it up to being a more level playing field by having its own missiles, etc. But nobody can say, oh, you know, Ukraine is escalating. They're not. They're trying to level up a playing field which is not level. And of course, Russia are terrified because they're cowards. They're bullies. They pick on what they see as the weak. And if you look at NATO, if Ukraine had been in NATO, just imagine it had been in NATO at the beginning, Putin would never have taken one step in there because he is a coward. Russians are cowards. They're bullies. They like to pretend their psychology is their superior race, but they're not. You look at it's not just the populations of these countries, but their earning capacity per head. And Europe is very high, America is very high, Iran is pathetic, Russia is pathetic. He's got no markets there.
Peter, I think we have to let Jingu get
Yeah,
back
sure.
in here.
Yeah, go. I'm just
Please.
ranting now.
Yes, indeed. But that's okay. Jingu.
Yeah, Peter, you made some good points, but here's the thing. I want to just somehow help you ring out your mind. Market means nothing to Xi. And the other thing is, just keep in mind, it's not Xi, okay? Xi is the leader of a criminal faction, or most criminal faction inside CTP. CTP entirely is a criminal faction, criminal syndicate, okay? Xi is probably the most determined criminal faction in CCP. Now, what you should understand is it's not Xi. Okay, there are many people, very nasty people, who are the Xi's underlings, and they are going to push Xi to do what she needs to do. I'll give one example: the Beijing, China's capital, his party secretary. Okay, this guy is so nasty, so nasty. He's very incompetent. But why did Xi put him at this position? Well, he is technically very incompetent. Okay, if Peter, you want this guy to do something like come up with a marketing strategy or something, you are running into 100% moron. However, if you want someone to think about how to poison someone in this group, how to wreck their family, how to torture their daughters so they can get something, you probably get a world-class genius in this person. That's exactly this type of people are in the position. Okay, so therefore, it is not just that she wants to step down, okay, or wants to change the direction. Think about it. In Godfather, right? It's a very simplified image for us. Why did Michael Corleone fail? Well, Michael Corleone wanted to go this way, but Connie and his nephew wanted to go the other way, right? And they were cutting deals with other people under the table. Eventually, everything fell out of control. So Michael Corleone could only do so much. Other people are undermining it every time he turned around. That's exactly what you expect in a communist regime. So therefore, even though she is right now the leader of bank robbers, that does not mean the bank robbers has any loyalty to him. If their interest is not protected, their interest is not maximized, she is in trouble. And all these will come back down to maintaining getting the totalitarianism, bring it to the next level. The other thing is, don't worry about the market, and so on. Let me tell you, Xi's family, his sisters, his brothers are multi-billionaires. They are Canadian citizens, Australian citizens. They have the wealth, probably, even if they spend millions of dollars a day, they're down to their grandchildren cannot deplete. Okay, they're ultra wealthy. Okay, so all these top Chinese Communist Party families, elite families, have the money in the West. Now, I agree with you. They're going to weigh it very carefully, not because they care about the market, okay, but because if they go counter to the West, what if there's a sanction? What if their financial assets can be seized? What if their relatives, their kids, their mistresses, and their mistresses' kids are declared persona non grata? What if that happens? This is the deterrence, not the market. They don't give a damn about the market. Okay, we say here's how you view the Chinese communist system. We in Chinese call a thing called the 人况. Okay, it's called human mind. What does that mean? In China, there are two types of people. There are true citizens, and they're human-shaped. Basically, these are treated animals. That's the rest of the population. Okay, the citizens belong to the Chinese Communist Party and their elite families. All the other are just peace of mind. Okay, when there's a market, use them to extract value, then to generate billions of dollars of wealth, right? To buy up properties in Vancouver, to buy up properties in London City, to buy up properties here in Los Angeles, and so on. And their kids go to the top schools, private schools, the most expensive private schools in the United States. That's how Communist China operates. So therefore, a recent law passed, a bill passed in the House, right? As critical as I am about the current House in the United States, they say if you dare to do something to Taiwan, your assets in the United States is no longer safe. I'm like, hallelujah. That's exactly how you do it. The best way to stop China doing something crazy, to me, is not just to extract a province, but to publish their kids and their mistresses, their presence in the United States, or better yet, send them back. Send them back. And also start an investigation. How much money laundering is going on with these families? Why did Xi's sister, who had zero knowledge about the real estate, made so big, so quick? She's not known for any financial acumen, investment genius, right? She rose to affluence much faster than Warren Buffett running the Berkshire Hathaway, or even faster than Steve Jobs setting up his company. So we are curious to know what's going on. What does this woman have we don't know? How to get so rich? These are the things I think are overdue. And if the Western countries hammer on these things will change. Let me give you one example. As critical as I am about the Trump administration, they did something under Mike Pompeo. Okay, he's not going to get my vote no matter what. But Mike Pompeo, under his watch, started something to make the visa very difficult for the underlings of people like Xi's family. And that alone triggered China to back down. Eventually led to the release of the people kidnapped, 2 Canadians kidnapped by China. And I'm like, do more. This is exactly on the right track. Do more. Stop wasting your time to go to these diplomatic meetings and to implore these people to do the right thing. Whatever they promise you is worth their mistresses, go after their money. Their mistresses, go after their money. Go after them in the right way, but go after them. That's my point.
Peter Jingu, thank you very much for this conversation. We have one more hand, news you can use. And then, David, if you can remember the topic you wanted to bring up, we will then go to you. So news you can use, please go ahead.
I want to thank Jingu for all his education he's given us over these many sessions. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. News you can use. I would second your appreciation of Jingu's contribution here. Always right on target and concise. David, you did have a new topic, and what is that?
I do have a new topic, but I would like to also thank Jingu as well. I think we're all aware that the Ukraine now has its own homegrown missile, albeit maybe using a different launch platform. Yeah. Yes, you were aware.
I think
yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I thought I'd go through a couple of things because we've got that, and we've had the video of that large bomb that went off recently. Yes. Can you remember seeing that, Alan?
I did see it. It was a gigantic bomb. The shock wave itself was shocking.
Yeah, it's huge, isn't it? Right. And I know that people are talking about so maybe it's 1,000 kilograms. I keep on thinking it's bigger than that. But anyway, but I thought, because when we've talked about this, when we talk about ASACAMs, Gimlers, etc., and I thought it would be useful if I explained a couple of things to people, right? Because at the moment, so we go, I think a Gimler's 100 kilos of explosives or 80 kilos of explosives or something like that, and but it's incredibly accurate. As I said, if Nick was walking down the street and they had the coordinates to it, they probably hit his noggin, right? And that isn't to say his noggin is very big, but it might be. But anyway, so the point is that there's got about 80 kilos of explosives, and the new missile that's come in has 220 kilos of explosives, but there is a difference, right? It comes with a CEP of, I think it's 30 meters. Someone tell me it could be 25, but it's considerably more than that of a Gimler, right? And I thought I would point out some facts, because everyone thinks, they go, oh yes, but it's a much bigger charge, right? And they're using much because they think that 250 kilos 250 kilos is a lot more than 80 kilos, right? But in explosives and damage done as a result of blast wave, we have to remember there's a cube rule, right? And in actual fact, the force decreases with a cube. So I thought I'd give you an idea of what these things mean, right? So we know that the Gimlers are incredibly accurate, 80 kilos. They also hit with a huge amount of force. I don't know whether they're doing 3,000 miles an hour or something like that when they hit something. So that kinetic force is huge. But if we go to a 250 kilo of explosives, let's just call it TNT. I mean, there's hardly any difference between RDX and TNT and the rest of it. And get people an idea. Now we know that we've got a CEP, right? I.e., it'll hit within 30 meters of something. Now you could get lucky and it could hit Nick's noggin, right? And he would, in actual fact, he probably wouldn't feel any different than he did if he was hit by the 80 kilos.
David, have I lost your audio? Nick, did you?
No, it did he? Did he do that to me? He muted me.
I took a blow to the head, and my finger made a random movement. So watch it, sunshine.
So anyway,
Nick's noggin.
Nick's noggin. Yeah, maybe this is a new unit of accuracy. How many Nick's noggins?
I think it sounds like a racehorse, doesn't it? It sounds like the kind of horse that would be coming at 60 to 1 to win the Grand National.
Yes.
Coming up on the far side, it's Nick's noggin.
So anyway, 220 kilos of there's basically you can calculate damage or the rough damage that you would see from a certain level of explosives, right? I don't do the calculations. The UN, they've got a nice little app that does it for us, right? So give you an idea, 220. You've got a range or a distance from the structure, right? So if you have a small window that's 4 millimeters of glass, 163 meters away, you can expect that window to be blown in, right? If you have a medium-sized window, and I suspect a medium-sized window is the sort of size of you might get in a kitchen window, when they're split in half, and it would be one half. That would be a medium-sized window, and 264 meters away, you can expect that window to be blown in. Obviously, if it's double glazed, they're much more stronger, etc., etc. So we're just talking about 4 millimeters of glass, right? A large window of 4 millimeters glass, so close to 600 meters away, you can expect that window to shatter, right? Now, here's the thing. These are the important factors. Fatal distance, right? So they say fatal distance is only 14.5 meters away, right? So if you were 30 meters away, as we know we've got a CEP of 30, right? Let's just say it was at the maximum distance of 30 meters, then 250 kilos is survivable from the blast. By the way, I'm not saying it's survivable from any fragmentation or shrapnel or whatever else that might happen. And by the way, we'll sort of go into that slightly. There are many other things that can happen, right? But the actual blast wave, it's survivable if you're 30 meters away. You might be a little bit ill, right? You would expect your eardrums to have ruptured up to about 60 meters, and if you were within 23 meters, you would probably have lung damage, right? Now, your house you would expect to be demolished if it was about 12 meters away. House so badly damaged beyond repair would be about 20 meters away. And then, sort of an uninhabitable house, but that could be repaired with extensive work, 33 meters away, right? Okay, so we're getting to the point. So we're trying to explain why CEP is so important, right? So we're going, okay, you're trying to take something out, and let's say and by the way, I'm not dissing the missile, by the way. I think it's brilliant, and all we need to do is get that CEP down. If we can get the accuracy down, then it's brilliant, right? All it means is that if you've got CEP of 30 meters, then what you can bracket the area, can't you, right? But that does mean more missiles. But if Ukraine is producing them, then maybe that's not so important, right? And they're not relying on someone, Rishi Sunak deciding whether he's going to send something or not, or Schultzing or whatever Macron's going to do, right? Anyway, so and a house, you still expect a house 114 meters away to have had some sort of a decent amount of damage to it. Now, right, 1,000 kilograms. Now that's a lot more, isn't it? I want a little. Give me a little hand up there, Alan. That's a lot more, isn't it?
It's a hell of a lot more, David.
Yeah. I'll go to the window. A large window, 1,000 meters away, you would expect it. 1,000 meters away, you would expect it to be damaged, right? Maximum effective range this is ground vibration, which I haven't mentioned before, 1,000 meters. Eardrum rupture. Now, where would you think that would be, Alan? Because it's a lot bigger, isn't it? It's a lot bigger.
Okay, it's a lot bigger. Where 1,000 meters, I have to think about the cube rule here.
I'm just wishing Gunny was here, and he would be using the word emotional to describe some of these detonations.
I'm going to say 1,500 meters.
Oh, right. Well, okay. I'm not going to give you an answer there. So what do you think the fatal distance is for 1,000 kilograms?
Okay, 3,000 meters.
Oh, this is getting very interactive, isn't it? I like this. We should do it more often. Right.
Yeah. Well, please don't become my math teacher.
No. Well, anyway, listen. I'm not going to be rude, but you failed at spectacularly. I was going to say you failed miserably, but it wasn't miserable. It was spectacular. Okay, the fatal distance for 1,000 kilograms just from the blast, 23 meters.
Well, it's an inverse cube rule, right? Not a cube rule.
Yeah, well, you know what I was trying to say anyway. So
no, that's the point. So it doesn't go up. It doesn't go up with the cube of the amount
it
of
goes
explosion.
down, right? Yes, clearly,
Yeah.
right. Anyway, so and lung damage, only 36 meters. Eardrum damage, 94 meters. That's 1,000 kilogram bomb, right? And I'm saying this is a reminder that just how when we talk about missiles and weaponry and things like this, right? So throughout warfare, we spent our time going, can you outrange someone? Can you make something more accurate? And often we'll go, can we make something bigger? Which we've got with the atomic bomb. And there's a lot of energy in an atomic bomb, so let's not get into that. But here's the thing: 1,000 pound bomb. You would normally think that that's going to damage everything within miles, but it doesn't. Right? I'll give you the distances for a house completely demolished, 32 meters. Completely demolished, and by that they actually mean flattened, right? So there is a lot there. 3 meters. So the whole point 3 meters. So the whole point of this is to say, so sometimes going more accurate, right? So if you had a 50 kilogram bomb that would hit Nick's noggin, right? That's one Nick's noggin as opposed to 2 Nick's noggins, then that's much better than in actual fact having a much bigger bomb. Now, I'm going to give you another one. So if we talk about, I think I've given it away now.
Pause for breath, David. Alan said
want to.
3,000 meters. Alan said 3,000 meters, but 3,000 meters is, I think, give or take, roughly the blast radius of the Hiroshima bomb. And that was 4,000
Anyway, listen, Nick. No, so go. It's not all about you, Nick. It's all about me at the moment. I'm telling the story. Yes. So
my head hurts. I have to give it a wobble occasionally.
But anyway, we're going to give it another Nick's noggin there, right? So 2,000 kilogram bomb, right? And I'm going back to, and the reason why I'm saying this is we saw that picture of that explosion, and I'm going, that's a really big explosion, and people were talking about maybe it's 1,000 kilograms. I think it's much higher than that. But I could be wrong, because it's what it's done is gone underground and then it's pushed stuff up, which obviously also has its own impacts. So a 2,000 kilogram bomb of TNT, it's the same if we called it RDX or Semtex or something like that. And we go maximum, the maximum effective range for vibration is 1,400 meters. So that's how far away you would feel it from the vibration. Fatal distance, yep, you've got it. It's still under 30 meters, right? Lung damage.
So, David, this and the point here is accuracy. Really is everything, even with one of these gigantic bombs. So I have a couple of questions for you. One. What's the shock wave that we saw in the video? And I'm going to see if I can find the video and put it up in the nest. Was the shock wave traveling underground, and so this bomb penetrated the ground upon explosion?
So what I'm saying is, in actual fact, when we see that explosion, what you see is whatever explode. We don't know it. I mean, in all fairness, we have no idea if this is an airdrop bomb, right? It could be that someone just dug a whole load of explosives into the ground, right? We don't know this. We're just guessing. It's likely to be airdropped to the rest of it, but we don't know. What we do know is the explosion, when it exploded, it was underground, because you see that, and you see the earth getting pushed up a little bit, like if anyone's seen any of the pictures of those giant, those huge explosions in the First World War, when they literally dug a underground tunnel underneath the German lines, filled it with explosives, right? I mean, really filled it with explosives, and then blew it up. So fatal distance where they say you're 100% guaranteed of dying is 29 meters. It's not to say you could be at 35 meters and still die, right? Because there are so many other factors into it, right? And lung damage, 46 meters. Now, if you look at that, the video, right? I would suggest if you were at the edge of that explosion, that's 46 meters from the middle. I think there's a lot of damage in there. I need to work it out though. I'm going to try and see if I could do a little bit of trigonometry and work out how wide that explosion is.
Well, David, I'm as an American, I'm going to plead ignorance of the metric system. That's why I failed your test so spectacularly. But I also have a couple of questions about the video itself.
Do it.
Do you think this is a video of a training exercise? We haven't heard any reports of the kind of damage that this bomb would have caused anywhere on the line of engagement that I know of. Haven't seen any such reports. So it might not have been an active battle. It might have been a training exercise.
Goldman, Latin, and we discussed this quite a bit at length, and I think we're all clear that it's a training exercise. So when you see firstly, the video is already set up in the direction of the explosion, right? And then there's basically a guy. So I mean, normally, if something that big went off, and to say you were in a war zone, you might be, that was big, right? But he's appears to be completely expecting it, not running around with his gun going, what's happening, Captain Mandarin, or anything along those lines. They seem to expect it. So I think it's a training exercise, and most likely to be where they practice dropping their bombs from their aircraft.
Well, so as a training exercise, it could have been a training exercise for JDAMs, or it could have been a training exercise for Ukraine's new longer range missile.
No, couldn't
right?
be. Let me explain why it couldn't be a training exercise for the longer range missile, right? You've seen how big that explosion was.
Yes. In other words, the longer range missile doesn't carry that quantity.
Exactly,
of
and not even so. You can I've been looking. I need to look a little bit further, but you'll find lots of on YouTube stuff with 500 kilogram or 500 pound, and there are enough 500 kilogram bombs going off that will show you, and you go, and they're tiny in comparison.
We should come up with a video sequence where we can actually see the difference in explosiveness. So we look at 100 kilograms, 200, 1,000, 2,000, etc. That way, we would all become educated about watching these videos, so we would know. I mean, I'll tell you, when I saw that video, David, I expected the shockwave to reach the camera.
And you would, right? But what I can tell you, so I doing firepower demonstrations. So I used to do firepower demonstrations, which is for big wids from other countries, and they would come along and we would blow stuff up for them. So depending on how you do it, you can have very impressive events. So remember Saki Airfield, right? And let's forget about how it was done, right? That really big explosion which we think was a fuel dump.
Right.
You remember that? Yeah.
Yes, there were secondary explosions.
And there was one quite big explosion. Everything you could see it really dark smoke, right, which is typical of fuel and things like that, right? So what we used to do is to make it impressive. And so if you were standing 1 kilometer away, so we used to do a 50-gallon drum of diesel and 250 grams of PE4, as we call it, which is our version of plastic explosive. It's slightly different from CE4, which is what the Americans do, but it's just the constituency. It doesn't make much difference to its explosive properties or anything. It's just how we produce it. If you're standing 1 kilometer away, I mean, you hear the blast and effects, but you will feel the blast wave, and you will feel the heat. 1,000 kilometers, not 1,000 kilometers, 1,000 meters away. Well, I'm getting meters and kilometers all mixed up. So you will feel it, right? Because it's obviously all that energy from the fuel that you get, and it produces a lot of heat. So the people at Saki, right, it was sunny outside, but they still will have felt a heat blast if there wasn't anything in the way.
You know, David, I feel like I'm listening to Tony Shark on Iron Man. That is your new handle, as far as I'm concerned. I can see you doing these explosion demonstrations, just raising your arms, and behind you there is this massive explosion and a smile on your face.
Oh yes, it is exciting.
Well, you know, it is exciting. I said Tony Shark, I meant Tony Stark, because it's Stark Industries. And so I'm going to change your handle to David Stark. Forget the Brookfield.
He's the more handsome one, right?
He has more hair, David.
Sorry, sorry, I'm still laughing. Yes.
That doesn't make him more handsome. But so let's just think about this as a training exercise of some kind. Maybe it's a training exercise for JDAMs. The real exercise here is for the fighter pilot launching the JDAMs. And this camera is set up really to see, did he hit his target, right?
Yes, I mean, I would have expected a different sort of camera. I mean, maybe he's just so on a range. You have many different people, right? So they've got safety officers and the rest of it who will be dotted around, right? Because when you're dropping something like that big, you really don't want the local dog walker just going, "But I'm walking my dog," and so they're there to stop, stop people from doing these things. And the number of times that people do this, especially in the UK, is quite considerable, and you'll get people arguing with you. But I always walk my dog here. Well, yeah, not today because we've got some explosives going. But I always walk my dog here. So he could be. He just could have been a guard. He could have been up there. I would have assumed that they would have had a better quality video if this was an official videoing.
Well, they might have had different cameras set up in different places. I think clearly this guy was involved in the exercise. He has his binoculars. He anticipates what's going to happen. It's being filmed. This is simply the video they chose to release to convince, I would guess, to convince a lot of people that Ukraine is practicing right now with JDAMs. I mean, because it does, everything would seem to say it's a JDAMs, but everything would also seem to say it's a training exercise.
Yeah, and look, here's the thing. I was delighted when I saw it. If it's a JDAM, or even if it's a dumb bomb, for instance, right? I'm delighted. It's a big explosion, and it's a bit of a warning to Russia, right? Obviously, if it's a I can't even say it, a dumb bomb, right? Accuracy will be a little bit down. But I have seen. So they do have practice, call it practice round, practice bombs that have no explosives in it. And it was it must be ages ago, probably 10 years ago. I saw one that they did it was something like a 500-pound bomb hitting a tank, a 500-pound concrete bomb hitting a tank, and it hit the tank. And there wasn't a lot left of the tank, just from the kinetic force.
David, where would you deploy JDAMs on the battlefield right now?
Well, you have to go anything. So anything, the big things like that, right? You have to be thinking you would be deploying them around Bakhmut and the outer edges where if you've got intel of large numbers of troops. We know that the Russian soldiers in urban areas, they like being in houses. Just find a house and put one of those on it, right? Get rid of some of those Russians.
But the fighter jet that launches the JDAMs actually is in a danger zone.
It's a very risky proposition for them. Yes,
they're exposed to being shot down. And I wonder if Bakhmut really is the right place to deploy a JDAMs, because from what I understand, and Nick and others here throughout the day have said, because of the news blackout, we really don't have any good information about what is happening in Bakhmut. The only thing I've seen that's been confirmed is that Ukrainian soldiers are still in control of the center of Bakhmut. You couldn't possibly drop such a bomb in that urban warfare area of operations.
but you wouldn't drop it in the center. That would be crazy, right? You would be finding where your those troops were. So JDAM has about 40 kilometers, right? So and of course, if there was if Russia had loads of S-300s around, then this is what intel does, right? And so you have your intel go around and go, is it clear for us to do this before you would do something? It's 40 kilometers away, so it could drop it from 40 kilometers, right? Do they have any air defense in that region? I would make a guess that the air defense is going to be a bit further back. And guess what, right? If and this is the thing about those other their new rockets, right? Well, maybe they can target those, and then they would be moving the air defense back again, wouldn't you? At which point, because that's the point about all of these things. If you can outrange someone, right, you're either in a position where you're killing them or you're moving them further back. And we know that the Russian command doesn't like being in places of risk, right? Push them further back. And when they push them further back and they start worrying about their S-300s, and it was I can't remember. It was Zagolman, or maybe it was is Latin, who mentioned earlier. They said that one of the things, because the Ukraine has been specifically been targeting the S-300 radar systems, the actual radar, as opposed to necessarily the launcher, right? Because obviously, if you can remove the number of radars, then if they can't see it, they can't hit it. So that's what you do: push them back, push them back, push them back, put them out of range, and that's the whole point. So if you're a boxer with longer arms and you can keep someone further away from you, and there is a bit of a benefit. And so that's what you do. Of course, and often we do this, don't we? So, well, what about that? No one's thought about that. But you assume that everyone's talking about common sense. You would, before you deployed someone, right? You would have done your intel, and you'd be pretty sure of where you are. And of course, there is the other part, right? If you're dropping from 40 kilometers away and you're in a jet, right? You don't carry on in a straight line and go over where you've just dropped, do you? You immediately turn and stick your afterburners on and disappear. So you might even have stuff that might be able to take out your that S-300 going over the land, because you're going home at that point.
And this is a very good point. The farther back you push the Russian air defense installations on the line of battle, so as David says, you're taking out the radar. If you take out the radar, they can't see you to shoot at you. It opens airspace for Ukrainians to operate in. And it means they can actually, with that more open airspace, hit targets farther and farther behind the main line of battle, which means they can hit logistics farther and farther behind. the main line of battle. Do I have that right, David?
Yeah, you're 100% correct. And there's another factor in here, right, that we have to account for, and we don't, and that's the shock and awe, right? So there's a big difference. So I was saying, so when I was talking about size matter, and sometimes size does matter, and that's because you've got the shock and awe factor, right? So we talked about the shock wave and how much damage it would do, but when you have a bomb that big, right? So you can see it from where you are. If your S-300 is on the outer reaches of that, right, the shockwave, but then you've got the shockwave under the ground, that might lift it up and make it somersault, right? So, and there's all the other factors. And here's the thing: all of those soldiers are going, "What was that?" Because as you hear, I mean, they're a kilometer away, and that's a very big bomb. So they're not going, "That was a grenade." They're going, "That was a very, very, very big bomb, and that's going off in my area." Right? Shock and awe produces a bit of frightening. People going, dirty bottom time. Let's call it that.
Yeah, I don't think they're saying what was that. I think they are saying WTF. So, David, I think we may have stimulated some explosive questions. I want to go to Aaron and then to George. Aaron, please go ahead.
Thanks, Alan. Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
With the Ukrainian missile that there's homegrown, do you think they would be developed and built their own GPS guidance system on the top of that, or do you think maybe they've outsourced that? They're not subject to sanctions, so they might be able to outsource that. I didn't know if their technology is so advanced when it comes to GPS and system guidance, because that, when you're talking about the accuracy, is most important. And then would you say they'd be having to use American satellites to put that on the spots they want to put it on? I'll stop down for a sec.
Yeah, no, by definition, GPS is American satellites, isn't it? So they're using that system. I don't
see why. I don't see why they can't just use commercial GPS chips. This doesn't strike me as very difficult. Your phone has a GPS chip in it. It's not even a particularly export sensitive thing. It's a $1 component. So you in fact you would buy. No. There really is only one GPS precision signal. There are different qualities in terms of jammability, but there is nothing. This is an absolutely standard module that you can get from an electronics manufacturer for a very reasonable price. So this is not difficult at all. You just need to interpret the signals coming out of it and doing the guidance, doing the ballistics and the calculations. That's quite hard. But if it's got 30 meters EPE, I don't even know it, to what. I mean, I guess it's using some kind of GPS input, but it's not being guided by GPS all the way to the, with kind of control surface adjustments down to the last quarter of a mile or whatever. But the actual GPS receiver stuff it's a $2 component. It wouldn't surprise me if Russia can buy them on the market. It really is absolutely not a even remotely restricted technology nowadays.
Yeah, Nick, I think washing machines do have GPS chips in them. But the one thing I was going to say about the long range or the longer range homegrown Ukrainian missile, Ukrainians have so much technological expertise. They may have come up with their own preferred method of targeting these missiles. For example, if you have partisans behind the lines, can you paint the target with laser and send that information back to the missile? Or am I completely off on that?
I think you're missing it. So that would be something that's being lased in, and it would be following a different guidance system as opposed to GPS.
That
and
wouldn't be a ballistic missile.
and here's the other one, right? So there's a couple of other factors in here, right? So Nick and I have in fact several of us have this disagreement. Those of us who've been in the services of there was for a long time there was a separate level of accuracy supposedly. Nick sort of says no, that's all gone. We're not so sure. I would guess that the Gimlers prove that there is something else happening out there because we have the extraordinary accuracies, right? As opposed to the homegrown component, Aaron, I think it is homegrown because you would expect that the accuracy would probably be a bit higher, or the accuracy could be as a result of the missile. But Ukraine's been making missiles for a while.
In fact, I think
there certainly isn't the discrepancy that there was before 2000, where there was the 100-meter degraded signal for civilian use and the 4-meter signal for military use. We'll agree to disagree on this until you can actually come up and show me where the higher precision signal is, because if it exists, its existence is also secret, as far as I can tell. There are bandwidths that are harder to block, that are more reliable, but the fundamental precision of GPS remains where it is. And then there are augmentation systems, the European EGNOS system and then the American WIRES system, but they rely on ground stations, which may not be available. So
there's also Sentinel, not Sentinel, the other European one, which is more accurate. But anyway, we could spend forever discussing this and arguing it. What we do know is what the stated CEP is, which could be a lie.
CPE, CEP, error probability, CEP, you're
right. George?
Yeah, so...
George?
Yeah, so dual band frequency, they're made larger and they're cost prohibitive. It's not in your iPhone. I'll tell you that now. And
it's in my phone. I checked it the other day.
Okay. Well, anyway, long story short.
But I have got Android.
Yeah. Well, yeah, your Android, your Android would cost, you would have to add 2 zeros to it to be able to get that type of tech in your phone. The other thing is, there are military GPS receivers that also use multiple.
George, your audio is breaking up badly.
And what it does is, even though the curvature of Earth doesn't like mud, it's because of my GPS receiver. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yep. More or less, but you're still cutting in and out.
It's his dual band GPS getting in the way, I think.
Apparently, George, I cannot hear you at all right now. If you're driving, you've probably driven into a hole.
Perhaps he's bought one of those devices that you can get on Amazon. If you're worried about Wi-Fi radiation, you can buy a Faraday cage on Amazon to put your Wi-Fi router in. The reviews are absolutely hilarious because
my Wi-Fi stopped working.
Precisely, it's really funny. It will. Yes, you could always just unplug your router, but you could put it in this Faraday cage, and none of the nasty radiation will get. And it does work. You know, it keeps all of that nasty Wi-Fi radiation away from your head. But unfortunately, yeah.
Well, Nick, that's why I wear a Tom Terrific funnel hat to protect myself while I'm here at MriyaReport.
Is it made of aluminium foil?
Of course it is. It's the best protection you can get.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes, we can, George. Go ahead.
All right, really quick. So there are military GPS receivers that are multiple band, and that's the difference. And that's why the precision is a lot better when you're using one of those, because it has to calculate for the interruption of the signal on the curvature of the Earth. That's just why, you know, that's why HIMARS, Gimler's rockets, you can drop it into a gopher hole.
GPS is the most astonishing physics lesson in a box. Not only does it have to correct for the curvature of the Earth, it has to correct for both special and general relativity, and the corrections go in opposite directions. They have to add a little bit for special relativity because of the movement of the satellites, and they have to subtract a little bit for general relativity because of the height of the satellites. It is a wonderful, wonderful bit of science in a box, and it's right there in your hand, and it adds about $1 to the price of your cell phone to add this absolutely incredible technology.
And this is technology. Go ahead, George.
Yeah, but once again, that's why the military ones, that's why they're available for civilian use, but the cost is prohibitive. You know, like they're used at very limited applications.
Your civilian one does. Your civilian one does all of that. The only difference is it's with the military things is the ability to receive multiple signals to be more robust to jamming. But the underlying signal, what the way GPS works is what the satellites transmit is the time. They just transmit the time with nanosecond accuracy from a series of absolutely synchronized atomic clocks, and then your receiver knows where all the satellites are, and by looking at how many nanoseconds difference there are between the various timestamps it gets, it calculates how far away it is from those satellites, and that's how it positions itself on the Earth. It's pretty cool technology. But amongst other things, your GPS receiver has to be able to know where the satellites are, and they are not in geostationary orbit, so it also has to calculate the orbit. It's a phenomenally complex mathematical problem, and it's solved by a tiny little chip. And even 20 years ago, you could buy one powered by 2 AAA batteries with a tiny little chip in it that was just dedicated to that. Once we got the compute power, we were able to have these things to fit in the palm of your hand. And I still have a couple of consumer grade GPS receivers powered by rechargeable batteries with which you can drop. They're waterproof. They're much more robust than walking around with your phone. Absolutely incredible technology.
Now here's the thing. As you're walking and you're looking at your position on the map, right? You're walking at like a couple of miles an hour. When you're driving, what are you doing? 100, 150, maybe kilometers an hour. If you're a speed demon, maybe 200. But when you're in, when you got a rocket that's flying at 1,000 kilometers an hour and faster, your civilian GPS tracker is just not going to cut it. That's the difference. It's just not going to cut it.
George, if you are driving that fast, you're either trying to get away from a crime scene, or there's a cop chasing you.
Or you're just on a German motorway driving.
Thank you, Axel. I've done 280. I've done 280 kilometers, going from, which is a beautiful highway, a beautiful stretch of Autobahn, Axel, from Nuremberg to Munich. Wow, what a stretch of roadway!
It's and when it's empty, it's perfect.
Oh yes, and you know what's lovely about it? It's banked in certain sections like a rate. It's unbelievable. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful engineering. Thank you.
We build these to serve.
And
yes, we do.
And we serve those who build. Aaron, your hand is back up. Please go ahead.
So do we have any idea whether this homegrown missile would be usable to hit the Kerch Bridge? Would it be accurate enough? Is it ballistic enough to avoid SAMs?
Okay, so I know what the question is. It was asked. So here's the thing, right? It's got a CEP of 30 meters, right? So the roadway is about 20 meters, etc. I don't think so. It doesn't have the distance either to hit the Kirsch Bridge. And I've said this quite a few times. Whilst I could get it if we had an ATACMS that you might put an ATACMS on it, I would suspect. I still think that there's a strategic importance to Ukraine for keeping that bridge later on, right after this. So seeing it fall down into the sea, I'm not so sure. I mean, people could give arguments at the other side, right? But I would go, instead of hitting the center of the bridge, if you needed to, you just hit the edge of it if you desperately needed to, and you could use something else for that. But remember, it's still a long way away, and that would be at a very different time. So if you were trying to use something like that, then you could bracket the area, of course, right? Don't have to just send one, could you? You could send 10 if you're making them yourself, right? And you could just set it to explode right at the end of the bridge, right? And just take out damage, put really big holes into the ground at the end. It'll have the same effect. It denies the bridge to people. You won't be able to use it, and it would take a considerable amount of repairs, but not so much that 3 months later, when you've marched into Ukraine, you wouldn't be able to easily use the bridge should you so wish. Or you could just, like, at that point, choose exactly what you're going to do. But you would need to be close. At the point where you're down, where the Crimea hits Ukraine, that area, or somewhere else. Yeah.
David, speaking about targeting these missiles, whether it's the homegrown missile or targeting JDAMs, there have been reports today that it seemed to have been confirmed by multiple sources that the Russians are using whatever remains of the port in Mariupol to bring in a substantial amount of military equipment. Is Mariupol within the reach of these homegrown missiles? So these convoys are now rolling across Zaporizhia. What would you use to target them?
Well, I think they've already targeting them, aren't they? They've got the small diameter bombs they're sending over there, and I've not measured it. Give me a second. Let me work it out. I will give me 2 moments. I'll get on the map and have a look.
This is one reason why David is just so valuable on this space. He knows the metric system. He can work out calculations in just a few seconds' time.
And I can work them out in Nick's noggins.
And while David works out those calculations, I want to remind all of you who are listening to please retweet this space. It's MriyaReport.org. You know, you should feel proud to be one of Maria Report's 60,000 followers here on Twitter. And David can do these calculations. This gives Maria Report incredible reach around the world. When you retweet us, when you bring new people here, when you retweet a tweet about Maria Report and who's speaking here, what we're talking about, we're able to bring verified news from Ukraine to more and more people. We are able to bring Ukrainian voices to more and more people. So please do that. Retweet MriyaReport.org. And when you do that, it means that you'll bring more people here to learn about MriyaAid.org. MriyaAid.org is a Canadian nonprofit sending humanitarian supplies to Ukraine. That's MriyaAid.org. Ukraine needs your help. Ukraine needs the supplies that Maria Aid sends. Why? Because they send the supplies Ukraine requests. These are humanitarian supplies. They are individual first aid kits that go to the front lines. They are generators, they are tourniquets, they are supplies of all kinds. So please go to MriyaAid.org and see what your contribution can do tonight. Retweet this space. As I say, you should feel proud to be one of MriyaReport's 60,000 followers around the world. Aaron, please go ahead.
It's a bit off topic, but I was wondering if I spent the time. You guys are just so knowledgeable. You probably do it off the top of your head. What percentage would be if you worked out what the donations are that America has given in cash and military equipment compared to Europe?
Well, that's a good question. I can actually bring that information up. I have it saved somewhere. The United States, of course, has given not only military aid to Ukraine, but humanitarian aid. And they have given tremendous aid to supporting the Ukrainian economy. Not necessarily direct aid to Ukraine for the economy, but working with the International Monetary Fund to be sure that Ukraine has the funds it needs to continue operating its economy, to continue making payments that it needs to make, etc. If you give me a moment, Aaron, I will bring up this information and let you know.
Thanks.
Okay, and thank you for the question. It is a good question. David, are you still using your calculator?
No, I've got it. So I'll give you an idea. So the Mariupol is 80 kilometers away from Volhodar, right? So I don't know where the front line is, but there's stuff happening at Volhodar, isn't there? So and that's 80 kilometers away. So if we can get double that distance, then there we are. So, but then, so one of the things I was looking at, I was going, all right, how, whether you might be able to do something by air, probably not, right? But there's quite a bit of room there in that area if they've got the safety of getting the system in there. We don't, of course, and here's the thing, we don't know how many launch systems they have, right? If they've only got 5 launch systems, you're probably not going to want to put them into an area that has a little bit of risk, right?
Right. And that is why Vuhledar is so important. I mean, it's why the Russians have been trying to push the Ukrainians back and failing miserably. It's in Vuhledar that they lost 130 or more armored vehicles, tanks, mobile infantry vehicles, etc. And if Ukraine succeeds in pushing the Russians back from Vuhledar, they come closer and closer into range of Mariupol. They come closer and closer into range of Melitopol. They come closer and closer to cutting off the logistic line that the Russians have running east to west across Zaporizhia, both highways and railways. So it's it's probably a more critical point on the battle line than Bakhmut, and that's why this delivery of munitions, armaments, etc., that the Russians are doing right now through Mariupol focuses our attention. Wouldn't you say, David?
Yeah, I would, right? And as you say, the closer you can get. So if we go back to that age-old thing. If you can cut off supply lines, right, then you put a lot of pressure on the troops at the front, don't you? Because they'll be desperate, right? You've got people shooting 1,000 rounds more a day, right? And suddenly someone goes, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Igor. We don't have any rounds for today. You're going to have to go without." Right. Well, that's not an answer, is it? When you're shooting a war.
No, it's not. It's never an answer, actually, whether you're in war or in business. It's just never an answer.
Exactly.
So I would invite listeners to raise their hands, come up, ask a question. You can do that by tapping the mic icon at the lower left-hand side of your phone screen. Then we'll know you are asking to speak. Then just tap the heart plus icon, raise your hand. We'll get you in line and call on you in order. But right now, Aaron has his hand up. Please go ahead.
Is there any idea where these shipment of, like, it's come into a port, it's come on a boat? Is that the boat that they've talked about that's come from Syria, or is this like come from Russia itself? Because I thought they could just drive it across the border if it was. Yeah, and there was debate on whether that would have been inspected by the Turks as it came through. So I don't know if it's that same boat we're talking about. I'll step down.
Yeah, I don't know if it's that particular merchant ship, Aaron. It was described as a merchant ship that was transporting consumer goods. I do not believe the Turks inspected it, but there's a lot of suspicion, as you say, that in fact this ship is carrying military supplies, armaments, etc. The Turks allowed it at the Bosporus. They didn't stop it. They didn't inspect it. It wasn't intercepted by any naval force. Where is it headed? Well, it was originally described as going to Novozorsk, not to Mariupol. But once it's in the Black Sea, it can go wherever it wants to go. But I don't think that it would necessarily have reached Mariupol in time for us to see these reports of Russian supplies leaving Mariupol and going across Zaporizhia. Now, Mariupol is not just a port; it's also a railhead, and there have also been reports of Russian troops went further. I don't know, but the logistics lines for Russia are very long, very circuitous, and not rapid. And inside occupied Ukraine, they are within target of Ukrainian artillery and jet fighters. I hope that helps you. And I am looking, by the way, for the contribution percentages of the United States and various other nations around the world. I know there are more than 50 nations now supporting Ukraine, contributing armaments, munitions, and all kinds of help to keep the economy going and to supply humanitarian help. For example, it is Japan, I believe, who is taking the lead in demining efforts. Very, very important for Ukraine, because Ukraine is now one of the most mined places in the world. And these landmines must be removed so that farmers can plant their crops in the spring. And they must be removed so that civilians are protected. It's just it's an urgent need in Ukraine.
The reason I was asking that question was I won't go into all the politics of it with the Republicans, and they have to bring bills, but just to say that it's not going to be as easy for Biden to get money through. He's got methods and means. He can draw down on stock. He can do all these different things. From what I've read, he has lots of different mechanisms, but they come with a political cost, because he has to really push them and make them happen, and it makes him vulnerable to some of the louder people on the Republican side. And so then I then noticed that there was a European representative, can't remember who it was, saying that we need to go on a war footing, and that what Europe's doing at the moment is significantly less, basically, than what America's doing. When you compare it to the percentage of GDP to, like, when you're talking of 1.5%, and obviously there's some countries in Europe that are doing far, far more, but I feel like there's a bit of a ramp up by some people in Europe, maybe to step up to the plate more. So that's the only reason I wanted to see how much the differential is between what Europe is doing, and obviously America's doing far more. I'd just be interested to see if it was dramatically more or hugely more. And obviously you'd think that Europe would have more responsibility in being on their own, in their own backyard, and that there was some European leaders saying we need to go on a war footing, and that will mean raising taxes and making some unpopular moves. That you know, there'll be pushback, but it's basically what's needed in, you know, that you're going to have to move closer to a war economy in what Russia's moved to a war economy, or will be pushed also to move further into a war economy from here on in, whether that's price controls or war bonds, or, you know, a whole lot of different issues. So that's the only reason I was just trying to get in my head how much the differential is. But you take your time and
Aaron, I will get those numbers for you. I think you're a little mistaken about the war economy idea. First, about Russia, it's very difficult for them to generate what they need, even if they do move the economy into a war economy. Secondly, in Europe, a war economy based on raising taxes, probably not necessary. You know, there are any number of ways to fund munitions manufacture besides raising taxes. And you know, contracts are now being written both in the EU and the United States to increase manufacture of critical military supplies to Ukraine, like munitions, especially artillery shells of all kinds of specifications. 155 is the, I guess, the most used artillery gauge in Ukraine. But you know, this is not a world war. And therefore, we're a long, long way. Whether you live in any country in the EU, whether you live in the United States or Canada, or in South Korea or Japan, even Pakistan is contributing munitions to Ukraine right now. If you live in Jordan, they're contributing munitions to Ukraine. If you live in Morocco, they're contributing munitions and armaments to Ukraine. If you live in Australia, as you do, even the Australians are sending Bushmasters and other kinds of munitions to Ukraine. Not a single one of these countries is even close to having to move to a war economy. Not even close. So I think that is a misconception that you have. I don't know if Axel or David or Nick or George or Jingu have any disagreement with me or agreement. I'd be welcome to hear what you have to say. George?
Yeah, the United States goes to a war economy. We're going to run out of place to put the shells. All right, let's be honest. You know, we've got a couple of plants that have upped their production, and the powers that be have opened up several more lines of in those areas. So in those factories, and they think that that's going to be sufficient. I don't think the United States going to a war economy. Now if you had a small country, let's say like Finland, I know they're not a poor country, but for them to drop $2 billion to up the production of shells would be something significant. For the United States, to drop in a bucket, right? So, United States, if they deem necessary, can drop an extra $1 billion and ask the manufacturers to add a third and fourth and fifth shift. They could be utilizing several production lines. So yeah, we're nowhere near a war economy.
Can I
really
clarify that I'm not talking about America? I'm talking about Europe.
Even
there
Europe,
may be a need for Europe to step. Okay,
even Europe, like Rheinmetall has said that they can up production. They just need to get the okay from the German government, and that's not a war economy. That's just a one manufacturer saying, "Hey, we can double and triple our production. We just need to get go from the German government."
Yeah, I mean, the idea of a war economy, Aaron, if any country were to go onto a war footing, you would just see, whether it's in the EU or in any other developed country around the world, you would see such an increase in production of munitions. I think that you would be amazed. And Russia, of course, would be shocked. There is no way they can meet the industrial power of the 50 plus nations that have surrounded Ukraine with support. Absolutely no way. I mean, if this were a fight between economies, Russia loses that, obviously, as they lose the war in Ukraine, which is what they are already doing. How many ways can Russia think of to lose? I guess they're creative that way. David, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, look, the thing is that you talk about a war economy. We need to get this straight, right? So Europe could have solved this problem a year ago, right? We have the planes and we have the tanks, right? We know that the cost of these things, let's forget about the logistics and the other bits of it, is just a little bit over $10 billion, right? The EU just gave Ukraine 18 billion euros, right? So all they need to do is do the realization that they need to send the kit. There is no need for a war economy. Why do that? Because guess what? All they need to do is just give the equipment we currently have. And we know that whilst most of the countries go, oh, but we need to save it for ourselves, right? They don't really need to save it themselves. They need to start doing stuff. And as George said, Rheinmetall has come out and said, and this is in the factory that they want to build in Ukraine, they can do 250 tanks in a year. They can build tanks wherever they are in, I think it's in Hamburg. They can build tanks elsewhere. And the tanks they're planning on building are the really, really, really nice ones, right? So we can solve this problem now without having to go to war economy. All we need to do is give them the kit that we keep prevaricating about, right? Those tanks in numbers and the planes in numbers, right? Britain, Germany, Italy, Spain has Eurofighters, right? UK's got 54 Eurofighters, right? Tranche 1 that can be upgraded, right? Now, I have no doubt that Rishi Sunak is thinking, oh, maybe he could sell it to someone else because that'll be 250 million somewhere and he could do a mate a favor somewhere, right? But we could give that kit. We could give it. Or we could do some sort of lend-lease thing with Ukraine, right? They signed it with America. Or it could just go through Lend-Lease with America. America buys it, right, and then they sell it. There's so many ways of dealing with this without going to a war economy. Just we need to get our politicians to understand that this is a war, it's not going away, and the war is damaging our economies far beyond what we're spending. And this is their problem that they're struggling with. There's another reason, as we know, of course, some countries are still trying to see if they can have some strategic advantage by some partnership with Putin or something along those lines. So it's really simple. We could solve it easily.
Mic check.
It's all good. David was finished.
I see Peter's hand up. Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, just a little addition. Alan was talking about mines, and just to point out that there's a young Ukrainian lad who's only 17 and has developed a drone which can actually map out the location. It can identify and map out the location of mines. And this is going to be a major problem after the war in Ukraine, is finding these mines and destroying them, because they will continue to injure people, whether they're in the countryside or farmers or whatever. And this mine detection drone could be a major thing to assist in mapping out areas of countryside and putting these mines onto grids, which can then be either destroyed on the ground, or maybe they'll even have a drone which can then follow behind and blow them up from the sky. I don't know.
So
are we told how this works? A mine is under some earth, presumably.
Yeah, there's. I'll have to dig it out. There was an article on it. But the interesting thing was, it was actually a young Ukrainian lad who was 17 who came up with the idea, and whether they've got it fully functional, but I'm sure there must be a way of that the drone can carry some sort of equipment which can actually locate a mine relative to the earth around it, and very quickly map it out. I'll dig.
Yeah, I mean, that's my concern, is how does that work? Because I'm wondering what the unique signature of, I presume we're talking about anti-personnel mines. I'm wondering about what the unique signature of an anti-personnel mine is versus other bits of shrapnel and metal and everything else. So I'd love to see the article.
Yeah, I'll
and
find
see
it
how
for
this is
you
meant to
now
work.
and post it to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Thanks, Peter, and thanks, Nick. I just want to be sure you can hear me. My app crashed, but I am back in the space as co-host.
Loud and clear.
Thank you. It's always a shock when that happens. Suddenly, the lights go out, your phone goes dark, and you disappear into another dimension. Carrie, welcome. Please go ahead.
Evening all. So I just thought I'd flag up to you. I've sent the information to Axel now about anti-tiller, and just looking in connection to thinking about seeing if we can have some sort of music related slot there's an organisation, a grassroots charity in Ukraine called Music Saves UA, developed by the music industry, and they've been very impactful. They're doing, as many of the other charities are, providing food, heating points, water, etc. But one of the things they've also been doing is, in addition to all the loos that the Russians have been stealing, they've been taking, for example, in the theatres and so on, they've taken every single tool, including things like even all the nails. So one of the things that this charity has been putting together is literally toolboxes, providing an enormous amount of tools. And it just felt like a good opportunity to try and bring a few different parties together to share information with us on the space about how creatives are coming to the cause